Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Nerd Street Gamers First Strike Open Qualifier tournament series that looks to crown a North American champion at the end of 2020. One team to hold the crown high above the rest and prove that they are indeed the best. This Open Qualifier started with 128 hopeful teams, and now we've narrowed it down to 4 spectacular rosters to duke it out in the semi-final showdown. But of course, before we dive into the nitty and the gritty of these 4 teams, gotta introduce ourselves, the casters. Now to Twitch chat, we might be known as Cringecaster number 1 and Cringecaster number 2 KekW, but to others, we are Simo and Esports Doug. Now, Doug, listen, I'll take the fall for Cringecaster number 2 KekW. I'll take that one graciously, and I'll let you have number 1.
That's fine. I'll take number 1. I was going to ask when you introduced us that. I was like, all right, but who's number 1? Who's number 2? No, absolutely excellent intro, by the way. Knocked it out of the park. I'm so freaking excited. Like, this entire week and all of the storylines and what the new meta is going to be and these new rosters and how they're going to perform, to start with 128 teams, to get through all of the storylines and all of the upsets, and to find ourselves here. My goodness. What more could we possibly ask for?
Yeah, you know, for those of you that are relatively new to the First Strike format, we started, like I said, with 128 teams. All of the matches were best of 3. It was a single elimination bracket. If you're out, you're out. Top 16 will move on to the closed qualifier next week from the 4th to the 8th. We are looking for 4 teams to qualify through the Nerd Street Gamers bracket, and then UMG will follow up later in November to qualify the other 4 teams, or 8 teams will duke it out for the final Riot event in December for the first place prize, which is obviously the best team in North America. We're looking at some of the teams, how they got here. Got obviously Gen G slamming straight through the Sentinels in a 2-0 victory. Team Envy had to fight a little bit harder up against T1. TSM, a very surprising victory. We can talk a little bit about that later in the matchups to come, but a very convincing victory over the 100 Thieves. And then Cloud9 struggled a little bit against the Slimy Boogerman, but if I was up against them, I'd probably struggle a little bit too.
Well, and like you said, that brings us here, right? These are some of the matches that I've been waiting for, and you know, as we have followed the bracket the entire time, you put an asterisk around some possibilities, right? Like, oh, what if these 2 teams meet? What if these 2 teams meet later on? Or maybe that's just me and I'm a nerd and nobody else does that, which is fine. But these 4 teams, these were some of the possibilities that I was most excited for. And we can talk through larger storylines, but Envy with the new roster, how will they perform? You've got Gen G. They benched Effies for a little while, and they've added Sean. What's Sean going to be able to do things as you see the rosters come up here on your screen? So this matchup, there's so much we can talk about, but I am very, very excited about this matchup.
Well, let's actually just dive into that. We can worry about TSM and Cloud9 later, because that'll occur at 5 p.m. Pacific time or 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, wherever it is that you're located in North America watching this. But we can start by teeing things off here with Gen G up against Envy. The big glaring thing for pretty much most of the teams, well, actually, you know, it's just these 2, not the opposite side of the bracket. But Gen G and Envy both have had roster swaps. You've got Sean, like you said, coming in instead of Effie's, playing less of a supportive role and more of a duelist role, trying to take the opposition head on. He used to play an initiator role on the Sova for Moon Raccoons, and now this pickup, he's done wondrous things on Sova, and I always said, what if they put him on a duelist? What if he was the fragging power for the Moon Raccoons? Well, now he's on Gen G, now he's on the Reyna, now he's on the Raze, so now he's actually packing a punch, and he's doing so phenomenally. On the flip side, we do have Envy, Mame, depending on the map, going to a more supportive role with the Omen instead of the Jet. On the flip side, we've got Food coming in and adding an additional duelist role alongside Caboose to give that extra firepower that Envy may have needed in comparison to the prior roster with Calypso and Aegis.
And like you said, for both of these squads, it's an addition of somebody who can frag out, of somebody who can slay and add a little bit of firepower to the roster. But I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the Gen G roster in particular. Effie's, as we mentioned, not currently on the roster in exchange for Sean. I mentioned this. I know you and I have talked about this off camera. I know I've mentioned this on a number of different shows. One of the things that's always impressed me so much about Gen G is how fundamentally sound they are, right? Like, they were as successful as they were prior to Sean without anything insanely flashy. Yeah, Win would have his pop-off games, but they were just good, right? Like fundamentally, the squad was sound, and they were as successful as they were with that. Now they add somebody in Sean who can light up a kill feed, who can provide a little bit of relief for Win and not have Win be the one who has to bear all of that weight. This roster looks terrifying right now.
Yeah, he's averaging the highest kills per round for the roster at 0.92 per round. That is higher than the closest second would be Hyun at 0.88, and that makes sense. He's on the Jet. North America still needs a Jet in the roster. In fact, I think everybody still needs a Jet in the roster to perform, despite the slight changes to Jet in some of the previous patches. But Food coming in has definitely been a light up here for Envy as well, boasting 1.46 on the KD, 0.88 kills per round, and he's been able to participate in a numerous amount of clutches, having the highest clutch percentage of the roster itself. So Envy, I think, has had a little bit of a bigger shakeup, considering a lot of the pieces for Genji have kind of remained the same in terms of what roles the agents are playing, right? In terms of Envy, you're seeing Mame now not 50% of the time he's on the Jet, but 50% of the time he's on the Omen, giving more space for Food to play. And that is a sacrifice Envy have had to make, and we're obviously seeing it pay off in tenfold. But the one critical thing that I do want to mention, the stakes of this open qualifier. If you've made it into the top 16, you're only playing for seeding now. There's no prize pool. All that matters is the seeding going into the closed qualifier. So we can even highlight Genji's win over the Sentinels yesterday. There was a lot of critical points that were mentioned to say, hey, is the Sentinels roster playing at full force? You could argue maybe not so much. So Envy, I think, had a little bit better preparation moving into this tournament. They had a lot to prove. They had difficult opponents in T1, and complexity definitely gave them a run for their money. But it feels like they had a lot more hard-fought victories, whereas the Sentinels yesterday just felt like, hey, Genji were able to do exactly what they were going to do. They were going to play fundamental Valorant, and Sentinels like, you know what, we're going to save some of the strats for the closed qualifier.
Well, and it's actually really interesting you say that as we begin to load into the first map, folks. We are going to split where neither squad has a ton of reps. Both of them are 1-0, but they don't have much of a sample size for it, and we're kicking off right onto the bat as they're starting to load their way onto that A side, and Envy looks like they're going to be able to get on there with relative ease. What we have seen from Genji, however, is that they're very comfortable fighting for retakes. We'll see how that plays out here.
We already have a heavy, aggressive push towards the screen side. Envy looking for every single inch they can find, and Caboose starting us off with a pick in towards that defender spawn. And now Genji have to do their due diligence and clear out the screens. We'll see Sean now leading the charge on the duelist, the latest addition to Genji, and looks like he'll start out with a frag, but it's quickly taken care of as now Genji push onto the site.
It's going to drop things down into a 3v3. We'll see if Guman is able to get onto the site at all. Flashes left and right, but it's actually Mame and Food who are dealing with the damage. It's going to be Guman by himself, and he's not going to be around for long as Envy strike first blood.
While we have a little bit of time, Envy winning this pistol on the attack is good for them. You know, looking at their record on Split, they have a phenomenal attack win rate percentage, but the sample size is unfortunately one map. So there's not a whole lot that we can say, but they are still quite comfortable on the defense as well. On the flip side, this should be Genji's half on the defense. We haven't touched on what the map pick and bans actually are. We've got Genji banning out Bind, which is the best map for Envy this tournament. And then we're moving on to Split first, which was picked by Envy. Genji pick Ascent, and then we're going to be landing on Haven for the last and final map of the series if we do end up needing it. Envy now pushing on to this A site once again with weapons online, and Genji still, of course, on the E.
And again, it looks like they're just going to try for the retake. You imagine conventional wisdom says it should go in favor of Envy, but you can never count this new Genji roster out, especially with Sean in the lineup, rocking that frenzy, but he's not going to be around for very long. That frenzy's not going to sink. The Spectres are mowing through Genji here as they're down to 3 members left, and the spike is ticking as well. Simo, this is a tough ask for this Genji squad.
Yeah, they're still going to try their best, but sometimes when you try your best, you don't always succeed, and considering the odds are stacked against you in that instance, Envy were statistically correct in winning that round, that second round conversion. This is the round where it all boils down to for Genji. This is where you need to start building up that momentum. This is your first gun round of the half. Phantoms across the board, fully spent up. If Envy can somehow sneak this one out, this is the side that Genji tend to prefer. The one sample size that we have, they had a 75% win rate on the halves on the defensive side. This is where they need to come online.
And again, they're going to have the artillery here. They're going to be able to do it. One thing to note when we think about this matchup on this map in particular, Envy, the last time they played this map was up against T1. And if you hadn't been following along, they beat T1 13-1. So they certainly feel comfortable playing on this map, and so far things are looking pretty. We're going to see a very different look this time as Envy is investing all of their resources over onto B, and yet again, Gen G is fighting for the retake.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about this off broadcast. Gen G very comfortable in the retake. Often you'll find yourself, Sean, maybe the last player standing, has to clutch things out. And speaking of the devil, he finds the first pick with a headshot. Envy, lack of weaponry or lack of desirable weaponry are starting to try to push onto the site. Sean gonna find one, as Food will trade him out down to the 3v4, but look, Tails up above. He's gonna find two, Most down the third alongside player one, and Gen G force the retake, find the defuse, and put a round on the board.
Yeah, an important round, and again, the pistol is a 50-50, right? Like, you can never tell how that's going to go. The team who wins the pistol generally wins the second one, and it's the third round where things are spicy, and it all depends on the guns that the winning team brings into it. So Envy had, I believe it was 3 Spectres and 2 Phantoms, so they did not have full artillery, so Gen G was able to capitalize on that. We're able to retake over onto the B site, but it did take some heroics. So Gen G responding well, looking good so far in an ever important round. A slow start by Win, but still plenty of time to play.
Of course, for Envy, looking at their economy, this is an important round as well. If they want to continue that early pistol and second round conversion momentum, this will be a round for them to be obviously victorious in. But Gen G, they want to get off to a hot start here on the defense, and it's important for them to do so. Weapons online still, as they were only able to, well, I think, lose 3 members in that previous round, so they still have a lot of economy to work with. But we're kind of hanging by a thread for both sides, so an important round.
And it's interesting, I love what we're seeing out of Envy here. We saw a heavy hit A twice, then we saw a heavy hit B. Now, they're playing this far more slowly. They have a little bit more presence around mid, and they haven't fully pulled the trigger on anything yet. So they're, on the attacking side, they're doing what they can to keep Gen G on their toes. And it looks like now they're going to flood onto the A side. It's going to be a bit delayed, but it looks like a heavy stack that way, and Gen G is not prepared for it.
It's funny that smoke actually helped out Envy a lot more, because the flash came through there from Gimon, but I don't think he was able to flash anyone. Now they'll start to come through. Caboose has got the showstopper. I'm a little bit afraid for you, but he doesn't. Gimon will find him. Will he find the second back sight? No, he will not. Finesse will do exactly that. Take him down. Now it's the 2v4 with Envy up on numbers.
Spike planted.
That shouldn't have happened, and it works out for Envy. They're able to get the spike down anyway, but Food's going to drop as well. Sean is able to take him out with the Spectre, drop things down to a 3v2 in favor of Envy. The spike is down. Gen G looks like they're going to try to be pushing in from a couple of different angles. Player one's going to get the first interaction. He is going to be able to take out Crash. He's just going to even things up into a 2v2. You hear the showstopper has been used this time from Sean to see if he's able to have better success. And while it wasn't as egregious of a miss, it was a miss nonetheless. He's going to drop things down to a 1v1. Mummy gets it in the face. Sean's able to take him out with the Spectre. Gen G knotted up at 2.
Well, I mean, going into this, Sean was the player on the team that was able to clutch things out the most. Now, that's a 1v many scenario. They brought it down to a 1v1. They traded there on the site. But if there's somebody that I'm going to trust on Gen G in a 1vx scenario, it's going to be Sean. And he proved his worth there. It wasn't a 1v2. It wasn't a 1v3. It was a pretty standard 2v2 with player one there along his side. If it was a 1v2, Sean is the player that you want in that scenario for Gen G. On the flip side, Envy tried to hold on, but backside just wasn't strong enough, and now they'll be down to a little bit of a softer buy with pistols online for a couple of members.
Well, and Simo, you wonder, I hate to boil a round down to one single moment, but you wonder, had he gotten that kill with the showstopper, if we're having a different conversation. This time, it's the Blade Storm that's far more effective out of Mummy.
Looking at the push in here with the red carpet, it's rolled out for the team, but they are still interested in pushing forward. Remember, this is the eco, but Blade Storm has been popped. I like that one way as he uses it to escape, and they may be looking for a late round B hit as they've already committed 3 members towards that side. Gen G are very stacked towards this A side, but we're now seeing the pull off there from Sean. You highlighted in the pregame, prior to this tournament, prior to the stream, that Sean likes to rotate from site to site, so keep an eye on him, how he ends up in the late round scenarios. He's going back towards the A site. That's unfortunately the incorrect call.
Yeah, we'll see if Player One just needs to stay alive here. If he can get a trade, that's great. He was able to get one, gets taken out. But now the onus is going to be on Gen G to pull all of their resources back once again into a retake situation where, unfortunately, they're outnumbered. Also worth noting, Simo, you called it at the beginning of the round, Envy's on a soft buy here. So this is a big round for them to win.
Oh, Caboose. We've seen so much from Caboose in prior tournaments, especially his performances at the Pop Flash tournament, the last Ignition Series pit stop. Now, once again, here he is in the open qualifier, ready to swing in from the heaven side. Gen G pushing in, but yeah, guess who was behind you all along? He still sees one, but Sean has no idea. I don't really know why he's pre-firing that. His teammate had the angle there, but now when all down to him, he's going to at least take out Caboose for his troubles. But Envy on the soft buy find a very successful round as Gen G cannot force the retake.
Well, and this is, again, we've seen a couple of different looks out of Envy so far, right? We mentioned the hot and heavy on A and B early on. Then we saw a bit of a delayed push where they waited for a while, kind of showed some stuff around mid, and then invested. This time, it was very similar to that. They waited. It was not an immediate pull of the trigger, but the difference was they showed something at A, right? The Bladestorm was there. They made a little bit of ruckus, and then they invested everything on the other side of the map, and that left Gen G guessing. It was their inability to get resources over there in time that gave them that round on that soft buy. So, again, for Envy, I'm seeing a couple of different looks out of them, and I like what I see so far.
To be fair, we don't have a huge sample size on Split for either of these teams, but at least the initial look, because it does feel like Envy is relatively in control. We still need a couple more rounds to have a true sight on it. But when we move on to the following map, which will be Ascent and Haven, I expect things to be extremely close, considering Gen G has been playing Haven non-stop throughout the entirety of the tournament here. But Envy, these fast hits on sites have been so difficult for Gen G to deal with. They lose a member initially, and then they're forced to play the retake, and then the retake just doesn't really quite work out. We'll have to pay attention as they're now pushing in towards the B side, find two picks. Again, Gen G's not really on the most ideal weaponry, but a pick from Win.
Yeah, we'll see if he can make that Phantom sing once more. It sounds like the spike is going to go down in the Nerf that has been used. Any element of surprise or secrecy is, for all intents and purposes, gone as Gen G fight to take this site back. And it looks like they might not even want to, Simo. You see Win is already starting to back off. It looks like they might just try to play for exits. Oh, boy.
Really, that's what the setup looks like. You'll see Mame is anticipating at least some form of action, a late round rotation from Guimon as he pushes in through the middle. He's got a stinger, not a whole lot to work with, but can still do some chip damage, maybe even convert on a kill, especially considering Sean's leading the charge with minimal HP. He will very likely be taken out here in just a moment, because Guimon hears this. He hears players on the opposite side, but will he act? Slowly moving forward. Here comes the movement. There's the shot, but Caboose has the angle. Doesn't check the corner there. I think Guimon was more interested in past the doorway there. That's a weird angle to sit in anyways if you're Caboose, but he still finds success there nevertheless.
Well, and again, it was a Spectre, or excuse me, it was a Stinger. So he loses the Stinger, so be it. Now let's take a look at the guns that are being brought online. The one thing to note is the Operator yet again. We talk about the nerfs to the Operator and the increase in cost and how Jet synergizes with that weapon. For Win, it doesn't seem to matter. He's going to bring that into this round. We'll see if he's able to prove some sort of success with this, as it's been spotty at best up until now. Envy up 2 here.
Another slow round here for Envy. One of the first looks towards the middle. The site hits, have been very convincing on the respective, choke points that Gen G have a hold on. Early looks, Win actually very deep in the garage there, but it's been the A site split the entire time, no pun intended. They're going to be funneling. They've got Heaven Control, but normally with split, Heaven Control doesn't net you a lot. You actually need to get onto the site, and you're seeing 3 rotate now as Finesse will stop the lurk from player 1.
It does not look like weapons seem to matter a whole lot for Envy as they come out of the gate swinging. They've already, managed to take care of 2 members of Gen G and leave Gen G outnumbered yet again. Folks, as we mentioned earlier, we don't have a huge sample size on this map for either of these squads. Envy did the dirty business to T1 on here, but Gen G only has 1 rep on here as well, so this really is a coin toss when you think about the the entire storyline of the series in this best of 3. So far, the coin toss very heavily going in favor of Envy, as it looks like they're going to pocket yet another round.
Wynn's got a very interesting angle here. Oh, sees the peek. Oh, misses a crucial shot down to 10 HP. Now the team's starting to retreat. A couple of pre-fire shots here from Food as he's looking through the smoke. Genji's just trying to hold on to these weapons, especially the operator. They want to bring that into the next round. Food, once again, try peeks. Sean will be there on the opposite side as Mame now looking for something as well. I want to clarify as well, chat might be saying, hey, what do you mean they don't have reps? These teams have been playing in the Ignition series for the past couple of months. Of course they've got reps on Split. I'm talking recency. Ignition series has been kind of down and out for a little bit. They've been taking time here at Riot to prepare for the First Strike tournament. A lot of pieces have been changed here for Genji and Envy as well. The addition of Sean, the addition of Food and Crashies. Honestly, this open qualifier feels like a whole new ball game for a lot of teams. And so for recency, there aren't a lot of reps, especially within the tournament. We're talking within the bubble of the tournament. Both teams have only played one map for Split each.
We're seeing another heavy hit onto A again, but this time there's a ton, keeping them at bay as you see the guns, you see the smokes, the utility, it's everything that's keeping Envy down. They've already dropped 2 members left. You hear the showstopper has been used, but Mikhail comes in with the sucker punch. Hits him on the blind side, takes care of FNS. Sean is still going to be holding things down up in heaven. Now Envy could rotate out, and it looks like it's exactly what they've done. But the utility on B gives him away. They know that's where he is. You presume the spike has gone there as well. You hear Food started planting, but it's actually rotated away. He has not gotten the spike down yet.
He covers himself with the smoke. I find that very interesting. Finesse was waiting for Sean to jump out with the showstopper, and it's kind of like he was playing grounders on a playground, you know? He was just with his eyes closed, walking into screens, and of course there was somebody on the opposite side waiting for him. Crashy is going to be looking for another opportunity to actually help out Food with a red carpet that's rolled out in heaven. Player 1, alongside Sean, are going to be holding this angle. Well, Food swings. He's not even going to find a single player. Neural Theft. Genji really want to secure the round. They don't want to let any heroics happen on the Envy side, as Crashies is looking for exactly that. Here's the peek from Wynn. Almost loses the op there. And his head, not to mention. But Sean with the 3K on the round. Genji nipping at the toe heels here for Envy.
Hey, Simo. What is grounders? Playing grounders at a playground? Is this a Canadian thing?
Okay, so just very quickly, grounders, kids have to stay on the playground. The person that's on the ground has to, you know, stay with their eyes closed. They yell out grounders. The kids on the playground yell out grounders back, and he has to kind of, he or she that is on the ground has to play tag based on sight. I'm based on hearing, sorry, not on sight. They're walking around, eyes closed, trying to hear where people are, and Finesse was doing exactly that. He was looking up above. He heard the showstopper, but he didn't anticipate who was there, Mikhail, to catch him with his open arms in the smoke, and Finesse was not quick to react.
That sounds like a sour game for the one who has to play off of sight. But back to the game, there are 2 ops, one on each side here in this round. We saw Win obviously has one as well. Nice. Oh, and the op battle goes in favor of Win. We were just highlighting him. Mummy gets taken out. Numbers advantage, Genji.
It's a good early pick here as well. We've been looking at these fast sight hits for Envy. I'd imagine there's a world where Win can't handle a brute force push on towards the A side. He might find a pick, he might miss. It just depends on the circumstance. But considering Envy play this a little bit slower, Win has the opportunity to really just make magic work. He will eventually get taken out. The numbers is still in favor of Genji, but Envy are looking to even that out. Now rotating from the heaven side. Iman will help with the pick onto Caboose. The red carpet's about to be rolled out because they want to secure this round. But Iman, he cancels.
30 seconds
Spike's still not planted, and Genji are in the area. They got to work out here for Envy.
There's that rolling thunder that you called, but Food is able to get one. Give him the 3rd on the round, as he knows exactly where the last player on Genji is. They're just going to smoke up and buy time. You don't have to play this aggressively. And again, on Genji, it's just Sean. Sean, the new addition to the roster. What kind of heroics do you have in you? He's going to blast pack his way in, but he only has 11 health. Not even going to get a chance to fire his gun as Food takes him out. A 4K on the round for him, and Envy are up 3 rounds.
Food played that so well as well. Sean was a little, I'd probably say trigger happy. He wanted to solidify the frag as opposed to have to deal with the post-plant scenario. But in that case, if he gets the plant down anyway, you have extra time to work with. You have no reason pushing in. You think you're going to secure the kill? He put a smoke up, and he has time to reposition because you didn't push forward. I think for Sean, he could have played that a little bit more defensively because he had the time. Food did not.
Well, without time, he still did everything that he needed to, everything that he could have against Gen G. And again, that pocketed Envy another round. This is going to be a good on good, folks. Both teams are going to have full weapons. I believe there was an op. I saw there was definitely an op in that. Okay, so there are two ops once again. One in the hands of Win, one in the hands of Mummy. Thank you, observers. We saw the last round go in favor of Win. Oh no, but this time it goes in favor of Mummy, and that's through the freaking smoke.
Beautiful communication. Caboose was like, hey, he's playing close left. Get the shot. Mame, very well done there. That's going to open things up for Envy. I feel like every round that they've won have started with a pick. This could be another round win here for Envy.
And then also worth noting, Win also had the Blade Storm. So this was a heavy investment round for Gen G that they needed to win, and so far advantage Envy. They don't have any ultimates to work with this round, but they do have personnel, they have weaponry, they have everything they want. And right now, if they do opt to go for the B site, they're going to have numbers as well, as Gen G only have 2.
They do have a player playing back inside. Sean,
30
unfortunately,
seconds left.
blinded. Can see the light, but can no longer see his friends as he's taken down. Envy have a huge numbers advantage on the round. 2 players remain here for Gen G. And if this is going to be, you know, anything like the rounds previous, I'd imagine they'd be either looking for exits or looking for the save. They've got great weapons in hands, assault rifles on both sides, phantoms across the board here for player 1 and Mikael. Yeah, they want to save it. The buy's not looking good for the round to follow. They want to keep that in hand. And mind you, I do not believe we're playing on the latest patch, which punishes the saves. It gives you less credits in the round to follow. So we're not playing on that patch, so it's quite correct here for Gen G to save their weapon.
All right, Simo, talk to me about, let's play devil's advocate here, all right? Gen G has struggled so far. They're down 3 rounds. We know that Envy is very good on this map, at least off of the small sample size that we have. What's Gen G doing wrong? What is it that Envy is able to exploit time and time again?
You know, I think it really boils down to how Envy are playing the first contact scenario. It just seems to be going their way consistently. And for Gen G, they often have found themselves in a position where they're not really prepared for the hit, right? We saw in that round previous win, he was perfectly fine. He's like, you know what, I'm just going to do a little bit of a peek. Maybe I might dash in with the Blade Storm. I'm thinking about it. But Envy have played the communication game super well. They know exactly where the Gen G players are positioned. They're really only using finesse to get that intel, and whoever is entering here, it's going to be Mame for this instance. But they've been playing the first contact scenario exceptionally well.
A light buy situation here for Gen G. I think there were a couple of sheriffs. It wasn't a good situation financially or in regards to firepower. As you see there, you see a couple of light shields as well. So they're certainly not going to have the punch that they would like to bring into this round. We'll see if Envy are able to capitalize on this brief moment of weakness from Gen G. It looks like they're going to try to hit over onto A. They've established some presence around mid. Oh my gosh, Caboose is trying to win with the Sheriff. That's a huge shot.
Yeah, that's not even a headshot. That's a cap shot. Shot raises snapback right off there. Clean. Now Envy, like you pointed out, down a member. And you could see the way Gen G were positioned. They've got player 1 in the garage. They had Guimont and Mikael playing very close on the A-site choke point. And they had Win playing towards the box in the courtyard there. They wanted to be the first contact point instead of Envy thinking, okay, they're going to play back site. We're going to have an opportunity to push in. We're going to have a lot of space. They're not giving that space to Envy this round, despite the weapon disadvantage.
No, and that easily could have gone the other way, right? Caboose to have gotten up as far as he did on that flank could have proven to be disastrous. But again, Gen G was able to win it. It looks like Envy is going to flood onto the side as 2 members of theirs have already dropped. Food is able to trade 1 back out, however, as Mame drops with the operator. It looks like it's going to be a thrifty round win for Gen G, unless Food can do something about it. Ladies and gentlemen, already on a 4K. The time runs out, but not without fireworks from Food. What a play.
Yeah, that's definitely not what they wanted to happen. Last round of regulation. Of course, Gen G are still going to have enough to buy, but they would have not wanted that scenario regardless. They win the round, but at what cost? It feels a little crazy for Food to be able to just pop off like that. When you look at the statistics, you look at players like Food for Envy, so it makes a whole lot of sense that he's putting on a performance like this. When we swap over to other maps, however, you're going to likely see him on the Phoenix, on the Raze, giving him a little bit more space as opposed to the Omen. where you're just limited to the flash and the smoke and the reposition. But with the Phoenix, I'd imagine we're going to see a little bit more of a highlighted performance from Food and really just pop off additionally. Good early pick here from Win. Opens up this last round of regulation for the half.
Last 2 rounds where Gen G was able to get the opening pick. The previous one and now this one as well. And well, we know how the last one ended. It didn't lack heroics. But it did go in favor of Gen G. We'll see if they're able to replicate that success. This time it looks like Envy is going to try to do a little something through mid, but the operator battle once again going in favor of Mummy. That's going to allow them to get into this site.
And another Bladestorm as well. Finesse will pay attention to how he's deciding to play this out because we do have player 1 playing contact towards the garage side. We do have support from Sean up above. He gets a great angle. He could try to mow him down. The paranoia is going to temporarily blind him, but now as they start to swing, he's flash. He's got to hide, but they don't
Turn
know
around!
Oh, you'll still find a Mummy with the slice and the dice. 3 on the round. Spike being planted. Gen G now in a very disadvantageous position. Have to retake the site.
Mummy still has operator, still has the Bladestorm as well, and you go for it, right? Roll the die. It's going to be the last round of the half. No reason to keep anything. We'll see if they're able to pull something off. Mikhail's immediately going to get tagged up by the tripwire and the additional CC from Breach. Going to try to reposition, but look at how aggressively Mummy can play this with the Bladestorm just in the smoke. Oh, Mikhail's able to get one. Guimon gets one as well. Guimon with the third, or excuse me, with the second. He's going to use the Rolling Thunder and push things out as Envy's just down to 1 member left, and it's Food. Who else but Food? He is able to get the 1v1 win and get them the last round at half. Envy up huge going into the second half.
Switching sides.
If there's anyone I want in that scenario, I want it to be Food for Envy, right? We'll have a look at the replay in just a moment, and we'll see how exactly that, of course, panned out here. Go Puff, the replay provider here, the instant replay provider. Food, he does end up falling here. I think that was a look at a little bit of a different round. We're looking at the half at hand, sorry. A lot of highlights here, of course, for Envy, most importantly. Gen G did find a couple of first early picks on some of the rounds, but I'd imagine the first blood consistently went into the hands of Envy. And you look at heroics like this from Food, it puts him in such a great position to clutch rounds that Gen G have business winning.
Well, and the thing is, Simo, it wasn't just once, right? Food did that 2 or 3 different times in situations where he really, it's insane that he pulled it off. So keep a close eye on Food, see if he's able to continue to play at that high of a level in the second half. Now that they're on defense, now that they're waiting and responding, we'll see if he's able to continue that. Win is going to dash directly onto the site. It looks like it's going to be a heavy hit onto A, and Caboose and FNS just mow Gen G down.
Now it's down to Mikhail backside. Unfortunately, does not have a lot of success. It's all down to 1 final player. Player 1, exactly. He's going to find 2 with the shots on the Ghost down to the 1v2. Unfortunately, Spike is in enemy territory. He's got to find his way in. He's going to rotate all the way around through the middle. But Envy so far have had a very successful round being able to stop the push on the B site. We talked a little bit about, not at length, but how aggressive Gen G can be on the attacking side. But look, it really just does look like Envy have had a phenomenal time on their own attacking side and have really surprised Gen G at how fast the hits have been. So Gen G are trying to respond in kind, but it's not really working out. We'll see what player 1's got cooked up in this late round scenario.
Well, he has 30 seconds. So he has some time to think things through. And it looks like he's going to try to make something happen. Gets pushed into the smoke and crashes again through the smoke. That's I think that's like three kills at this point that Envy have been able to get through smokes in insane situations like that. Envy looks so good right now, Simo.
Yeah, very, very happy to see them in such good form. You know, when you add 2 players to the roster, you definitely have a lot of question marks. Is this roster going to perform to the caliber that you want it to, especially considering Envy has been sitting in the top 5 for quite some time throughout the duration of the Ignition Series events. Of course, Sentinels, of course, TSM have been kind of the kings of the castle. But for Envy, this is a great statement piece, especially if they come up as first seed. They'll have their pick of the litter moving into the close qualifier. So this is a great start for them. But I've heard a couple of rumblings that this is their best map. We're going to be moving on to Gen G territory after this.
Well, and remember, this is Envy, a different look, a different roster, but this is Envy that got second at Pop Flash. So these guys are the real deal. To be able to continue that success with a different roster is, quite frankly, impressive. Envy down to 3 members left here. It's going to be a 3v3 as the spike moseys its way over onto B. Player 1 spots one, but he's going to get mowed down through the cage. Again, Spectre up against Pistol. There's not a whole lot you can do there. Envy comfortably in control here. The spike is down over on B. There's nobody from Genji anywhere near it. It's a tough situation.
They've actually left the site a little bit more wide open here for Genji. Of course, they don't know that there's a smoke in their way. But Envy are trying to play the flank game, and of course for Genji, they've got a lot of angles to cover. And you see Sean maybe a little bit unexpected of that push there from Finesse to come up through the stairs there. A great round here for Envy, considering they've won the first 2. Once again, we're back down to this situation where Genji were able to win that 3rd round gun round conversion. But Mame's got to opt, so there's that.
And he not quite the same thing, but yes, him with the op. He showed us in the last half how freaking good he is with it, both through smokes and then just straight ups up against Win. Win's not going to be able to match that. So firepower, slight nod as far as the op goes, but they do have 3 Spectres that they're bringing into this thing here. So we'll see. If the thing is, Simo, if Envy is able to win this one too, that severely hurts Genji.
That's so unfortunate there for Caboose. Fault line, he's trying to get into a corner to save himself. He does have Mame ditch him entirely, but he still has the angle in towards the garage. This first peek is likely going to be a good one. I expect them to smoke the top side. There's really no reason to smoke this unless they don't want this contact point with the op. We'll see how they do end up playing it for Genji. They're all stacked up as 4. They've got player 1 slowly rotating back around as he set up some of his utility on the A side. Now as the flash comes through, it doesn't quite connect with Mame. He'll be able to back off this quick pick off the win. That's got to hurt Sean. Now going to be pushing forward the flashback. He can find a pick here. It's going to be Finesse. Gets it close range. Oh, goodness. 2 on the round. Down to the 2v3. Something, and they need to do something fast. It's all down to 1. He's not got his friends beside him. He's all on his lonesome. Kimon will fall, and Envy will win 3 in a row.
Oh, 1 is the loneliest number, unfortunately, there for Genji. But again, Simo, it was Mame with the op. I believe that was 3 on the round for him. Insane shots, insane kills, picks that were so important for the larger outcome of that round. So Envy, again, looking like a well-oiled machine. And Simo, Genji are down to scraps. 4 sheriffs, excuse me, and a classic. This does not look good for Genji.
Oh, I did not expect this map to go this way, but considering the rumblings that we've heard, a comfortable map here for Envy. See what the second map holds in store. But Envy having a very comfortable performance on this map. Considering we've only seen him on it once, Bind being their other favorite pick here, they're not going to be able to play it as Genji, take it out of the pool. Ooh, Genji have also not played a whole lot of Bind in this tournament. In fact, 0 times in this tournament. We'll see how that second map unfolds. I do imagine that Envy are on the precipice of closing this out. This is a rough round for Genji. Should be round 12, match point for Envy. But not down and out, as they can definitely take it to map 2 and 3 with their map selection there.
Well, and the problem, too, is for Genji, oftentimes in an eco, you've got the Blade Storm to keep things spicy, but Win doesn't even have that. So odds heavily stacked against Genji on this round. It looks like Envy has spotted where the push is going to be coming in. Goes to mail room, and wow. Genji are doing it, ladies and gentlemen. Win with the classic makes it sing, but they're not out of the woodworks quite yet. They may have the numbers advantage, but the spike is not down, and there's still an op in the hands of Mame.
Oh, he's gone. Caboose
30
will
seconds
take him
left.
out. Now it's the 3v3. That operator that they managed to sneak away from Envy will be down behind enemy territory. Now it's the 3v3. We'll see how they force play this out. Player 1 has upgraded to a weapon that he managed to find up there in heaven with the 2 picks that they were able to collect. Now Envy still need to worry about this retake. We haven't seen them yet in this particular situation as they've just started playing the defense. Now they start to push through. Caboose there with the showstopper. Perfect shot right onto Mikael. Player 1, the last player standing, playing close to the turret. Cannot convert there onto Crashies. Nevertheless, a close round against Envy when they were down and out on weapons.
And again, I apologize. Thank you for catching that. It was not Mame who still had the op. It was Win, and he got taken out shortly thereafter. But either way, even though things look good, they look spicy for Genji for a moment. Envy was able to retake. They were able to get onto the site and push this thing to match point. Genji is going to be able to buy here, so they're going to have guns. And the thing is, when you're talking about teams of this caliber, you can never count one of them out. As far down as they might be, this looks dire. Let's not let's not try to spin something up to be prettier than it is, but it's possible. Gen.G have it in them. They just have to execute, and the thing is, when you're down as far as you are, you cannot afford any mistakes. Win goes in, and that's not a mistake. He's able to take out Food.
And that's an important member to note here for Envy. The clutch factor is out of commission. Mame does have the ability to participate in that as well, as he's trying to peek out there with the op, but he gets pushed away. Gen.G, they just pull back. They're still a little undecided. Maybe going to re-engage here temporarily. But for Envy, they're still holding fast on this A side. 3 members strong. 1 player off towards the B side. It's Caboose. He's holding things down, and he's going to shortly meet up with Guimond if he decides to push up aggressively. But no, he's just going to back away.
See, so the thing is, Gen.G made a bunch of noise on A, and then they stopped. You presume that that means they're rotating over back to the other site, but Envy hasn't moved. There's the showstopper. Mummy's able to get yet another pick with the op. Win goes in aggressively, but on the opposite side, Crashies, he's able to get 2. Sean and Mikael are taken out. Win still has that Blade Storm, but he is now severely outnumbered in a 4v2. Envy in firm control.
Started off. That's going to be a beautiful start. What do you mean
left.
started off hot? He's going to find 3 on the round. Now it's a 2v2. Gen.G started hot. Envy nullified. And now it's down to the 2v2 side. Unfortunately, in enemy territory. That's going to be the red carpet that's rolled out. They got Blade Storms for days. Gordon Ramsay would be proud. The slice and dice goes on to win. Down to 1 final player. Gen.G get that spike down, but Guimond has too many angles to cover. Envy win split 13-4 in a large statement piece here in the semifinal showdown.
13-1 against T1, now 13-4 against Gen.G. You probably need to start banning this map up against Envy because they look really freaking good. And Timo, we saw really good rounds really on both sides. We saw their comfort in playing aggressively on attack and playing passively and kind of waiting things out. And then on the defensive side, we saw that they're perfectly capable of fending off a push initially. They're also perfectly capable of fighting off and playing a retake and doing so in successful fashion. So this Envy squad, again, that came in second at Pop Flash, that went through a heavy roster change, seems like a force to be reckoned with right now.
And, you know, I think the fact that the IGL has remained the same here for Envy, Finesse really calling the shots for the team, the addition of Food and Crashies, the fact that the communication looks like it's crystal clear for a pretty newly stitched together roster with players from the prior T1 roster, Food and Crashies, it really shows that they're able to just adapt, really swap the roles off here and there and put people in other roles. Like, so for example, we're going to Ascent next. Mame does not play Jet on Ascent. He plays the Omen, and it gives space for Food to play a more duelist role instead of the Omen that he played last time. But nevertheless, the fact that the communication is there, it shows because they were able to play so well against, like you called early on, a very fundamentally sound team in Gen.G.
And folks, if you haven't been following along, or even if you have and this kind of slipped past your radar, that's the first map Gen.G drops all tournament.
Oh yeah,
they have not dropped one at all, and now they meet Envy again. This studded roster who looks very, very good on split, and it wasn't like a 13-10, it wasn't a 13-11. It was a very convincing win on the side of Envy. So if you're Envy, you've got to be feeling really good. But as you said, Ascent spicy, right? Gen.G is 5-0 on Ascent in this tournament. Now Envy are no slouches on Ascent either, coming in at 4-1. This thing's going to be a banger. This map is going to be out of control.
And with that, we're going to throw it to a quick little break, ladies and gentlemen. Ascent on the other side of it. When we return, we'll see if Gen.G can take map 2 or if Envy will find us in a clean sweep. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamers First Strike Qualifiers. I'm eSports Doug, and with me, the man who once single-handedly 1v5 TSM and lived to tell the tale.
Oh, no.
It's Simo. Simo, how you feeling, baby?
No, I did not. No, listen.
Listen.
He doesn't miss. He doesn't miss. He's my kryptonite. I'm Superman and Wardell. He doesn't miss, man. I can't. But I appreciate the fable. I'll leave it as a fable. And we'll just leave that there. No, I'm good. This was a wake-up call, I think, for Gen G. And, there's been this trend that some of the Valorant players, when they want to level up, they change their profile picture. They changed their profile picture to like an anime. And so Win changed himself to Avatar, the last Airbender. He's unlocked. That's it. It's go time, baby.
Well, they do say that once you change your Twitter picture to an anime picture, your stats go up. You get your skill increase up by 10 points. You don't miss any headshots, so we'll see whether or not that is true. Speaking of stats, let's take a look and see how things broke down on that last map. Again, Envy, in convincing fashion, was able to take a 1-0 lead, and it was all off the backs of Mame. Mame with the op. We called his name time and time again, and it's 17-9. Well, it makes perfect sense why we did.
Considering the statistics here for the side of Envy, I thought that Food was going to have a little bit more of an impact. But I think that the stats are kind of a little bit more divided across the maps that they play, because we definitely saw Mame unlocked and untapped. And now we're going to see a little bit more of a swap. Mame may not have the more convincing game that he had on Split, considering he's going to be on the Omen moving into Ascent. And Food will be on the Phoenix. And, there's a very potent thing here in North America. We love the Phoenix. We love to play it. We love to see it. And we'll see Food, how he's done time and time before on T1. We'll see how that Phoenix works out and those role swaps happen for Envy.
And then on the other side for Gen G, it was a slow start for a couple of members on that squad. Guiman, he didn't have the best of performances, but once again on the Omen that has been so heavily contested, so heavily desired across every single team playing in this tournament. I think Omen has a 97% pick rate or something obscene like that? 98. Sorry. My apologies.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Just a bit off.
Check your stats.
Listen, what Gen G need is Guiman needs to have a better game. He absolutely does. It looks like they're going to be starting off, Envy is, on the defending side. We'll see what Gen G can do here as they thought about playing B, and it looks like they're going to back off.
Get that orb early. You definitely want to see Mikael with those Hunter's Furies. They didn't have a Sova last time. You don't normally bring a Sova on Split. But moving into the map at hand, both teams boast a more comfortable win percentage on the defensive side. So expect Envy to have a phenomenal half. However, if Gen G can find themselves in like a 6-6 or a 7-5 with Envy leading by 2, that's going to really bode well for them moving into the second half when they will be on the defensive side. But it all starts with the pistol, which now looks to be boiling up to be an A-site hit.
Always insane. Now we see that the overlay come back up. Again, a reminder that Gen G just dropped their first map the entire tournament. Now they're fighting for their lives as they find themselves on series point down 1-0 in this best of 3. Looks like they're going to try to hit onto A. They
30 seconds left.
Gen G is a little bit weaker. You saw Win took a good bit of damage, but with 30 seconds left on the clock, they have, for all intents and purposes, committed onto this site. But it's not hot and heavy. It's not aggressive. They're doing so quietly now, and we know that they're there. And Sean from the side is able to get one. It is going to get traded out, however, as Envy mow through them. It's going to drop down to a 3v2. Gen G,
10
not
seconds
Gen V.
left.
Gen G needs to get the spike down soon.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate there for Mikael. Down to one final player. Player one is going to start to push in. He's jumping out of the smoke. Almost finds that pick onto Crashies. But that is a player that we didn't talk too much about in the stats page. Caboose, Food, Mame all had fantastic games. But Crashies definitely put on a performance as well on Split. And we're seeing a 4K to start. He's likely going to lock and load with a Phantom. We'll see what he ends up buying. The Ares instead, but totally understandable for the Sova. He's just going to spray through the wall. You want those early potential picks to go your way. Sometimes successful, sometimes not, but still worth trying and dissuading the opposition from getting those ult orbs. Gen G on the opposite side, of course, Pistols online, are going to be looking for maybe a mid-round catwalk play, or are going to be working their way up through the middle. We'll see what they end up working with.
That's now the third pistol round that Envy wins, so we'll keep track of that as the series goes on. But Simo, I think you made a really good point. Even if Gen G does not go towards B, having that weapon there dissuades the push, and it forces really Gen G to be binary in their attacking side. They can only go to A, or only, well, I guess that doesn't make it binary if they have two options. they can also push through mid, but it eliminates something on the map, and it forces Gen G to be a bit less dimensional than they would like.
Yeah, it's hexadecimal. That's the word that you're looking
Yes.
Multiple options, as we see. Envy have multiple options for dispatching. They're on the site, but guess who's there? Finesse holding down. This is actually looking not too shabby here for Gen G. Usually on a round like this for the conversion, you want at least 3 members alive so that the economy balances out in the round to follow. But I think for the last player remaining here, he's going to be in a little bit of a tougher spot. We talked a little bit about clutches. Gen G, in the hands of Mikael, he's lost every single clutch in the tournament that he's been put in. Every single 1v-many scenario, Mikael has lost those. So unfortunate that he was the last one standing. But still, they've made it hurt up against Envy. They took out enough players to make that money hurt.
And look, in a 1v2 situation like that, it's unlikely that he wins that. But there is a silver lining if he's able to get the spike down. But the dart actually revealed him. You saw it forced him to delay. He tried taking out the Spectre. Whoops, that sucks. No bullets in that bad boy. Switch over to the Sheriff. By the time he's cleared out the dart, the reinforcements of Envy have already arrived. So again, it was likely that he loses that anyway, but he could have had some more credits go in their pockets. Unfortunately, not able to convert. Very well played by Envy here.
Now that we see the gun round, of course, online for Envy, we'll see how they end up playing it. Food with an aggressive push forward does have the support from Crashies, but they back away. Shock Dart trying to lead their escape. And Gen G looking towards this A site for a late round hit. They're a little bit split. Got membership on both sides trying to get involved, but now as they start to push in, Paranoia will stop them, and they've stopped by this smoke as well. So Gen G looking for this A site still, may decide to back away, decide maybe they want to go towards the catwalk. They have membership towards the middle, working their way through. They can do a late round fruit market hit that'll surprise Envy, I think, considering they don't have a lot of utility there.
They also know at this point that nobody has pushed in through B. You saw PL1 was over there for a while. There's utility there as well, so you know there's no aggressive play coming from that side of the map. But it looks like for now, Envy still heavily mulling over the thought of hitting onto this A site.
30 seconds left.
Here we go. The Hunter's Fury has been used from Mikael, trying to clear some room, but Gen G is able to take care of it. It wasn't with the ult, but it was actually with the guns. Guimon, Sean, and Player 1 are able to get one apiece, and Envy is just down to scraps. As far as personnel goes, it looks like Gen G's going to be able to get the spike down onto A with relative ease. Now the question left to be answered is, for Envy, do you even go for this? Do you try to defuse, or do you just try to get a couple of picks and call it what it is?
That seems to be the case, considering Crashies alongside Food are playing a little bit more passive, save those weapons. They have a Phantom, yeah. You don't want that to fall apart, considering you're moving into that next round with a one round loss bonus reset. You're down to 1900, and you want to save as much as you can. So good that they at least found a pick, didn't make it a flawless victory here for Gen G. But at least they find that round. And I mean, I don't think Gen G have a problem converting on these gun rounds. It's when we start to get to the middle of the half, how do Envy start to stack up once they have economy to boot as well? That is what we have to pay attention to. But the one thing I want to highlight is that Gen G were feeding ult orbs to Mikael from the start. The fact that he had a round 3 Hunter's Fury is because Gen G made it happen. Because they kept focus. That first round, they rushed the B main ult orb so that Mikael could grab it, they could dip, they could go towards the A site, whatever. But they set that up, and it worked out for them beautifully.
Now that the Hunter's Fury is not an option, and now that Envy's going to have plenty of guns to boot as well, we'll see how Gen G decide to play this. Couple smokes, a little bit of something being shown across mid. It looks like Food could play this aggressively as he's sitting in the smoke. He does have a flash, but there's not going to be anybody on the other side. Envy, stay patient.
I'm surprised that there's a lack of ult or pressure here from Envy. Like, The fact that Food is one away from a run it back, they're relying on him to get kills. If you can guarantee a run it back, you might as well go fight for it. That camera does spot out. I believe that was a camera, right? That spotted them out. Yeah, so Gen.G, they may leave a couple of members there and then work their way up to the middle. We saw that last round with the A site. They held in A main, and then they pushed to the catwalk, but they didn't really need to because the Hunter's Fury did so much damage and helped them push in. They may do a late round B hit anyways, but they're starting to pull off. We'll see where they end up going.
Simo, look at the discipline out of Envy. They just spotted 2 members over on B site. They did not move a single piece of the puzzle. They left everything exactly where it was so that they would not overload. I'm really impressed with Envy's patience here, but player 1 manages to get over onto A, and it looks like the rest of Gen.G is going to follow. First blood of the round in favor of Gen.G, but of course it's traded right back out.
I like how they're playing this. They're pushing in towards the true room. They only find a trade, though, and now it's the 3v3 Gen.G. They've got site control when playing close towards the site itself. And now they'll start to come in towards the top. I like Finesse. He's always that late round lurk that you need, and now he's going to start to make his way from A main itself. So now 3v3, time is ticking, Spike is ticking. They've got angles set up. They're looking towards the tree room, but I don't think they anticipate Finesse coming in from the long side. We'll see now as they're waiting for those seconds to tick ever so slightly. They're starting to push in. They've got a player coming up. They'll trade 1-for-1 down to the 2v2. If they want to defuse the spike, they need to get involved. Down the crash. Gen.G have held down the site down to the 1v1. Playing behind the box. Crashy's trying to escape. Gen.G, they hold on, break open onto the site, and they tie us up 2-2.
And Mikhail was the linchpin there that kept the round alive for Gen.G, and he did so with 21 health, right? Like, Wind dashes back over towards A main. He is unfortunately taken out by FNS, but it was, it was Mikhail able to get that kill, right, over off of Heaven that kept that round alive. That was such a big play by him, and then for him to be able to buy time, force Envy essentially into a situation where they're like, well, crap, we're not going to be able to get this defused. Let's see if we can keep the gun. No, he got taken out there as well. Just so well played by Gen.G there.
So we've been going tit for tat. Gen.G convert onto that second round. Important for them considering, as I highlighted earlier, this defense important for both sides. For Envy, they want to lay on as many rounds as possible. Considering Gen.G have been able to convert twice in a row, it still was expensive. Everyone had died in that round, but Envy, they've got a lot of ultimates on the table here. We'll see if they commit the Hunter's Fury or the runner back to try to find some picks, make it expensive for Gen.G because they are on the equal round here. You want to try to commit those ults on rounds that you want to secure the win on. So I don't maybe presume we'll see them here, but they've got them stacked up for the round to follow.
Revealing area.
Again, this is a very good map for both of these squads. 5-0 for Gen.G this tournament, 4-1 for Envy on this tournament. Both of them show extreme proficiency on the defending side. A 75.5% win rate for Envy, 71.4 for Gen.G. As Mikhail's able to get first blood, it looks like they're going to try to push in through mid. Sean's able to get one. That should open things up as Duman gets in on the action as well. Mikhail with 15 health left, but Gen.G with the personnel. Food holding this tight angle with the Sheriff and 26 health. It's a tough situation. You mentioned they're not going to have a ton of guns to work with. And, well, when you're going up against an operator at the hands of Win, that's a tough call no matter what.
Yeah, I don't really anticipate this being a great round for Envy. At least it starts off quite hot. We'll see how much more he can find. Okay, things are starting to heat up. He finds one more. Oh, goodness gracious. Caboose with the 3K. Definitely makes it expensive, and that's going to hurt for Gen.G as well. Yeah, the teabags are fine. I get it. You're confident. You're happy. The fact that Envy were able to take away 3 weapons from that round is crucial because they can now convert into 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. The economy's still looking fine for Gen.G, but once you reset that loss bonus, it's going to start to hurt.
Right, and you can't afford a situation like that 2 times in a row, right? Like, you can probably eat it now, but look, Sean's down to 400 credits. Player 1 doesn't have a ton to work with either, so you can't afford to have that happen time and time again. Gen.G does have a ton of ultimates to work with, and Envy does as well. So I imagine full guns, full ultimates, this round is going to be spicy.
And if they commit all of that as well, it's important to note that the rounds to follow are going to definitely hurt for either side that loses with all of that commitment with those ultimates. So Food going to use the run it back. That's an ultimate out of the hands here. And an ultimate into the hands of Genji. They started with 4 on the round, but player 1 will find that neural theft now, or I believe it was the ult orb that they might have picked up to find that last one. So Genji just as eager to secure this round, especially with Sean finding an early pick through the smoke. That's got to hurt here for Envy.
No more
It's interesting, again, with the numbers advantage over on A. Obviously, they don't know that, but Genji's starting to back off a little bit, knowing that the run it back came through from Food from B. They're starting to pull back, and now it looks like they're going to want to play around mid. Again, they still have a ton of ultimates to work with. They still have plenty of options here.
Holy smokes, it's a spicy cyber game.
30 seconds left.
Like hops on over, throws it right over the buildings. That's amazing. So they use the ultimate there from Genji to try to gather information on the A site. Envy read this correctly. They're prepared, but not prepared enough. Sean finding the early pick, down to 3. As Mummy with the collapse, baby, finds 2. Food converts, down to 2 players.
10
Genji,
seconds
they
left.
gotta get on the site and plant that spike. Win finds pick there onto Food. 5 seconds remaining. They don't have time to plant. Yeah, they're gonna try though, but they plant not at the default plant spot. To get it down to the 2v2. Knives are out here from Win, but he can't convert into a frag. Down to the 2v2 still, as Envy now are forced into the retakes. Smoke is going to go up. Owl Drone going to spot out Win temporarily, but now Mume's got an op of his own. If Win peeks out of the door there, he will find himself in a little bit of a deadly situation. That's the trade. Now it's down to the 1v1. They don't know where he is. There's the TP for Mame. He's going to get himself into a little bit of a different situation. Grabs the Vandal, but Win's got those knives ready. Going to get it to half here. Starting to come through. Down to 1v1. Classic in hand, but Mame will find the shot, find the frag, and find the tie here. 3-3. Envy now win a round.
What a play by Mummy for him to get it to halftime in his own smoke and then pull off, knowing that he was likely going to get challenged, just caused fits for Win there. And the problem was he had an operator and a classic. So what? And he had his Blade Storm as well, but guessing kind of on where he could go, probably should have been pinged out, and knowing that he was sticking it, maybe deal a little bit more damage there. But either way, Mummy got it to half. Mummy was able to then pull off and get that huge 1v1 win through the smoke. Mummy, that's huge at 7-5, and he's bringing an op into this round.
I feel like I caster cursed him. I was like, you know what? They're going to swap roles. Mame is going to be on the Omen. You've got Food on the Phoenix. He's going to frag out. He's on a duelist. Mame's on a controller. It's going to be fine. No, he just decides to pop off instead. He still has the op in hand, which is very interesting. Still having that op on the Omen. It's not something that you normally see Omen players with those operators. So the fact that he's able to do some damage with it, especially on that round previous, is an exciting sight to see. We're seeing an excitement here from Genji as they're using the Hunter's Fury to clear out the tree room, but they are a little bit unsuccessful. Envy very comfortable in playing the retake, but Caboose tries to get involved. He's going to fall to player 1 as they get complete control of the side here for Genji.
Yeah, Genji was able to just funnel their way in. Now Envy is going to have resources coming in from a number of different angles. So this retake, while heavily outnumbered, is not out of the realms of possible. Crashy's trying to get some info. He knows at least that much, that there was somebody close enough to take care of his dart. But Envy look like they're just kind of going to huddle around mid, save whatever guns they have to go into the next round. Genji are going to take the lead.
The fact that Genji has had the economic advantage ever since those guns came into their hands at round 3 really is a scary sight for Envy. We talked a little bit about this defensive half being very important to them. Their attack win percentage is less than the defensive win percentage. And so for this, it means that they need to lay on these rounds early if they want to have a successful map too. For Genji, the economy's fine. They just had the loss bonus. But yeah, I'm going to reset it with a victory. And I'm going to get 3 credits here. You're going to go back down to 1900. Somehow Food, no, that's such a critical error. He's grabbing a quick slice from the pizza shop, but the spike explodes, gets his tail end, and that's going to be a gun out of the hands.
All right, Mame's still going to have the op, but the rest of the artillery from the side of Envy is going to be eager at best. We see a couple of frenzies, a sheriff, certainly not what they would like to bring into this thing. And then on the side of Genji, like you said, Simo, they've got money, they've got guns for days, they can do whatever the heck they want. They also have the lead, and it looks like they're going to be hitting a hit onto B. We have not seen a hot and heavy hit that way. Generally, PL1 just kind of plays around there. We saw him take care of the run it back. from Food, I believe that was, on an ult in one of the previous rounds, but they have not fully invested that way. And, well, if it's worked up mid, why change it?
That's an unfortunate smoke as well for Envy. They try to deny that vision towards the courtyard. They even closed the door on the way out, but the fact that they had the Owl drone already pushing forward does not bode well. But now Envy is trying to get a little bit more involved as they start to push in towards the main. Mikael holds fast, holds him down, and it does look like Envy, at least find one here with Caboose down to the 3v4. Spike will be planted. Envy on this eco round are still interested in trying to bring the issue over to Gen G.
Well, they're on an eco. They don't have much to lose. You can argue maybe they pick up a couple of weapons on the way. Well, there's only one from Gen G that's even available. Sean is able to take out a finesse, and he bunny hops his way across the site, gets info, and manages to get away with his life. So what they want to do is take away Mummy's op, but Sean is not able to do so. Mummy gives him the business right in the jaw and takes him out. Gen G's just down to 3 members left, and worth noting that Mikael is weak. Mummy does it again, a straight-up 2v2. Gen G might win the round, but Envy made it costly.
You know, moving into this tournament with the addition of Food and Crashes, you anticipated just additional firepower there to support Mame. Mame's having a phenomenal series here against Gen G, leading at the top of the charts for that previous game, and now leading for Envy here as well. Gen G have got to find a way to deal with him. So far, these A-site hits have been relatively fine. Like, Mame hasn't really been a huge problem, but it's in those late round retakes that Mame really starts to come online. And especially when they're looking for exits, guess who you want there leading with the op? You want it to be Mame. So finding those picks, very crucial like you highlighted. But as I highlighted in the round previous, Gen G aren't really worse for wear. Like, their economy's fine. They can probably coast for the rest of the half too, and they'll be fine as well. There's only 4 rounds remaining, and a couple of members are above 6,000 credits, so they're not really in a tough spot. Envy, however, are, and they need to do something fast, and it starts with this round here.
Can the operator in the hands of Mummy make a difference prior to the round essentially being determined? Caboose is going to have a perfect angle. He spots one go through, did not see the rest of them, but you assume that based off the gunfire, people have followed. Caboose is still sitting here. He has not swung. He's so patient. All right, there he goes. He spots one. He's right behind Lumon. He's going to see everything. He's able to get one. Give him a second. Looking for a third. He's going to reposition, and it's actually Mummy who gets the third. Wynn's going to trade it back out. Caboose is still there, and Envy ripped Gen G apart. The flank out of Caboose was absolutely debilitating for Gen G.
That's insane. The fact that he got into that position, Gen G didn't check. I don't know if they reconned it or owl droned it, or if they could have put down the shock dart to clear out that angle. But the fact that it goes unchecked, it's cheeky. I'll give you that. It's cheeky. But Envy needed a cheeky play, a conditioned play, because Envy, to be fair, have been playing very passive on the sites. They'll play relatively far back. They won't play close. And this time, once again, we're seeing a little bit more passive play towards the A side, but for the first time, aggression towards the catwalk, which once again, Gen G aren't conditioned to. They're conditioned to Envy playing passive, maybe aggressive towards B main, but the A side has always been relatively free to walk into. So for Caboose to get into that corner, it's a very special site here for Envy. They needed that round.
Take flight.
They did. You mentioned it needed to be something cheeky, and cheeky was exactly what the doctor ordered for Envy there. You mentioned there weren't a ton of rounds left in this half either, and how desperately Envy needed to get on board here and try to get something going. Well, they were able to do so. Now the question is, can they continue that success? Last time it was Caboose who had an angle. This time it's FNS. And FNS is able to get one. Give him a second as well. Is again a sucker punch from these guys that's just causing fits for Gen G.
They still are able to at least trade it out blow for blow. A lot of utility was spent there in the courtyard, but now they at least will have the spike and will likely look towards this A side. But once again, Caboose, baby, what are you doing? You in the position, and Gen G, we'll see if they snuff this out or if they're going to go through the old-fashioned way, up the catwalk, through the tree room. Caboose will be in a great position to flank back
30
towards
seconds
the A
left.
side. On the flip side, you've got these late-round players, Crashies, Mame, and Caboose. If I'm Gen G, I'm holding fast.
Sean has the Empress available, but he is certainly worse for wear. About 40% health. The clock is going down as well. They're going to have to
10
get the
seconds
spike
left.
down soon. Now they know. Actually, he tapped it. He has not put that thing down, but he's going to have to do so now. But the problem is he's running out of time. It looks like they're just going to have to play for frags, and Envy just gets the heck out of dodge. They don't have to fight that. Crashies gets one anyway. Envy knotted up at 5.
I see if Mame wants this. Yes, he does. Finds the frag there on player 1 with a quick side peek. Very well executed by Envy, and I think there was something a little bit more desired from Gen G. A little bit of indecisiveness in planting the spike. I'd imagine the communication might have been, you know, I hear movement. I hear somebody coming up towards the heaven side. You know, we don't have a visual on the archway leading into the site. Player 1 had a great crossfire, and he was able to deal with Caboose, but it's the rest of the team that could not defend Sean, and time just ran out. So a very good round here for Envy. Could still likely see a positive half from them, but it should have been a little bit more positive considering the win rate on the defense.
And if you're Gen G, you hate that, right? Like, you're on site, you have a numbers advantage, you're there, and you're just not able to get the spike down in time. You wonder if that kind of feels like a fumbled round. If you're Gen G, would love to take a listen to the comms. Unfortunately, not something we have access to, but either way, as mentioned previously, we're tied up at 5. Gen G looking to work their way up catwalk this time. Here the Blade Storm has to use. FNS is going to get pushed away, and he's going to get taken out at the hands of the Singer. You see Win has dashed all the way in, trying to dice him up, but Caboose is able to take him out. You hear the Nerf Theft has been used as well. It's a straight up 4v4 for this site.
Yeah, but guess who's on the site? It's Mame, somebody that you don't want in there. They're going to be going up and over, but you can't put through with Mame and Caboose are holding things down. The company will be able to dispatch them accordingly. Guimond, I believe, ulted towards the B site, but he did not have the spike in hand. Could have been a late round call. He is, in fact,
30 seconds
the
left.
in-game leader for Gen G here. So for him to move on over might be just to save the weapon. We're moving into the last round of regulation for this half, coming up in the round next. But Envy have really started to come alive as Gen G really got off to a hot start. Yeah, the pistol was won by Envy. Yeah, the second round conversion was fine. Gen G really were able to string 5 rounds together over the course of 6 quite handily, as Envy have now finally found their motion.
And the thing is, even on the losses, even on the lost rounds for Envy, it was Mame, right? Like Mame getting those late round picks on the exits and just causing problems for Gen G time and time again. Mame has been able to get Envy back into this thing. Now they find themselves at a 1-round lead, and guess what? He still has the op. He's probably, I think, obviously I don't have these stats. I wish I did, but I'm pretty sure he's put up like 6 kills, 7 kills in just the last 3 rounds. The guy is out of his mind right now.
Yeah, moving into, like I said before, moving into this this entire tournament, this entire open qualifier, you'd think Food and Crashies would really pack a punch, and they do. And considering Food has slightly better stats statistically than Mame, he's really kind of come into his own despite being this Omen player, which you don't normally see. Once again, he's in a great position to deny Gen G, as they have this early round orb grab. They managed to give the orb over to somebody. I believe it might have been either Sean or Mikael. They really like that Hunter's Fury, but what really comes into the hands of Gen G is ripped right out by Envy. Mame finding an early pick, not looking so good for Gen G.
Gen G had a numbers disadvantage in the last round of the half. Surely they want to try to knot this thing up at 6. You see the From the Shadows used from Envy to try to get some info, and he got shot out as soon as he started to channel that thing. So they have a good idea of where things are going to be. You see that the Cypher on the side of Envy, FNS is starting to rotate over, as that seems to be where the hit is going to be. Gen G working their way up through B main. Have not pulled the trigger yet, but it is inevitable. You see the blinds and the smokes have been used as well, as Envy tries to hunker down on the back of the site. Now the resources, the reinforcements from Envy start to rotate over, but Gen G should be able to get onto the site anyway, at least for now. But Crashies, again, in the back is able to get one. Kumon trades it back out. It's just going to be a straight-up 3v3. Now the reinforcements, now the cavalry has arrived, and Gen G finally are able to get the spike down. Simo, a 3v2 for the site. Envy's just down to 1, and it's Caboose. No Mummy, no Operator. Round win for Gen G.
And we tie us up here 6-6. Not a half I
Switching
expected from Envy. For Gen G, this is a great site to move it on to that third map, as we have a look at some of the highlights here from the half. go puff instant replay. We'll see how things, of course, unfolded. And to be fair, Gen G really just was feeling super comfortable. Envy, like we highlighted in some of these late round scenarios, were able to make it hurt for Gen G, but it still felt like in the rounds that were won by Gen G, they were in control to some extent, and we saw that in that last and final round. Envy could not get that retake going. They were trying to retake while the site was being involved, but this play right here really put Envy back into the game as a big confidence booster. And we'll imagine for 1 second that the statistics for the half for Envy, that they do favor the defense same as Gen G. You'd imagine that confidence booster could still be a factor in making this a clean 2-0.
Envy heavily investing over on A. Player 1 is smoked out over in True Room, but he is able to get one thanks to the dart. And the intel dart and the shock dart from Mikael proving to be exactly what Gen G needed. Envy are just down to 3 members left. Crashies is going to be able to get the spike down, but the reinforcements from Gen G begin to rotate over. They have the personnel. They should be able to retake this site. But nothing is ever secure in a round of Valor.
Oh, finesse. Oh, you spicy lad. He decides to get a little funky with it. He does get taken down by Sean. Down the run. It should be a pretty clean take. They'll trade 1-for-1 down to 1. Final player was Mame in the middle, in the center of the site. Gen G start off with a pistol. And that's going to put them potentially here at 8-6. Really have a great start to the half, considering it was a 6-6 score line for the first. It does feel like, to a certain extent, we're kind of reset, but Gen G are now on the favorable half. And only really need a couple of rounds strung together to really close this one out.
That was also Gen G's first pistol win, Simo. In this entire series, Envy has won every single one, and they win the one afterwards as well. So if you start to think about how that adds up throughout an entire series, it's so important that Gen G is able to get that one. But they've got to win this one. They've got to win the following round, and Envy forced up a bit. I saw a couple of stingers, so it looks like they're investing here. They're buying.
And they want to get off to a great start, considering the repercussions of this half. Gen G and Envy both boasting a very comfortable win rate on the defensive side of the set. The attack is still there, but it's much better on the defense. Food is going to start off here with an early pick, and that is important to note. Gen G trying to hold on, but the spike's already been planted, and now they're forced to retake. Not everyone is able to get those fresh Hugh Jordans on the first day of school. We do see Crashies with a Ghost. Did not partake in buying some of those expensive items, and we'll see now how Envy hold on to this site take with the man advantage.
Gen G slowly starting to work their way in. And it looks like they have a decent idea of where some of the members of Envy are, and they're just getting mowed down. Food was able to get one. It looks like the gamble to buy up is certainly paying off. Crashies gets up close and personal, but it's Sean who's able to win that out. Win gets one as well. Gen G's just down to 2 members left. The spike continues to tick, and it may not have been pretty. It may have been off of a gamble, but the force pays off. Envy steal around from Gen G.
Yeah, and Gen G are still trying to make it expensive. That's why they were holding down to those exits, but in fact, they themselves make it expensive for them. So now we're in a little bit of an awkward situation. That was a round that Envy needed to catapult their economy a little bit over their opposition, Gen G, who are now down to a little bit of a lighter buy. But I think considering the circumstance of the defense attack percentage, the win percentage, Gen G are more than comfortable of going down to the softer buy here, or rather not buying anything at all. And Envy could lay it on around. It could put us up to 8-7. But still, the economy's in a weird spot. Both teams have reset each other's loss bonuses now, the 1-for-1. And so Gen G may need a little bit more to chew on if they want to have some guns in the rounds upcoming.
See that camera out of FNS. You can see if anybody's going to play aggressively on the side of Gen G. Nobody's home. Nobody's going to be rotating over. And Envy take that as a cue to start working their way at mid, but Sean is going to get a crack. Sean's going to get cracked as Food takes him out. Crashies gets in on the action as well. Gen G down to 3.
Yeah, not a round we suspect Gen G to really come out wiser here. Envy, obviously great in those late round scenarios on their defensive rounds. We'll see if Gen G have that ability as well. With the guns in the store, I don't think it'll be exactly what they had hoped for. Down to 1 final player, Imo. He will fall. Pretty standard round here for Envy. This is the round, though, upcoming that I'm really looking at how Gen G play. They've got an incredible weapon advantage moving into this one. We'll see now as Envy have won 2 rounds in a row. They're looking to save as much as they can. If they can close this one out, you can make a compelling case that Envy can actually close this one out 2-0. They'll be put up 9-7. Gen G will not have the economy for another round, which could put us at 10-7. Envy will be inching ever so close to closing the series. So this is actually a very important round for Gen G to continue this back and forth in the previous matches.
Well, and then to add to that, if Envy's able to pull this off, it's not just the lead that they're going to have from rounds, but they're also going to be so well off financially that it is really difficult for Gen G to pull something off. We'll see if they're going to be able to fend off the assault, the aggressive push that's coming out of Envy onto that A site. You hear the run back was used by Food. He got tagged up a little bit, not able to deal any damage, but some information was gained. Player 1 sitting down in hell, looking over that site, was able to get 1 as Crashies gets dropped. 4 left on the side of Gen G, and of course, as I say that, it gets traded out, but Wynn's able to win a very important kill. Player gets 1 as well. Player 1, excuse me, gets 1 as well. Gen G respond.
That was a little bit of a tough round for Envy to push in. Gen G were in the perfect spots there, anticipating the push on towards that A site. They also had members rotate over at the exact perfect time. And for Envy, I mean, they got boots on the ground, but there was just a lot of utility where Gen G were able to play around it exceptionally well, particularly looking at some of the closer angles that were played. It all started with a pick down from Hell from Player 1, and he held that spot quite well for the rest of Gen G to have the confidence to push onto the site, knowing they've already got boots on the ground as well. So for Envy, a tough round to win, but now this is the gun versus gun round. The winner of this will really decide the tempo of the half.
Mikhail seeing if he can spot anyone through that wall. No info gained. Dropped a couple anyway, just to scare him away, a few warning shots. And again, you don't have to get info, you don't have to get kills. Having a Sova there with that weapon forces the attacking side to go elsewhere.
Cage triggered. Take flight.
Like how Gen G anticipating heavier presence towards the A site. We have Empress for Empress pop the spray through the wall, but it's a spray through the dome from Player 1 as he sprays away. John is ready. He's trying to spray through, but it's Empress for Empress traded away. Envy with the man advantage, but it's quickly nullified. Down to just 53. Food just trying to get a little bit of food for his own stomach to heal back up to full. As now they'll have control of the site, spike down, Gen G in the retake.
There is the Hunter's Fury on the side of Envy, so keep that in mind. Mame's able to punish Wynn for going aggressive there as he's able to get one through the smoke. Gen G just down to 2 members left, and unfortunately, the omen is certainly worse for wear. It looks like Gen G's just going to back off. Envy should be able to take a 1-round lead here. The question is, can Gen G keep their weapons?
That seems to be the name of the game, Mame! Holy smokes, Mikael! Now the last one standing, trying to break through. And now he's down to 46 HP. We talk about these 1v many scenarios. Mikael definitely does not win those. And as you see, Mame will take him down as he's trying to hide in the fruit market, grab a couple of peaches into that next round. But Gen G, looking at the economy, not everyone's really in a good spot, so it's going to be a decent enough spot to soft buy here. We're looking at a couple of stingers and some heavy armor in some of the members, so it's not looking horrible. They can at least, you know, it's not just pistols. They're at least bringing something. But this is a great opportunity for Envy to really punch back and take a 2-round lead. They desperately need this on the attack.
Simo, I love the confidence, the cojones, quite frankly, with which Envy has played this. Just look at how they ended that last round. They knew that they had the round in the bag. They knew that the spike was down, and that was not enough. They asked themselves, yeah, we got this, but can we get more? We want more. And that's exactly what they did. They hunt down the last 2 kills. Envy is just playing with a swagger right now that Gen G has not been able to respond against.
Okay, relax, Reyna. Okay, relax. Take a step back. I know you want more. I get it. I understand. But you got to chill out here, okay?
It is a good song. I mean,
yes.
Come on.
Yes.
You love the song.
Okay.
I know you do.
No, doesn't Reyna say more or something like that when she like?
Yes, that too. Yes.
Yeah, that's okay. Look, I'm not talking about KDA here. I'm talking about Valorant. I'm talking about good old Valorant. Speaking of that, Crashy's going to lead the charge, finds an early pick, looking for that recon bolt, but Wynn actually with a cheeky updraft. I don't think he was able to convert on anything, even if he had wanted to. Spike now being planted. Gen G in a very
Spike planted.
uncomfortable retake, looking at the positioning Food down towards the catwalk. If they go through the courtyard, Food's going to be ready here. One more point as well for the run it back to make it very expensive. One peek through, his position has been given away. He's got to back up to the rest of his team.
It's a tall order. It's a tough ask. But Gen G, for their tournament lives, really need to convert, need to do something here on this round. But they can't even get close. And once again, Envy start to hunt. They know that they're going to get the round. They know the spike's going to go off, and they see what they can take with it. It's just been so impressive out of Envy, Simo.
Here.
I mean, Gen G is on the hunt. Envy are just trying to survive. Gen G are waiting on the opposite side of the catwalk. They've been smoked off. If Envy really wanted to hunt, they would have walked into that courtyard with open arms. They did not want to lose a single weapon, and I mean, rightfully so. They're sitting pretty. On the opposite side is Gen G. Once again, an important round at stake here. To be honest, to some extent, a deciding round for, once again, the continuing tempo of Envy. If they can stop this momentum buildup from Envy, a half I did not expect for them to really hop off to a great attacking side. They're not doing too bad. That second round force-up really toppled Gen G down, and now they're a little bit trying to catch up to a certain extent. No longer is there a safety net that they can fall back on as they push on.
Win does have an op, but he's going aggressively. Punisher has been using crashes. He's able to take care of Guimon as he continues to struggle. Mikael is able to get one, however. As Envy get onto the site, it looks like they're going to be able to get the spike down with relative ease as well. Gen G once again outgunned, outnumbered, and an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, they broke open onto that side effectively. And Gen G, you look at Guimon, he was trying to put himself in a position to get a fat paranoia. The only thing that was fat was this bloated dead body on the ground after they were managed to swing back onto him. That paranoia, unfortunately, unsuccessful. Gen G now in a little bit of an exit scenario. They don't really care about the mix. They don't really care about Mame. Holy smokes down to Sean. If there's anyone I want in these clutch scenarios, it's him. But unfortunately, the clip runs dry. Sahara Desert, but it gets re-energized. Sean with one. Now going to be starting to push in. He's trying to find frags. There's one time escape. There's the shot. Down to the 1v1. Sean, holy smoke. Now Food takes him down, but they have already done the damage. Sean bringing it down to all players dead as they're just trying to topple that economy. But look at that. Mummy at 9,000. Food at 9,000. You did your darndest, but now you yourself are on the eco.
They've got dollars for days. I mean, Envy, even in that situation, given all the heroics of Sean, still can buy whatever the heck they want. Simo, Envy has played this second half so well. They've managed their money so well. They saved early. They invested in the future, and take a look. It's paying off. Again, Gen G is not going to have a ton to work with here. This has just been a brutal half, really a brutal series for Gen G.
You sound like you make it sound like Envy is a company of a pyramid scheme. You save now, invest in the future. I promise you, the ROI is insane. We're gonna take trips to Vegas. We're gonna take trips to Cancun. It's gonna be beautiful. Like you're making it sound like Envy's a pyramid scheme company. But I get what you're saying. Envy, that force up on round 2 really put themselves in a good spot. They were able to convert on that third round. And the rounds to follow. But now we're looking at this round, who leading, run back, hoping for a pick. And he finds it! And he finds it!
All right, let's take a look and see what else Envy's able to do. Crashies has used the Hunter's Fury. Player 1 is able to take care of Caboose, drop things down to a 4v4. The spike is actually not anywhere near A. It was just kerfuffle that was raised over on that side of the site as Envy tried to work their way at mid, and they're going to get onto that B site. The reinforcements from Gen G are going to be coming from the defending side. Can Mikael get anything through the smoke? No, there's nobody there. As Envy gets onto the site, they're going to get the spike down as well. Once again, Gen G have to fight for a retake.
We have to remind ourselves that this is a little bit of an eco round here for Gen G. And Odin and a couple of pistols is all they have to work with. If they're able to convert... Oh, wait, never mind. They forced up. Oh, ooh, this is a little rough. So they definitely want to attack here, because if they lose this round, they'll definitely be down to an uncomfortable position, and Envy will just continue to catapult round after round. But look at this late round positioning here from Crashies. He's going to be able to push in the smoke there. Sorry, the Molotov on the ground, a little bit tough to push through, but they push through nonetheless. Paranoia on the back of the site, but it's Crashies from behind. He was hiding by the pizza shop, taking a quick slice, and he'll take a quick slice out of Gen G as Envy are on map point and series point.
Envy have perfected on this map in particular. It seems that they've perfected the art of hanging out in a cheeky corner, waiting. Seemingly nobody checks those 50s, and then they absolutely obliterate them. I believe that's the third time we've seen that out of Envy, Simo, and Gen G have continued to get punished by that. Now they find themselves facing tournament elimination. Yes, they have qualified for the main broadcast later on, but this is for seeding. This is for insanely important seeding. I was having a conversation with the GM of one of the 4 teams that are playing here today, earlier, and yes, the teams understand that this is technically just for seeding, but seeding is so important. Forget about playing through the UMG qualifier. Get it here, get it now, knowing that you can prep for 2-3 additional weeks. This is so important for all of these teams.
Well, what's important is Gen G have started off with 2 early picks, which bodes well for them. Envy will have to see what they can do with their small militia here, 300 up against the strong Persian army here of Gen G. We'll see if they can hold down Leonidas. But they get a lot of space here, pushing in towards the defender spawn. We'll see what that angle looks like. Mame definitely has got a juicy angle as he finds Sean. An important factor to note is out of position, but they're dividing and they're conquering. Unfortunately, they got to worry about Win. He finds the transfer there, but it's a 2v3 with Mummy and Crashies. Very doable here. Recon bolt into hell. It's shot out. So they know that there's a player playing down. The stock bolt's going to push him out. He takes the damage. He takes the paranoia. Very beautiful execution. And now it's a 2v2. You did not expect this round to unfold this way.
Certainly not. And the problem is for Gen G, Mummy's still alive, and Mummy has like 35,000 kills or something insane like that. The guy's just been out of control this entire map. So it's already a difficult situation. Then you factor in that, and it's things don't look good for Gen G. But if there was ever a time for heroics, if there was ever a time for miracles, it's now to extend this series, to push it to game 3, and to not get eliminated. I love how patiently Envy are playing this. They're just going to be playing off of the site. They know exactly where the spike has been planted to, so they can peek and fire into exactly through the smoke where the spike is going to be. Mikhail tapped it, and then forced to back off. Player 1 gets taken out. They're shunning. They're going for him, but Mummy takes him out. Mummy once again with the 4K eliminate Gen G from the tournament.
Mame needs a raise. Astro, if you listen to this,
pay the man.
I know you're watching. I know you're listening, man. I know the CEO, the owner of the team. I know you watching. I know you watching. The man needs a bump up in that salary cap you got on him. What a phenomenal performance coming out of Mame. With the research that I did coming into the series, I was like, you know what? Food is the clear star power that Envy have needed to kind of bring themselves to the fold. But it really has been Mame still all along, still providing that veteran experience in Valorant for the past few months, that he's consistently been an important factor for Envy. He still is, and he made a statement piece here today up against Gen G. A 2-0 victory that, to be honest, I did not expect that. Gen G had such a flawless run coming into this, dropping their first and their second map in their first series of the tournament. They unfortunately will fall. Still pretty highly seeded, if you ask me. Sentinels and T1 would have preferred the seed that I think Gen G now have got, but Envy very comfortable. Now they can take that first or second seed, and that's going to really bode well for them in the close qualifier.
Oh, and Simo, we touched on this a little bit earlier, specifically around Gen G and how the addition of Sean really kind of frees up Win to not have all the pressure and to not be the only person on the squad who has to pop off. I think the addition of Food did this for Envy as well, specifically for Mummy, and we saw him do that, right? Like, he popped off time and time again before Food was on there, but it was predominantly him. Now that Food has joined the fold, Mummy has a little bit more room to work with. He can use an operator as Omen and hold down Tree Room. He was out of control.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at some of those replays. The instant replay, of course, brought to you by GoPuff, the official delivery partner of Nerd Street Gamers. Use the promo code NerdStreet when you sign up on GoPuff, and you'll get $4 off your first 4 orders. GoPuff, ordered in seconds, delivered in minutes. Envy definitely delivered in minutes as well, as they found 2 back-to-back wins here. 1 on Split, 1 on Ascent. And to be fair, Ascent was a little bit closer, but Envy definitely had a little bit more of a better showing on Split, and you can definitely see why it is their best map.
Yeah, they took care of business. And it's not like Gen G were a total rollover, right? Like, they played well, but they just weren't able to match up. Envy seemed like they had their number and kept Genji guessing the entire time. So I'm so impressed with Envy. And again, I know I mentioned this earlier. Envy came in second at Pop Flash, right? They show a notably different roster look here, right? They add 2 new players, and it looks like they're picking up exactly where they left off. This Envy squad is demanding to be a part of a top 3, top 2 conversation in North America, and well, so far they've made one hell of a case for themselves.
I don't want to discredit Genji, and I don't want to discredit Envy, but we have to remind ourselves what's at stake here. It's the seeding for the closed qualifier. I definitely think that a lot of teams are going to heat up even hotter moving on to that closed qualifier. Only 4 teams can move on from the Nerd Street side of the First Strike tournament. So while seeding does matter for sure, you could definitely see that maybe some teams are holding back, maybe not in what their actual firepower is, but maybe some bigger strats in terms of agent composition, site hits on the different maps. There's a lot of speculation, of course, that, for seeding, you don't have to play at 110%. You could still play at 90. You could still play at 80. But still, nevertheless, Envy put on a spectacular performance and really came to play today.
Well, and again, I know I was mentioning this earlier, but I really do think it's worth noting for people who are thinking, oh, it's just seeding, it doesn't matter, right? Like they can hold back strats, blah, blah, blah. Think about the preview that we got for the upcoming patch. And take a step back and think about how meta-defining that patch is going to be. If you can qualify for First Strike and then have 3 weeks in the lab to fine-tune things with that patch, you're sitting so pretty going into this thing. So yes, I understand at the end of the day it's just seeding, but to get a good seed early on, that's huge.
Yeah, you actually bring up a very valid point. I was sitting there scratching my head. I was kind of like, you know what, like, there's some incentive. Once you've qualified, you can definitely ease on the brakes. You don't need to go full throttle. If there was $100,000 on the line, of course you are going to go, balls to the wall for a lack of a better term. But you're gonna pop off. You're gonna do exactly what your team needs you to do. But you bring up a good point. A new map, a new agent, some changes to Cypher. It's really going to implode the meta here, and we can actually have a legit best of 5 finally, and we'll hopefully see that at the First Strike top 8 final tournament for North America. Before we let you guys go off on a little bit of a break, I'd love to have a look at the standings one more time just to have a bit of a better picture moving into that second series that we've got with TSM and Cloud9. Just have a little bit of a sneak peek. We'll see if production lets me see it. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. You love to see it. So Envy, to be fair, it doesn't show the bigger picture. They definitely did have a little bit of a rockier set as well against Complexity, a 2-1 finish as well. But we're going to be looking at TSM, who have had a phenomenal bracket coming up next, and Cloud9, which I'd argue had, maybe some easier opponents than TSM. But we'll still see those 2 heavyweight titans duke it out nevertheless, because Cloud9 in the matchup have definitely bested TSM at times.
A number of times. That's a really spicy one that I can't wait to talk about. These 2 matches, honestly, were what I've been giddy about all day. So to get one in the books and to have the next one up and coming, I can't freaking wait. TSM, Cloud9, how good were Slimy Boogerman? TSM, after the op changes, like, they continue to perform well. They take care of... I gotta stop. I'm gonna get into all my points before we cut into break. Folks, we're gonna cut to a very quick break. When we return, TSM, Cloud9, a semi-final match. You're not gonna want to miss this. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamers First Strike Open Qualifier. I'm Simo. Alongside me is the unofficial Spike Rush champion, Esports Doug. First thoughts on winning the championship. How you feeling? How's it looking? Are you going to take the trophy home back to your wife? Is it going to go back in a bookshelf? Where's it going?
I will probably keep it on me at all times. I think I'm going to carry it around like a good luck charm everywhere I go. So you don't give up something like that, right? Like a hard-fought championship win in Spike Rush, you don't just put that thing to a side. But all of that said, there is another championship that's being fought for here as the fight for the #1 seed continues. We've already taken care of one of the semifinals. Now we have another one at bay. TSM, Cloud9. Simo, I know we've done a ton of research on this. We can talk about this for a very long time. Off the cuff, what are your initial thoughts? Like, what are you thinking? How you feeling?
I mean, I don't think my thoughts matter as much as Coach Myth's thoughts matter. I think he's developed a pretty solid game plan. The 100 Thieves game plan was just to put 100 Thieves in the trash bin, and that seemed to work out. I wonder where Cloud9 is going in this best-of-3 series. I'd imagine a very similar plan, maybe a garbage compactor. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to spice things up, trying to change things up a little bit. I think the story here for me, initially walking into this, you're thinking, okay, this is Wardell versus Tens. It's a Jet v Jet matchup. But I actually think it's IGL versus IGL. Shinobi, alongside the new addition to the Cloud9 support staff, have added a head coach and a strategic coach, are really trying to level up their game here for Valorant. On the flip side, we're looking at Cutler, the new IGL here for TSM, and he's off with the Cypher onto a Sova or the Killjoy, depending on the map. So really, TSM have shaken up the internal role system to really favor themselves because they're looking good in this open qualifier.
They are indeed. Both of these squads come in sitting pretty. They also have some history behind them, Simo. We think about all of the times that these two squads have met. Cloud9 has managed to get the best of TSM in a best-of-3 the last 2 times. So while on standings everywhere, most people are going to have TSM above Cloud9. Cloud9, there are no rollovers. They have shown that they can hang with TSM. They can trade punches with them. So this one's going to be good.
I find it interesting to elaborate more on that Cutler now in the IGL position. For the past couple of months, especially during the opportunities that Cloud9 and TSM have had to face each other, Cloud9 winning 2 best-of-3s up against TSM at the FaZe Clan Valorant Invitational and the Pulse Series Invitational. Cloud9 getting the better of TSM in both of those instances. That was also a time when Cutler was on the Cypher. Unfortunately, the community was not very happy with his performance. His team was obviously supporting him, but he's just, in that Cypher role, he wasn't really able to do a whole lot as that late round anchor. He would either die first or die last, and not really provide TSM with that additional firepower that they know that he's capable of doing, in the role that he was in. I like to compare the TSM Cypher role of the TSM jungle role for the League of Legends roster. Whenever TSM has a jungler, man, the community hate them. They're like, man, you suck, you're horrible. I think for TSM, that specific role is the Cypher, because now we're looking at Hayes' stats. He's the new Cypher for the roster. He is not pulling statistical weight. And that means that the Cypher role for TSM is just to get that utility, is just to get that information. And we're seeing that, it's working out for the rest of the team. So stats don't matter if your team's winning, right? If Hayes is going to be on the Cypher and he's putting in the work for the utility, then it's going to work out for TSM.
It is. We will see how this series unfolds. Folks, we do have picks and bans for the maps already ready to go for you. So let's tee them up, let you know what we're about to get into. TSM, I can't believe I'm saying this. TSM banned Haven first.
Yes.
Why am I surprised, you ask? TSM is currently 5-0 on Haven this tournament. Meanwhile, Cloud9 is 3-2 on Haven. From a win percentage, their worst map of what's available for Cloud9 throughout this tournament. Simo, your thoughts on that initial choice?
Cloud9 had very dominant performances on Ascent and split up against the slimy Boogerman. And of course, Equinox as well. The only map that they were able to take against Cloud9 was Haven. Statistically, the previous 2 opponents that Cloud9 faced beat Cloud9 on Haven. So it'd be very interesting to see why would they ban Haven. The only thing that we can chalk it up to is that TSM are prepared for Bind. Now, the reason why we don't have that data is because both Cloud9 and TSM have not played Bind in this open qualifier. That just might be something that has been kept secret something that we haven't seen yet, or something that we just, based off of scrims for TSM, they're very comfortable with taking Cloud9 to bind. But it's just so strange when they could have just banned Ascent or Split. I can see what you're saying, but there might be just some sort of special factor that we'll see with bind. And TSM end up picking bind second, Cloud9 pick Ascent first. That's where we're headed to next. And the decider will be on Split. So 2 of the map picks really do favor Cloud9 in this instance. But based on Wardell's most recent tweet, TSM are fired up and ready to go.
Well, and here's the thing, too. I want to be very careful about how I say this. I'll just say it. TSM as a roster, right, as an organization, carries swagger to them, right? Like,
yes,
we are the best.
Yes.
Even if they aren't playing at their best, they carry themselves as if though they are the best. So I would not be shocked, to be brutally honest with you, if TSM were like, Cloud9, we know that's your worst map. You know what? We're going to ban it for you. We're going to beat you anyway, and we're going to show just how much better we are. That's the swagger with which the TSM organization and this roster tends to play with. So I can't help but wonder, like, if it's a little bit of mind games, a little bit of something like that, a little spicy. But either way, Haven off the board, and ladies and gentlemen, we are loading into Ascent. The first map in this best-of-3 semifinal. 2 heavyweight rosters, heavyweight organizations, storied across esports for the last decade, now find themselves fighting for a final spot in the Nerd Street Gamers First Strike qualifier. Simo, I know I hate to do this to you, but you know I have to.
Okay.
Give me predictions. What are you thinking? How you feeling?
Well, listen, I was predicting a 3-map series up against Genji and Envy, but Envy have really surprised us. And I think for TSM and Cloud9, looking at the opponents that TSM personally has had to go through, they had a little bit of a tougher time. Renegades definitely rocked the boat a little bit, but 100 Thieves, a team that we, I think the general consensus of they were going to come in and showcase this new roster to great effect. But TSM, to be quite honest, dispatched them accordingly. In the, I believe it was the quarterfinals. So for C9, yeah, they got vengeance against the Slimy Boogerman, but I think the opposition hasn't really given them a lot of good tournament practice. That's not to discredit the Slimy Boogerman or Equinox, but that TSM just had it a little bit rougher moving into this semifinal.
I'm not going to lie to you, Simo. Part of me wants the Slimy Boogerman to get signed. They're insanely talented, so I want somebody to pick them up anyway, but just so I can stop saying Slimy Boogerman on an official broadcast. Cloud9 comes out the gate swinging. They're able to take care of 2. TSM down to 3 members left, and 2 of them have half health. Cloud9 look like they're going to be able to get onto A. They already have somebody there. Shinobi with 1 health is going to be able to get the spike down. Wardell's going to get flashed off instantly as they fight to retake the site.
Wardell just crouching, doing the crab walk on the Heaven side. He does see a player there, spots the cape, but does not spot Vice down below, and just like that, you blink and you miss it. Cloud9 win the pistol with 2 members remaining. One of the things that I have to highlight is that Cloud9 have been running the same comp the entire tournament. The same comp. Relics on the Raze, Vice on the Breach, Shinobi on the Omen, Tens on the Jet, Mitch on the Killjoy. It has been the same. There's been a little bit of a shuffle from TSM from map to map. Sometimes you might see the Phoenix, sometimes you might see the Killjoy come out from Cutler. You're seeing a little bit of more variety from TSM. I really want to know what is the thought process behind Cloud9's just sticking to one comp. And we'll see it here. We'll see if it works out. We'll see if they're able to best TSM here in this series. And if the one comp wonder really does work out here in the open qualifier.
Cloud9 does have a 76.6% win rate on the attacking side on Ascent. They're good here, folks. They're really freaking good here. Can TSM respond? Can TSM hold up? Cloud9 is going to have... They're going to have a couple of guns to boot after winning that initial round. It looks like they're also being very intentional about picking up a couple of ultimate orbs, invest that into the later rounds. Cloud9, it's early, but they look good so far.
Looking at the other map statistics here for Cloud9, it's the defense where they really tend to suffer. So this is a great opportunity for them to really kick it into overdrive on the attack. They obviously have forced up here for the second round, but Wardell, he's doing the crouch spam. He's ready for the shorty, and he's not ready to go to the club just yet. We're now seeing the push in. Shinobi's going to find one, but Wardell, he's waiting on the opposite side. Just like that, blink and you miss it. He'll be taken down to 2 final members here for TSM. It should be looking like round 1 here for Cloud9.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
maybe deal a little damage just like that. The burst out of the Classic from Hayes taking care of 10s, but you assume, given what's going on, the Cloud9 should be able to take this round away. They invested into the Bulldog on round 2. It's paying off. That bad boy bites, and she hurts. Hayes is going to go a bit more aggressively here with the Bulldog of his own, but
Wow.
Relics takes care of that 1v1. Cloud9 win the expected round as they find themselves up 2-0.
Those are some smooth moves from Relics there. You know, in a round like that, your goal is at minimum to take out 3 players from Cloud9. They managed to take out 2, and that is relatively standard on that second round conversion. The economy is not going to be horrible or you know, not in a little bit of a tougher spot. We're seeing actually 3 assault rifles move into the round here for Cloud9. This is a heavy investment.
cool.
If they can
That's
take
how you
down
survive.
TSM here on that third round, they're going to convert heavy into the rounds to follow.
Now, I mentioned earlier how good Cloud9 is on the attacking side. TSM is pretty freaking good on the defense on this map as well. 71.8%. They're also 4-0 on this map. So these guys are no slouches by any means. Again, the removing of Haven from this best of 3 really kind of forced both of these squads into a situation where it's just going to be good against good, right? Like, this is your good map, this is my good map too. We're going to stand toe-to-toe and see, quite frankly, who's just better.
Cloud9 playing it a little bit slower this time around, gathering the information first. Trying to use that turret as a little bit of a shield as well. Now going to be backing away, middle quite open here for TSM, and in fact, incredibly passive play towards the B side. They've got both the Sentinel and the Initiator over there, Sova and the Cypher, just gathering intel where they can. So far, TSM still a little concerned where the spike might be headed. A site is heavily stacked, and Cloud9 may not even want to head over there as they're setting up for this
30
mid-round
seconds
B
left.
push.
And it's interesting to see that they don't have any of that cheeky wallbang play out of TSM either. It looks like they've smoked off, they being Cloud9, excuse me, have smoked off entrances onto B. And you assume that that's where they were going to go, but Timo, they actually pulled off. They're not going that way at all. They're heading towards A, and Wardell's ready for it. He's able to get one, Drone gets one as well, as members of
10
Cloud9 begin
seconds
to
left.
drop. But there are only 8 seconds left. They've got to get on the site, they've got to get the spike, and they've got to do it now!
Player standing.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Caught with the knives out, and TSM will hold fast. You saw Cloud9 was trying to do a couple of cheeky plays. Relics pushing up from the B side. Turret takes out Sabrosa. That's going to be clipped, shipped over to Reddit, over to Coach Myth for analysis. Break that down for us. How did that turret fall apart? How did Sabrosa fall apart? But nevertheless, Cloud9, a couple of cheeky plays, a couple of late round rotations. The calling there from Shinobi. TSM were ready. The heavy stack towards the A site really did prove to be the punch there that TSM needed to get that third round.
Cloud9 is going to be coming in with some rifles, but also a pistol and a Spectre as well. They're not going to have full artillery here. And it looks like there is not going to be any monkey business this time around, as it looks like they're trying to make a push over onto B. Additionally, Killjoy has dropped the alarm bot just outside of that B lobby, I guess, platform, whatever you want to call that, just to make sure there's nobody rotating around. So it looks like they've committed to this.
Oh my goodness.
But freaking TSM is just mowing them down through the smokes. It's already 2 kills where Cloud9 has been taken out, and they haven't even stepped foot on the site. They haven't seen anybody, Simo.
Yeah, very well done. Sabrosa going to cap that one off as well. Down to 2 final players. A heavy investment this round. You can see some of the assault rifles were in the hand of Cloud9, but now it may be the better idea to save the weaponry moving into that 4th round. It's not looking so good, at least for the moment. They do have Mitch and Relics still alive, still interested, still poking through. While the rest of TSM, pretty comfortable. They don't really have a whole lot to worry about. Cyber Cage is going to make matters even worse here for Cloud9.
30
This
seconds
should
left.
be the round win. Minus a couple of potential heroics here from Cloud9 that could take a couple of TSM members out, but I don't really presume that's happening. They're all low on HP. You're now seeing TSM push to the courtyard. Pretty good hold here from TSM, and they're still looking, they're still hunting in classic TSM fashion.
Yeah, Drone and Cutler
10 seconds left.
trying to get in on the action a bit. Both members of Cloud9 are all the way back in their spawn, huddled up, trying to stay alive, trying to buy time. Ever important that they stay alive. Relics is able to get one as a parting gift. consolation, if you will. But TSM is able to win the round, and they're able to take care of those last 2 kills. Simo, you mentioned how important it was that Cloud9 invested that round. That did not look good at the end.
Yeah, and now this is going to be a great opportunity for TSM to convert that economy back into their side. Cloud9 started off hot, but this is now TSM's field to play. Cloud9, this composition has been so interesting to me. It's been consistently run time and time again, and for TSM, they're very comfortable with kind of shaking things up, considering we've seen, you know, IGL swaps consistently on this TSM roster. This seems to be a pretty good iteration of the team. Cutler calling for TSM this time around. And on the Sova, off of the Cypher, something that I think a lot of teams could benefit from: 2 things. A strong Jet and a strong Sova. Finding that information, using the Owl Drone, Hunter's Fury doing some damage. We saw the amazing play from Hiko on the Sova throughout the tournament. Unfortunately, it was not to be for 100 Thieves, but now Cutler on it. Also showcasing a lot of that great Sova play throughout the series as well, and throughout the open qualifiers to boot.
Folks, it looks like we are in a bit of a technical pause. We'll get back into action as soon as we possibly can, and if we get any explanation as to what's going on, we will let you know as well. But for now, knotted up 2-2 in this opening map of this best of 3. It's going to be guns across the board for Team Solo Mid, and for Cloud9, not nearly as impressive, not nearly as dense of a punch that they're going to be packing, as you see a couple of Stingers, a couple of Sheriffs as well. We're getting back into the action. This is a less than ideal round for Cloud9 here. They don't have the firepower to match TSM.
I still think that it's also interesting to see that they're very comfortable with pushing their economy to the max. The fact that they've invested into Stingers and light armor, they're willing to really bring the issue. Now Tense is going to upgrade. That is not who you want in the hands of a Phantom. Haze is going to be able to at least spray through the smoke and convert onto a trade. Now the 4v4 retake here for TSM. Cloud9 going to get that spike down. And ultimately on this eco, that's all they wanted. If they can get a couple of frags to boot, they are going to want that. And so far, it is really panning out here for Cloud.
Certainly more than worst case scenario so far for Cloud9. Again, ideally you get a pick. Maybe you get the spike down, whatever, you cut your losses. But so far, things are sitting pretty for Cloud9. It's going to drop down to a 3v3. Wardell and the rest of TSM trying to push through, but Tans, who else? But Tans already 3 on the round. It looks like the spike is going to go off, folks, as it continues to tick away. Cloud9 robbed TSM blind out of a situation that really shouldn't have gone their way.
I mean, it's the tens factor. It's something that I don't even need to tell you that he has the highest KD on the team. I don't even need to tell you that he has the highest kills per round in the tournament. I don't need to tell you he's got the highest first kills per round in the tournament. That is all kind of, it just goes without saying that Tense is that dude for Cloud9. He's that guy. But on the opposite side, TSM also have that guy. Wardell not really lighting up quite yet, but Sabrosa definitely has been able to pack a serious punch around here. Now 1 for Cloud9. A little bit of a thrifty going into their hands. Definitely have to feel really happy about the way they executed on that B side.
Yeah, but I love how disciplined TSM was at the end of that round. Yeah, they gave up the round, they lost it, they weren't able to execute, but they got every single exit frag on the way out. And while Cloud9 can still buy, they can still bring full here, if they lose this round, they're broke.
Like I said before, very comfortable with stretching the economy thin. Here for Cloud9, very comfortable with pushing the extreme. TSM, a lot of ultimates on the table here. They definitely will be looking to commit them if they want to secure the round. Heavier stack towards the A site once again. It seems like teams are very uncomfortable, or certain ones at least, uncomfortable with the A site retake. For TSM, very comfortable with the B site retake. The consistent passive play. We'll see if Cloud9 get conditioned to it, but so far, their intention to hit this A site has been quite clear. And with the Rolling Thunder, sorry, they're looking for a couple of picks. Don't find anything as they are flashed on the wayside as well.
Yeah, that Rolling Thunder was huge to dissuade Cloud9 from investing over onto A. You saw them stacked up and they were considering it, but that Rolling Thunder pushed them back and is going to force them over onto B. You hear the Bladestorm has been used as well from Tens. Wardell still has that op, and while they pushed him away off of A, They have not fully rotated. They have not fully invested. Cloud9 is going to invest all of their resources. However, over onto B, you hear the lockdown has been used from the Killjoy as they try to establish some semblance of control over onto B site. The problem is, TSM can sit on the outside of that ult and still deal damage. Cloud9 has already lost one. Once again, it's going to be a late spike plan as TSM has to fight for the retake.
Whoa, Wardell from range goes vertical. One more final time, one updraft left in the tank, and he's going to find Vice. Now it's the 5v3, Cloud9 in a very tough spot. Relics is at least going to make it even. Shinobi will participate in that as well. Now it's down to one more frag if he can find it.
I know
the conversion
exactly
would have been very helpful. TSM now in the lead, now with the man advantage. Shinobi able to nullify it, down to Cutler. And somehow, some way, Cloud9 staved TSM off from their own site.
Man, that updraft peak was absolutely insane. But again, Cloud9 were able to hold fast. They were able to hunker down and take care of the kills, able to take care of TSM. Shinobi with a huge multi-kill there. Oftentimes across Reddit and Twitter, there are people who dog on Shinobi and his performances and how he might be the weak link for Cloud9. He held up there. He did great. 5-3-2 on the round so far, so he's having a great early start. Additionally, as the IGL, he does a lot of the dirty work for Cloud9, so
wow,
it's a good start for him, but man, TSM, they're just so good. Sub Rosa with an important opening pick there.
Great support there. Hayes was starting to get run down, but the fact that TSM were able to hold off that push through the entry point there. Tens and Wardell consistently playing the vertical matchups, getting as high as possible in Valorant and finding success with it as well. Tens was standing there on that breakable ledge with the panels there that you can obviously destroy and shoot through. So for TSM, they find an early pick. They may be looking at another one here as Shinobi's about to get caught with the support there from Sabrosa. Almost sprays him down, but he's going to manage to escape. And now Cloud9 setting up this A-side push with a little bit more of a passive setup here from TSM as they're watching the defender spawn like a hawk.
Yeah, I love how aggressive TSM played that. They claimed that area of the map. They claimed room, and once again, forces Cloud9 into different situations, into different places. They aren't allowed to be as flexible with where they take the spike as they would like. Now, once again, we find ourselves in a situation where there are only 30 seconds left. Cloud9 still not gotten the spike down. They've got to bust the move. Wardell is able to take care of Tens. Jet on Jet in favor of Wardell. This time, Cloud9 is just down to 2 members left as TSM continue to look to hunt down the members of Cloud9. The spike is over on B, but there's the Hunter Fury. Mitch able to take care of one, but Wardell once again leaves Cloud9 in shambles. The spike's going to go down. Oh my gosh, the health bar of Wardell goes down as well, but Drone, trades it out. The spike's going to be defused. TSM closed the gap.
Listen, I get it. That was a kerfuffle of a round. That was a mixed bag of emotions, a roller coaster tycoon all the way through. But in that scenario, if there's anyone I want in a clutch position, it's Vice. He has the most clutch wins throughout this open qualifier on the team. 8 out of 30. Next best is Tens, 5 out of 20. I believe that makes Vice the better clutcher there for Cloud9. Right, but he was flashed. And the fact that he's even still able to get Wardell is impressive. TSM do not want to be losing additional weapons, considering the economy. But look on the flip side, Cloud9's also really starting to be starved. And this is a blow-for-blow matchup. TSM and Cloud9 really proving that they are the heavyweight champs. Moving into the potential close qualifier in the weeks to come.
Simo, you should know better at this point than to try to do math on broadcast. Like that never works out for any caster. You should know better. TSM starting to invest a lot of their resources over onto B because it looks like that's where Cloud9 wants to go, but TSM's not going to have the numbers yet.
Wow. Nice use of utility there, clearing out back of that snipe there, but Hayes is holding fast. They do have participation from the rest of the team. Now going to start to funnel over from the A side. Still not concerned or convinced that it's going to be a B side hit, but it's been pretty consistent for Cloud9. And we talk about how passive TSM plays towards that B side. Cloud9 tried to hit the A side, but it didn't really work. They've tried and tried and tried, and it didn't really work. The fact that Cloud9 have been able to make a dent thus far. TSM may be a little hesitant, but no, they're going to commit to this B-side retake. It's the 4v3. TSM down a member, but it might not matter when you've got Wardell in the mix. He's going to find Tens. That's the Jet down. Another Jet still lives. Wardell brings it down to a 3v3 as the spike ticks. Pressure gets intense. TSM needs to get involved. Wardell, he's going to be stopped here by the aftershock. Cloud9 are willing to die on the site. Now as he jumps in, he's going to get shot down. Finds Shinobi down to one final player. He needs to defuse, but that's going to be a swing for Relics. He finds them all. He finds the ace. That's Cloud9. Bring us another round.
Talk about a freaking roller coaster of emotions on that last round. Let's talk about this round. It easily could have gone. There were a couple of instances in which the round was. I was sitting there watching and thinking, all right, this is TSM's round. Like, this is fine. Cloud9's not going to be able to pull it off. And then it swaps, and Cloud9's in firm control. And then at the end, just down to Relics. Relics in a 1v2, hunkered down, like in a situation where really everybody plays that spot when they're trying to defend the site, and from there to get the spray transfer to get the kills. That was absolutely nuts by Cloud9. What a play by Relics.
Definitely keep the rounds alive here for Cloud9. TSM on an eco. We've definitely seen some thrifty rounds today, and definitely in the open qualifier as well. I don't think TSM are going to be any slouches. This is still going to be a hard-fought victory here for Cloud9. The weapons can still be heavy in the hands of TSM. We're seeing that exact fact. Sabrosa with the Sheriff. Wardell has popped the Blade Storm, so this has to be a good round here for Cloud9. As they push in, Drone, we're going to find another. Hayes with the third. As I said it, Cloud9 are falling apart on the eco, down to two final members, Mitch and Tens. We'll see how they can get the job done. The spike's still not planted. 50 seconds left on the clock.
If TSM is able to pull this off, this will be a response to Cloud9's thrifty win that time a couple of rounds ago, and that's exactly what they do. The blades out of Wardell slice and dice Cloud9 to pieces as they're able to win that round, bring the gap closer and closer, now just down to one. Still a lead for Cloud9, but a slim lead nonetheless. And Simo, they've got nothing to work with here. They're just going to be bringing pistols.
We have 3 rounds remaining in this half, and if we look at the loss bonus, has been reset for 4 rounds in a row. Both teams are hurting in their own respective ways. TSM are sitting a little bit prettier, sitting a little bit better, but considering we've got 3 rounds left, how many gun rounds can Cloud9 pull out on the opposite side? How many gun rounds can TSM pull out? We'll have to answer that question later, as Wardell's like, you're going to have nothing to do this round. We're going to get the ult orb, we're going to take out 2 of your members, and we're going to look incredibly amazing doing it as well.
What an aggressive look at a TSM. We haven't seen something quite like that yet, Simo, where they just fully invest and rush aggressively into a site, and it pays off. Cloud9, again, with not a ton of guns to work with,
Enemy kill.
find themselves down as far as personnel goes. They do still have the Blade Storm, they do still have the Showstopper, but, well, now the Blade Storm's out of commission. They have that ultimate, but surely you don't want to use it in a situation like this.
See what they end up picking up. Hayes is going to be the first contact point here for TSM, but he's just holding on, trying to survive. There's a lot of flashes on the side. Frenzy going to do some damage on Hayes, but it's just down to Relics. And unfortunately, the ace last time not going to be the case this time, as TSM tie us up 5-5. 2 rounds remaining of regulation in the half, and Cloud9 going to force up here. Not going to have a whole lot to work with in the round to follow. So this round definitely counts. TSM could put themselves up at 7-5 moving into the attack.
I don't think I've ever seen a round where a team, Cloud9, after buying, is they're all down to 0 credits. They have fully invested, and that's the thing, Simo, and you were alluding to this earlier. They lose this round, they're going to be on nothing the next round. They're not going to have anything to work with. Furthermore, Cloud9 does have a couple of ults to their disposal, right? They have the Showstopper, the Blade Storm, they have the Lockdown, and they have the From the Shadows, so they have some options, but this is a heavy investment going into the second half.
A lot of ultimates available, you'd imagine. Cloud9 is going to want to use them here. Cutler, unfortunately, caught with his pants down. Pence is going to take him down. Wardell waiting in a very cheeky position. We saw Caboose last time really be an impact player from the wine cellar. He's going to do exactly that this time around. Tens is going to get involved. Updraft goes up. He does have the Blade Storm available if he wants to use it. Unfortunately, not going to. as Wardell's stuck in a little bit of a tough position. The flash is ready. This is how you deal. Instead, it's the fault line. Holy smokes, Wardell's got to run. He did not anticipate that. He's going to be taken down by 10. Now the 3v2 still doable for TSM, but the spike's planted, and a retake has to come.
Spike planted.
Cloud9 just showed us the ideal way to deal with an operator, right? Like throw CC at him, force him off of that power position, and then take care of him. And that's exactly what Cloud9 did. Because of that, they're able to get the spike down. They find themselves at a numbers advantage. TSM are going to be coming from the same spot too, and they know where they are. Sabrosa gets taken out. Tens is going to get a shot at it, but they're just buying time. Tens with a 4K on the round. TSM gets taken out. They invested. It was a big ask, but they pulled it off.
Round in the hash.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a very difficult round for TSM to invest in. They still have tons of credits to work with. I'm still very interested in seeing the fact that there was a little bit of a late operator purchase from Wardell. But when we consider the bigger picture, there was a lot of back and forth. The loss bonus was reset 4 times in the middle there. So it can be a little difficult to string some of that together and get an operator. So this is going to be another round here for Wardell on the op. An aggressive look towards the courtyard, but only Mitch is going to be in that area. If they had pushed in towards that same A main aggression, they might have found a little bit more success.
Again, the round to close out the half. Cloud9 has shown to be formidable on the attacking side, as it looks like they're going to try to work their way over onto A. There's the lockdown. We saw this play before, Simo. Can they get onto the site? Can they create enough room with the ultimate and with the guns they have at their disposal to get the spike down?
Oh, 10 is going to push in aggressively. The door gets closed. I find that very interesting from TSM, willing to play the retake, and boy, will they. Look at the TSM players starting to zero in on the position. They're coming from the catwalk, they're coming from A main, they're coming from all possible angles. The spike's been planted, so TSM need to hurry up. They can't stall this push any longer. They need to get back in onto the site. As Sabrosa takes down the door, doesn't have enough bullets to transfer. Tent is ready and waiting for him. Now it's down to 3 players here for TSM. Cloud9 are more than comfortable with dying on the site here, as this is the last round regulation. There's no weapons to save. There's nothing to be left. It all goes down to this half. Relic's going to shoot in that showstopper. Can't find anybody. They're preparing now for the push. Drone's going to find one. Drone's going to find two. It's looking great. Mitch going to find a second. Wardell's up above, and they clutch things out. They turn it all the way back around. TSM tie us up 6-6.
Hazed was such a nuisance. While that spike was planted, he had been coming in from the attacking side, and that forced 2 members of Cloud9 to pull back, right? Like it forced them to, we gotta respect that. We've got to look at that. Let's take a look at the replays from the first half presented by our friends over at Go Puff. It was a dicey half, really, for both of these squads, Simo. A heavyweight fight between these 2 squads, and this is delivered 1000%. The tail of the tape has stood up.
This is not a half I anticipated. Cloud9 have definitely kept things competitive, but it is in their defense that they find a little bit of a weaker percentage, boasting a 76% win rate on the attack for Ascent, but it drops down to 69, magical number 69 on the defense.
Nice.
TSM, they're pretty evenly footed on both the defense and the attack, so this is actually going to be a half that favors TSM, but of course, every team plays different. Every team is going to react different. We'll see, of course, how the rounds unfold by themselves. But statistically looking into this one, this should be a way for TSM to at least find an early lead.
Once again, Wardell with the jet is going to dash and be the first one on to the B site, as members of Cloud9 are hunkered down, trying to get some sort of room, trying to establish some sort of presence, as they are able to get 2. The Cutler trades one back out. Relics is still alive. TSM's just down to 1, and it's a bloody disaster. TSM gets taken out. Cloud9 a convincing pistol round win.
They just really held on there. TSM didn't really have a lot to work with there, as they had just pushed in. There was a lot of utility already set up there from Cloud9. Probably too much to count. They just threw everything to stop the push. And in an instance like that, you can either pull back and try again on a different site. But TSM were like, yeah, we're just gonna get in there. I think Mitch was a big problem there. As he was able to hold down a very interesting position as TSM started to push in. But it was a good call there for Cloud9 to pull off all of their resources and funnel it on that B site. Now it's a great opportunity for them to convert on a second round here.
Oh, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw it there. Tens with the judge. We'll see if he's able to deliver any sweet highlights off that gun. TSM on the attacking side. They have lost the pistol round, so they're not going to have a ton to work with here. Oh, no. No way. My gosh, you can't write this stuff. You can't make this stuff up. Shinobi's able to get one, and Tens with the judge. The anvil drops, and the sentence has been delivered, but the sheriff puts him behind bars. Wardell is able to take him out. What a response from TSM.
Yeah, this is a round that you don't want to lose too many members from Cloud9. The TSM have proven that they are not only thrifty, but well-equipped on these ecos. There are no slouches when it comes to any weapon you give them. They have all the tools of the trade, and they're ready to bring out that arsenal whenever, however. TSM looking for a late round push towards the A site. They're going to go all towards A main and not take the ult orb. That would give away their position. They may look for it at the end there, and now Cloud9 might have a little bit of a better idea.
30 seconds
that ult
left.
orb. With 30 seconds left on the clock, it's pretty telling, I think, that this might be the A site hit. Fault line comes through. It doesn't tag Shinobi. It does tag Relics, but he's able to at least survive for the time being. Now it's door closes. This is going to be an opportunity for Relics to come in, sprays down 2. One more player remains. Of course, it's Wardell. He does not miss. But now Cloud9 really do miss the rest of their team. They're going to be looking for the retake to try to take Wardell down.
He's got a sheriff, and he's not going to have it for long. Vice takes him out with the Spectre. The Spike's going to be defused. Cloud9 are going to take a 2-round lead. They win the pistol, the ever-important pistol, and they win the round to follow. And we're able to take 2 Spectres into the following round.
This is supposed to be where TSM heat up, but unfortunately... oh, sorry, yeah, it is. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong colors there. Cloud9, economically tough. TSM, economically strong. This is the round where TSM should be looking to... The colors confuse me because TSM is on the defense, but they're not. They're on the attack. It just got a little confusing for a second. But TSM on the attack, this is the round where they really start to heat up. They are way better on the attack than the defense. And this should be, yeah, you lose the pistol, yeah, you lose the round conversion, but now there's no more excuses.
Slow start from TSM here in this round. You see a good bit of utility invested from Hayes over towards the entry into A. So you imagine that given that setup there, they're looking to invest either onto B or in through mid. They are going to get smoked off. TSM is, as they considered getting onto B, but again, the smokes that were there are certainly making them delay. Oh no. Hayes decides to go rest, and Shinobi's going to be able to swing. He's going to be able to take him out with the Spectre. Cloud9, personnel advantage.
Shinobi's going to clear a lot of that utility as well, but it's really just useless utility. There's nobody there. They're going to be pushing on towards this B site. So Cloud9 are going to be forced into the retake, but pay attention to the positioning of Sabrosa. He's going to be hanging out in the pizza shop, hoping to find some success, but unfortunately he's pinched like an Oreo sandwich. Piece of cream in the center, looking to try to take out some of the cookies on the outside. He cannot. Shinobi taken down to 3 here for TSM. Weapons upgraded as well for Cloud9. TSM do not want to be in this position. Wardell smoked off, so he's got to be a little bit more careful, but he's going to develop a little bit of a Venn diagram on the ground and smoke, trying to find some success. He does momentarily. Shinobi will be the one that falls, but Vice, Mitch, and Tens will dispatch the rest of TSM, and a 3-round lead start here on the second half. Things are not looking good for TSM and what we expected to be a little bit more of a better showing.
Yeah, certainly not the ideal start for TSM, and if you're Cloud9, this is exactly what you wanted, right? You were able to get an early lead, you're going to take a ton of money going into the next rounds, and TSM, they don't have a ton to work with here. So you conventional wisdom, again, says that Cloud9's going to be up another round at the end of this, but the equalizer, as always, is going to be the Blade Storm in the hands of Wardell. We've seen time and time again, Simo. You and I have casted many a match where a Blade Storm, just one Blade Storm off of one player in an eco round, flips it on its head, and it goes absolutely sideways. So we'll see if Wardell is able to replicate some of that here.
This is another great opportunity as well for Cloud9. Considering TSM weren't able to convert on that gun round, this could be a 10-6 start for Cloud9, and that is not something TSM are going to be very comfortable with moving into this, you know, mid-half of the second half. With the Blade Storm pop, they're hoping that Wardell can make some magic happen. We'll see if that's going to be the case here as he's pushing towards the A site. There are 3 juicy targets on the opposite side. We'll see if he lands the Blade Storm onto one of them, or if Shinobi and company will be able to put a stop to it early.
And again, Cloud9 has freaking lit up the B site like a Christmas tree. There's so much utility over there. The TSM are trying to work their way over onto A. They're also going to get some tree room control. This is huge. But, oh, Relics. Relics and Shinobi are both there to cause problems.
Wardell is at least going to answer
Last
the sins
player
of his
standing.
fallen comrades, but he's the only one that remains. As Relics and company will be able to stop them dead in their tracks. Tens up above on the generator will put that Blade Storm, dull the blades, and send it down to the next round. A round that we anticipated Cloud9 to win, but TSM definitely made it a little bit more expensive, as now they will buy up. TSM going to be opting in for the operator this round. We're not seeing really Cloud9 push it quite yet. They don't really have the credits to do so, at least for Tens, if he's going to be opting in for that operator. But at the moment, this is a do or die round for TSM. This is a gun round that is so important to get them tempo back into their swing so they can build economy. Cloud9, they're sitting pretty. They can coast for a bit. They can bleed a couple of rounds, but TSM desperately need this.
Yeah, but the problem is, Simo, TSM is not a squad that you can afford to bleed a bit against, right? Like, you give them an inch, they're going to take the mile, and that's why so many people consider TSM to arguably be the best team in North America, top 2 in the world, right? So if you're Cloud9, you can't let off the gas. You can't, because TSM will punish you for that. So Rosa is able to get the opening pick as Relics is taken out. You hear the From the Shadows was used. The spike is still nowhere near the site, as it looks like TSM tries to fight for control of mid.
I would love to see a stat. How many smoke kills TSM
It's
found
unreal.
throughout the open qualifier. They just spray, and so does Tens. Shot Caller out of commission. Cutler will be taken down. Now the Blade Storm here from Tens looking to do a little bit more than Wardell was in that previous round. But Wardell's still alive, still an impact player, still can do some damage. He's got the spike, and it's starting to make its way over towards the A side, where you've got Vice, you've got Tens. Those are two players that you do
30
not want
seconds
on the
left.
opposite side.
And with 30 seconds left, I mean, at this point, they've got to go away. They don't have enough time to rotate back around. So you're guaranteeing that this is where the hit's going to go. The problem is Sabrosa is weak. He doesn't have a ton of health to his name. You see Tens is already there. He's going to get flashed out. You hear the spike has begun to plant.
10
Tens
seconds
spots
left.
one. Tens takes
Spike
one.
planted.
As he's going to drop down on the side with the blade to make himself
Oh.
close and personal, but he's not able to take anyone out. Shinobi answers the call. He stops the push. TSM's just down to Sabrosa. Cloud9 plays that perfectly.
Wow. 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 Super well done. You saw Tens was hungry for blood as well. Already dropping the 20 bomb. Wardell not too far behind alongside Relics as well, but a strong... They didn't even let the retake happen. They just fought them on the site, and unfortunately yeah, there was a lot of smokes, a lot of pandemonium. It was great for Shinobi. He rotated from the B side early in anticipation. He called the play on the A side. He could have stuck on the B side. He could have stuck in the courtyard looking down the middle, but it did not work out that way. He rotated early and he found success. Now looking at the sixth test in this round. Shinobi once again. Shinobi gonna find two. They're gonna push in, looking for the third. Has to go to Let's try now. It's Tens' turn to have a little bit of fun. Cloud9 put us at map point 12-6.
Match point.
Shinobi has had, excuse me, 2 huge rounds here, 15 and 13. He's certainly playing well. Tens, as you mentioned, is having himself a field day as well. Cutler with a slower game, but again, Cutler has been so important in the rounds that TSM has won that you can't count him out, but Cloud9 pushing the situation here. They find themselves on match point. They're looking to take a 1-0 lead. And folks, remember, this is a strong map for both of these squads. TSM banned away Cloud9's weakest map in Haven, and they took the matter to Ascent. So Cloud9, again, good for both squads. Cloud9 certainly looking better so far.
This is a map that both teams are potent on, so it's not something that I think, I mean, either team is going to come out swinging on this map, and it just doesn't look like, it just looks like Cloud9 were the team that swung a little harder on Ascent. Bind will be coming up next. Already Wardell out of commission. He'll have to sit the rest of the round out, as will Sabrosa. Down to the 3v4 as
Spike
Cutler
planted.
now puts himself in a position with the rest of his team to play in the back of the site. Under 3 now here for Colors. He's looking to try to tag up a couple of members. Maybe he sees someone on the opposite side. Oh, he's going to find one right onto Vice. That might be the ticket here as now they start to come through. Paze has to back away. A lot of injured members here for TSM. One shot, and they're going to be as good as gone. Now the push-in comes in for Cloud9. Paranoia Haze, unfortunately, can't see a darn thing as Ken will be able to send him down to the graveyard. Cutler in a 1v2, or should we call him the Clutchler? Unfortunately, this time we will not. Cloud9 wraps up map number 1 with a neat little bow.
A convincing win from the boys over in Cloud9. TSM, they showed moments of brilliance. They showed a couple of instances in why they're considered one of the best teams, arguably the best team in North America, but they come up a little bit short. Cloud9 just gave them everything that they could handle, and TSM, there were a couple of instances in which they just had no response.
It looks like some time in the hyperbolic time chamber with the addition of the new head coach and strategic coach for Cloud9 has definitely helped out. Now they've got a scrim partner as well in C9 White. In fact, they've got 3 Valorant teams here at Cloud9, so they've got a lot of teams to strategically manage, and I'm imagining Cloud9, Blue, as they are called, are doing quite well there with the support team. That was a very convincing map here from Cloud9. I anticipated it to be a little bit closer. I thought the TSM have been putting on a phenomenal performance in the open qualifier, and that they were really going to bring the heat up against Cloud9. But we still have 2 maps left in the series, and I really wonder what Bind is going to look like for TSM. They banned Haven, a map that they're comfortable on, and we're going to be going to an undisclosed location because neither of these teams have been on Bind. It's going to be a shocker for both of us.
And that's what makes this next map so exciting. Well, nobody knows what to expect. We haven't seen it this entire tournament after all of the time between major tournaments, right? For us not to see a map this late into things, who knows what these squads have had cooking on this map, what kind of set pieces they have. I'm like giddy here as I wait for this next map. We're going to cut it to a very quick break, folks. When we return, Game 2 between TSM and Cloud9. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. dear friends, welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamers Valorant Qualifier, First Strike Qualifier, excuse me. I'm Esports Doug, and with me the man who, quite frankly, was robbed of the correct ad on Twitter. Listen, whoever's holding the @Simo, we know you're out there. We need it back. My man needs it back. I'm done advocating for you now. I have to get that off my chest. Simo, one map down. Go ahead, go ahead. State your case. You need it.
Listen, I'm just frustrated that you keep calling me Simo Wastakin. That's not my name. Simo was taken, and as a result, that's what I have to resort to in terms of my social media presence. Simo Wastakin is not the correct way to pronounce my name, okay? Now we can clear that up. We can put that to bed, all right? Cool. Thank you.
There's a backstory there, folks. Maybe we'll share that story with you guys one day. Simo, talking to me about map 1. What stood out to you? Obviously, Cloud9, they came out swinging. They give TSM everything.
You know, looking back, I think Cloud9, some of the biggest question marks for me is not how they perform, but like, what is it about this composition? Because I'd imagine it's going to be the same moving into this one. We haven't seen a lot of buy-in. Maybe they've prepared something different, but the fact that they have Breach, the Raze, the Omen, the Killjoy, the Jet, no Sova. There's a lack of potentially oh no, they got the second duelist. There's a lack of Cypher. So no Sova, no Cypher. And they're very comfortable with that. No Reyna either. I mean, Tens does sometimes bring it out, but it really packed a punch. And Shinobi definitely surprised me as well. He definitely became an important factor in the success here up against TSM. But I think on the flip side, TSM, they still put their best foot forward. Sabrosa was finding good positions. Wardell was still doing what Wardell does. Didn't drop a 20 bomb like Tens did and Relics did. But I just think that they, on TSM, might have been taken a little aback by the play style of Cloud9. A very fast, a very aggressive. Whereas TSM, they also brought a little bit of that flavor, but it seems like Cloud9 were just a tad bit spicier on the scale.
And again, Tens 23, 15, and 6, leading the scoreboard. Shocker. Relics close behind. Cloud9 just look good. They look good across the board. And again, I know I mentioned this prior to going on break. This was good against good for both of these squads when it comes to that map. So a very impressive performance from Cloud9. But now we're going in entirely blind onto Bind. Neither of these teams, have played it. We don't know what to expect. Compositions may be entirely different, Simo. Like, this might be where Cloud9 busts out a Viper, or freaking TSM busts out a Viper. There's no telling what we're in for.
We'll have to kind of chalk it up to our own imagination as we are going to be popping into this matchup. It's going to be interesting to see how, of course, TSM make this map pick work for them. That's ultimately what they came in here to accomplish. That's what they wanted. They banned out Haven, a map that they are incredibly comfortable on, and now put it down to this. They haven't played it all throughout the qualifier. They haven't needed to, as they've been very convincing in their 2-0 victories on Haven, on Ascent, on the maps that they have played. For Cloud9, we'll also get a new look as finally a little bit of a different composition. Vice on the Sova, Relics on the Phoenix, and a little bit of a different change than what we're normally used to.
All right, so we're getting something a little spicy here, right? Oftentimes when we do see a change on this Cloud9 composition, it's because we see Tens on Reyna instead of on Jet. But this time we're seeing something a bit different. Super excited to see how this plays out. TSM is going to be starting on the attacking side as they work their way towards Hookah. Mitch gets taken out. Unfortunate circumstances, he gets punched in the face. Wardell gets in on the action as well, as, ladies and gentlemen, chaos ensues right outside of the teleporter. One member left on the side of Cloud9 after the dust settles, and it's Vice with the Frenzy, who already has 4, looking for the ace. What a start to the map, baby!
Okay, so let's break down that map. Let's break down that round, because I know, people like Sideshow, people like Vansili, people like Immortal Minds, they're going to look at that round 1 and be like, holy smokes, what a beautiful way to play that execute through the portal. So they throw a player early into the portal, anticipating maybe presence towards B short. They have Mitch holding the hookah angle, and Shinobi's, sorry, no, not Shinobi. Shinobi jumps in through the portal. They have 2 players in hookah and then 3 players towards the A site ready to hop through the portal and bring the fight to TSM. And they also stack things up after the calls with a fat paranoia and just continue the onslaught from both sides. It seems like TSM's like, where do we focus? Where do we provide our focus in this push? Because it's hookah, it's portal. How do we figure out which one to focus on? And Cloud9 come in with a right hook.
It was absolute chaos. And even with that like set piece that you just so masterfully described, it dropped down to a 1v1, Simo. A 1v1 at the hands of a frenzy, no less. So huge statement by Cloud9. They're gonna have plenty of guns to work with here in this next round. TSM's already down to 3 members left. The spike, not really anywhere near a sight at this point. It's a really strong start from Cloud9.
Cloud9 just trying to hold on to this B site. That recon bolt will not last for long as TSM likely looking for a late round A site hit as they're just causing a lot of ruckus. They can still pull off, but if these members end up falling like that, it's all going to be pulled down to Hayes, who
30 seconds left.
Dispatches. Now it's down to Cutler. They know exactly where he is to jump through. Looking for a jumping classic. Unfortunately, he's kind of stuck by the shots there from Vice. Can't really get a lot more movement momentum. So Cloud9 win the first 2 rounds. This is now going to be TSM on the gun round. If this round does not go well, I worry that the tempo of the series is really starting to favor Cloud9. I want TSM to bring us to map 3 because I want an exciting semifinal. And I know that Wardell is hype. I know that Subrosa's hype. I know that they want to bring the action. But if Cloud9 win this round that should statistically go in the favor of TSM, it is not going to bode well for the rest of this half.
Cloud9 only bringing 1 Phantom into this round and 4 Spectres across the rest of the board towards the full rifles of TSM. So you got to give them the nod here. But, well, of course, as I say that, Relics is able to get 1. Tens gets 1 as well. Wardell's going to trade it out as they shimmy their way onto that A site. Subrosa working his way through U-Haul. Wardell is there as well. Relics trying to flash off, trying to keep things at bay while he waits for his teammates to arrive. And Simo, they're going to be coming in from both sides.
I love how Cloud9 play the flanks. They are already committed 2 members towards that short side, and as a result, you're seeing TSM trying to anticipate it. They're being pinched. Once again, I feel like Cloud9, I should call them the Oreo team, because they sandwich every single round, but this time TSM are able to at least fight back. Smokes are down, and now we're seeing a little bit of a teleport play there from Subrosa, but unfortunately, he's down and out for the count. All down to Cutler. Shock Dart not going to connect. Cloud9 should be able to push him out. The Nano Swarm is going to do exactly that. And as I highlighted, this is not a round that TSM want to lose. Cloud9 have really shown some phenomenal prowess to kick things off on Vine.
And we've seen a couple of early funny looks out of Cloud9 around that telly. So we'll keep a close eye on whether or not they continue to do that. But Cloud9 just looks so good early on. Vice at 6-0. Yeah, that ace certainly helped. But Relics is showing up at action as well. The way he held off that site really by himself initially, bringing things down to a 5v2 for Cloud9 was just absolutely beautiful. Relics looks good. Cloud9 looks good right now, but this is where you said it best. You run the risk of things getting a little out of control here for TSM, and they don't have a ton to work with as far as artillery goes.
Cage triggered.
Fortunate there for Shinobi. They really want that weapon. Hayes going to pick it up. Once again, the Venn diagram on the ground. Cyber cases all around. They're now going to start to push in. Run it back's dealt with, and so is Hayes. That brand new weapon, that shiny new car, has already been totaled. Now back to the shop with you. The rest of TSM holding on to this A-shore position. Cloud9 no longer looking for that sandwich. They're going to retake accordingly. Cutler finds a shot there with the Sheriff. Things are now looking a little bit better for TSM on this eco. And we've seen how these 50 rounds can really slip away from Cloud9. There's a 3v4, they push in, infiltrate. Wardell with 2. That's going to be down to the 1v2. Mitch just trying to survive as he sees Wardell up above, raining from the sky. And now Subrosa, oh my goodness, almost slips away. But the 50 round in the hands of TSM, a round they desperately needed to win, can now start to balloon their own economy moving in the round ahead.
And that was perfect for Team Solo Mid there. And again, the Blade Storm, right? The Blade Storm that we talk about time and time again in an eco situation, proving to be the difference maker. Wardell absolutely went off on that site, got a couple of insanely important picks, and Cloud9 just got picked apart. And there was a moment there where TSM was the one who thrived in the chaos. We saw in the opening round, it was Cloud9 in the midst of the madness that emerged victorious, but that time it was TSM who like purposely played into the chaos and was able to get exactly what they needed. But look at the aggression out of Cloud9. They're just running right at TSM.
How do Cloud9 find those openings? Of course, TSM are still up on the man advantage. They still have the advantage here in terms of who is left and who is not for Cloud9. Fault line to try to stop the Showers push, but Relics is still interested, still unfazed. They will plant behind the APC, a very interesting plant position as they want to play towards the defender side. They're now going to switch roles. Cloud9 is the attack and TSM are the defense. We'll see if Mitch on the late round rotation through the spawn will be able to help Cloud9 retake the site, or are they just looking for exits, because it does seem to be the case.
For a moment, I thought Mitch on the rotate was going to be able to do something there and pinch them in, but he thought twice about it, shuffled backwards, and they are going to play out for the save. And I get it, Mitch, he's going to have an operator, so you want to carry that into the next round, but TSM, given the chaos that was the first round, respond in kind very impressively. For them to get things back to a competitive nature. Simo, we were worried about the momentum that Cloud9 was going to be bringing into this map, right? 13-6 on TSM's good map, and then you kick it off with an ace on the pistol round. You're like, TSM just got punched in the mouth. But they have responded. They've done so well in dealing with the adversity, in standing strong, and they find themselves just down one round. Those last 2 rounds were huge.
Absolutely important for them, and now moving forward, TSM have started to build their own economy 2 rounds in a row. They've been able to save a lot of weaponry from that previous round. A very interesting look from Cloud9 to at least get aggressive and pack a punch at themselves, but TSM were still able to be none the wiser. Now moving into this one, this could tie things up 3-3, but Cloud9 still have weapons online 2 rounds in a row. They're sitting at 2,400. And the loss bonus could be 2,900 after this, but we'll see as TSM a little bit spread out, looking for information. And for the first time, they're going to be hitting this B site, a look that we haven't seen on a gun round yet from TSM.
Oh, the last time the spike was here was a bloodbath. But the problem is, Simo, they're pushing right into all of Killjoy's utility. So they don't... It's just so insanely tough to get onto this site when Killjoy, is set up here. Furthermore, you've already got the paranoia coming out of Shinobi. Tens is going to get an opening pick onto Hayes on the opposite side of the map, so there is no additional information to be gained there. They have to go B.
40 seconds or so and some change left on the clock. TSM going to hightail it over towards the A site where we have Vice. But nope, they changed their mind. Wardell gonna find a late round shot there with the operator, but still flash means Mitch will be able to convert. Nano Swarm to stop any aggressive looks. Jumping
30
into
seconds
Hookah.
left.
TSM down to 3. Man advantage to Cloud9. Turret will spot one out, but it looks like a late round portal play is possible. Well, 20 seconds is now or never. Now they start to come in. Understory from the side of Fletchler. He's going to start to do some damage. Does not find anybody, but it's the trade for trade. The 2v2 now is all that remains. But 10 has arrived, and Vice has got his
10
own.
seconds left.
Understory, the Blade Storm will find its mark, and Cloud9 now lead by 2.
TSM had a couple of opportunities there, but I think the problem was they ran out of time, right? They couldn't invest into the teleplay. Wardell worked his way up B long with the operator to try to establish some presence there, but the Killjoy turret was in a perfect position to dissuade any movement that way. So as soon as they stepped towards that telly, they knew exactly that was a possibility, that was an option. And then again, for Cloud9, the Blade Storm out of 10s, it seems like every time the guy does something absolutely insane and you think there's no way Tens outdoes himself, he does it again. 4-2 lead for Cloud9, and, well, Tens getting the best of Wardell.
I can imagine Wardell's not happy about that. Neither is Coach Myth, which I'm assuming the strategy from the playbook is not working out as intended for this second map. Ten's looking for potentially another shot. Paranoia will pull him off, and that seems to be the name of the game for a lot of teams. You don't need to risk your life if it doesn't need to be worth risking. Vice, 10 still going to hold on the site. Red carpet's rolled out, but nobody's going to be looking to walk it. Now it is TSM that'll have control of this A site, down to, of course, the 5v4. Still very doable here for TSM, but it all depends on these next few seconds. They're pushing in 10. Repositioning, still alive, buys himself milliseconds of time for the rest of the team as they start to push in. Vice versus the one final player, the Broza. And it's Mitch that'll dispatch him accordingly. a very quick round here from Cloud9, putting us up to 5-2. TSM get on the site, but they can't hold it for long.
Well, and I loved the Rolling Thunder out of TSM there. It may not have necessarily knocked anybody up on the side of Cloud9, but what it did was it created space. Folks, using it into U-Haul allowed members of TSM to funnel into that area right behind it. So if there's a challenge, they're surely going to win that gunfight, but additionally, if there's not, they still establish control and presence in that area. So TSM, like you said, got onto the site. They played that so well, unfortunately not able to hold it as Cloud9 responded really well. They find themselves up 3 rounds. TSM on a mixed buy here. You see a couple of pistols. Things not looking good for TSM so far.
I'd imagine on Bind, it is the defensive half that favors regardless of the scenario. Looking at the statistics for the entire tournament, Bind, in fact, every map has been defender-sided across the board. Even though some teams prefer the attack, even though some teams prefer Mitch to just pop off, find one pick, it's traded, and now the weapon has been upgraded. We'll see now the rotation from Cloud9. They're not afraid to use the portal. They're not afraid to make a little noise as TSM are down to 3, just trying to get the spike on the site. They can't even do that as Cloud9 have already arrived.
They're getting out. They're getting out. They're getting out. They took the tally. Wardell's going to get the heck out, and he's going to get onto A. Likely going to be able to get the spike down. They already have somebody at the pinch point as well. And who else but Subroza? He's going to be the first one to see members of Cloud9 rotate their way over. The problem is the sandwich team themselves, Cloud9, are going to be pinching in from the flank as well. They've managed to get onto the site. They're going to get some info there. Subroza spots. Not able to get a kill, but gets info. They have lost Heaven control.
Now as they start to come in, Wardell loses a crucial gunfight. Now it's down to the 4v2. Subroza will at least be able to nullify how Wardell was not able to find that frag. Now it's down to the 3v2. They got to defuse the spike. Subroza will answer back. Now it's the 2v2. The spray here from Subroza. He wants to try to stop the defuse, but Relic is going to come in from behind. The spray almost doesn't secure it, but Shinobi alongside Relics will be able to secure that 6th round. The defuse is close. 1 second too late. And TSM would have given themselves a 3rd round. Very well played there in the retake. I like the execute. You called it. The late round rotate from TSM, but Cloud9 still able to break through onto that A site.
And it was the pinch, right? It was the problems where TSM, as they should, right? Because they're on the site, they've gotten the spike down, they're trying to take post plant positions, but Cloud9 being able to apply pressure from multiple spots, that on top of the fact that Subroza was not able to get an opening pick on that pinch point when they're coming in from the defending side. That is what caused problems for TSM there. The execute was beautiful. Like, they had it. That was there. But again, TSM gets onto the site. They're not able to hold it. Cloud9 showing extreme proficiency in taking sites back.
Definitely a scary sight for TSM. Now, I feel like we have to consistently remind ourselves that the stakes for this open qualifier is for seeding. I've seen that tweeted like a million times. Finesse, one of those players that like a player will be like, oh, I'm so hyped, I'm ready. And Finesse is just like proceeding. And so he just tries to pack a little bit of a punch. We're now seeing the flash. Subroza in a lot of trouble. And he'll definitely feel that seeding in the morning. Now it's down to the 5-4. TSM still want this B side, but once again, they're prepared with Haze on the flank. They can top this portal, jump in through this portal, and the A side should be relatively easy to take, but they're taking their sweet time. They might just funnel all the way back to B as they know that Cloud9, I mean, I wouldn't say they over-rotate, but they're like, oh, they tricked us. Well, let's try to trick them. So TSM, I think, will have the advantage here.
All right, so TSM has shown us a number of different looks here on the attacking side. The problem is Cloud9 has been able to handle everything that TSM has thrown at them, but now we're getting a different look. The problem, Simo, is that the rotation back towards B is taking too long. Cloud9 heard the telly go off, and they're like, okay, yeah, pull everything back towards A, but wait a second, where the heck are these guys? You get the yips, you start waiting around, like, where the heck are they? So you rotate back, and that's exactly what Cloud9 does. Now TSM's going to get onto the site, but they only have 8 seconds, and Vice stops it dead, and his tracks. Wardell is able to get... However, and he's got the op as well to take care of Vice, but no, TSM gets taken out. Shinobi, the IGL from Cloud9, keeping things comfortable for Cloud9.
No time. That was the problem. It was the 6th man in the lobby. Time was not in favor of TSM there. And while it was a slower rotate towards the B site, they were making sure that they were dotting their I's and crossing their T's. They did not want that late round flank from Mitch and Shinobi that has been so potent in those A site takes. They come in from A shore and they're like, where did you come from? Where did you go? Cotton Eye Joe, that whole business. And this time TSM, they were not willing to risk that B short rotate. So they're like, let's just take it slow. Let's just play it a little bit slower and we'll see if we can catch somebody in rotation. But Cloud9 this time played the passive way and were able to find more success in TSM.
Yeah, here again, Cloud9 not playing aggressively, right? And Wardell was waiting for it. You saw him use the Blade Storm, wait for something pushing through showers. Nobody pushes through. Now it's actually an Owl Drone that's going to come through to try to establish some semblance of information. TSM looking like they're going to want to play towards a short. They've waited. It looks like, yep, this one's going to be hot and heavy, but TenZ. Oh, TenZ! TenZ is able to mow them down, looking for a third, not able to get it. As Sabrosa with the Guardian makes it sing. Wardell's able to get one as well as Cloud9 are just down to 3 members left, but Vice picks Sabrosa apart before he even gets a chance to get onto the site. TSM down to 2.
Yeah, the shock dart will do a little bit of chip damage as they're just trying to free fire. Cutler with the Sheriff, it's traded back from Mitch, but now the Wardell factor is in play. He's going to find that one early onto Mitch, down to the 1v1. Wardell up against Relics. Wardell going to play the patient game, as is Relics. 30 seconds left on the clock. If Wardell opts in to go towards that B site through the portal, there is a turret and there is an alarm bot waiting for him, but he is going to look for the frag instead. Relics waiting with the angle, but they just see each other like ships passing in the night. But now it's daytime, and there's 14 seconds left to plant. Wardell sprints on over towards the site. He's going to be stopped here by the alarm bot, by the turret, but he's just going to dash on through, looking to get that spike planted. Relics now in position. He gets it down with 2 seconds left on the clock. The flash comes through, but Wardell does not get flashed. 74 HP. The dream, as now comes the nightmare. It's Wardell. Scary sights for Relics as Wardell will clutch the round, putting up TSM to 3 rounds.
And Simo, you called the utility of Killjoy on the B site as what should have been the safety net. That should have stopped Wardell, or at least bought enough time, deal a bit of damage, you know, make him think twice about it. For Cloud9, for Relics, to get over, to take care of business. But he managed, Wardell did, managed to dash onto the site in such a way to where the turret hit him once. The alarm bot never went off. Like, all of the defensive measures that were put in place to stop that exact play were nullified because of how Wardell got onto the site, because of the angle that he held. So, huge play from TSM to get a 3rd round on the board to try to keep this first half competitive. Cloud9 is not out of the woodworks yet, folks.
TenZ got the Blade Storm, and now as they start to come onto the site, that's one blade that connects. He's going to refresh that. Wardell proving to be a nuisance. Now TenZ trying to reposition. Unfortunately, he's the only member left on the site. This should be around here for TSM as they've managed to find themselves in a huge advantage. But of course, we also have to wonder what Relics and Mitch are capable of doing in this 2vx scenario. Sabrosa waiting, playing close. Mitch on the opposite side. The fault line's going to help out with that. Wonderfully executed. Now it's just down to Relics. You know exactly where he is. Peek and you die. Cutler going to take him down. TSM potential here to bring us up 7-5, and I never would have thought that, considering how dominant this half has been for Cloud9. The fact that TSM could even bring it within 2 is an impeccable feat.
Yeah, man. Again, like you said, for how this half has gone, to get to 7-5 for TSM, that's huge, right? That keeps the second half competitive, and it's been Wardell leading the charge, 12-8. Looking like he's thinking, all right, he is going to take that operator into this next round. TSM somehow, again, given all of the impressive work that Cloud9 has been able to do, find themselves in a very good situation. Furthermore, they have 4 ultimates to work with. You just saw Relics pick up the Rennet back, and he's going to use it instantly. But there's nobody home. There's nobody there. TSM has invested everything over onto that A site. They're going to push their way into showers. There's going to be one. Sova, who's going to be hanging out from the opposite side, but there's the entry. That's the Rolling Thunder, and that's going to give them access onto A.
Bye.
Okay, Sabrosa, he was trying to stop the flank coming in, or stop the retake coming in from the defender spawn. The lockdown is going to be a problem because they have to get rid of it. They're going to use the Hunter's Fury to do so, as Cutler is going to be able to take it down. They've got a Hunter's Fury of their own. Vice just trying to track Cutler, almost finds him, almost finds Wardell as well, but now playing close. is going to be Drone. He's waiting on the opposite side. Sabrosa was waiting and playing his angle last time. Now his Vice starts to come through. Can a multi-kill come through for Drone? He's hoping for it. Finds 2 in the round. Can he find another? Yes, he can! Give it to him! Drone with 3. It's down to 10 in a 1v3 scenario. If there's anyone on C9 that would want in this scenario, it would be 10. So now Wardell peeks out from the side. That's the Tailwind to dodge it. Tailwind after Tailwind seems to be a skill matchup, but no match for Cutler as he takes him down. TSM finished the half 7-5. Started out rocky, but they definitely hit the road and added a little bit of ice cream to boot. Now we're moving into the second half. Cloud9 on the attack.
Oh my gosh, there's so much to talk about just from that last round. But before we get in there, let's take a look at the highlights from the first half presented by our friends over at GoPuff. And yeah, it was the beginning. It was that pistol round. It was the pandemonium that ensued. And Vice, again, with the frenzy, was just able to rip them to shreds. It dropped down to a 1v1, and that always feels good, right? But again, TSM, given how
10 seconds left.
well, I don't want to say disastrous, but given how raw the beginning of that half looked for TSM, again, for them to be at 7-5 here was huge. And it was Drone. Drone with the multi-kill here was able to take care of Cloud9. And it wasn't the exact same pinch point that we were talking about earlier with Sabrosa. It was a little bit further back, but the pinch point was there. They held it, and they were able to keep Cloud9 at bay. So TSM responding very nicely to close out that half.
I like this play. 2 jump through the portal, but Vice getting a couple of shots through the double box. The rest of Cloud9 pushing through the showers. On the opposite side waits Wardell, and he does, in fact, hit those. He don't miss. Hoping on the other side is Relics that he does miss, because he's about to get a world of pain. So now it's a fake execute towards the B site. Tens actually dashes forward, and this is quite the fake here for Cloud9. They're preparing for the Blaze Wall. They're setting down the hot hands, but Vice is down and out for permission. We're seeing action on both sides. And still, TSM are holding down both sides, but Cloud9 have already lost a member in A short. And now it'll be traded. Cutler will fall 10 deep back in the elbow. The smoke here to try to help him escape, and he does so valiantly. Wardell still like a rock, unmoved on that A site.
And the spike is actually staying over there, right? Like,
30
it looked like they
seconds left.
invested resources to get some info onto B, but it was all a fake the entire time. But the fake was actually a fake for the fake. I'm losing all of the fakes to keep up on this. Wardell's there. Wardell's able to get one. Relics is able to trade it out. They're going to get the spike. They're going to get it down over onto that A site as Relics. No!
Wow.
Relics! Oh, Relics got taken out before he was able to get the spike down.
10 seconds
Shinobi
left.
is able to get one, however. Now he's the one who has to try to get the spike down, but he's going to get taken out. TSM, another chaotic pistol round between these two squads, and this time it's TSM that emerges victorious.
It seems like Cloud9 have been in the hyperbolic time chamber working on the pistol, because these back-to-back pistols have been incredibly spicy. But I have to commend TSM for playing rock solid. They were like Malphite, unmovable and unstoppable force that eventually Cloud9 could just not break through. We saw the positioning from TSM. Sabrosa and Wardell never left the A site. In fact, they pushed forward. Sabrosa made his way up into A short, while the rest of TSM were struggling to deal with the tense factor on towards that B site. And now Cloud9 on the pistol. Likely going to be a little bit of a, whoa. Such an interesting interaction. I for sure thought that the recon dart was going to be able to spot them out, but they play that well. This is likely going to be a big, fast B-side hit. We'll see how it pans out for TSM.
Cloud9 does bring one sheriff to this fight, but everything else is going to be classics. Relics is able to flash out Drone. Drone's going to have to back up a little bit, but still holding that tight angle with the Bulldog. He got spotted one, not going to land, and he's getting pushed back yet again. He's already been tagged out considerably.
Uh-oh. Drone, run! Run, Drone, run! He gets out alive. Wardell will be able to send some parting shots. No beat, but that spike still needs to get planted. Vice looking to do the dirty work there. Wardell has already had a phenomenal performance with the Bulldog, letting it off the leash. Hazed. Spectre. Not looking like a great round here for Cloud9, as it's a flawless one for TSM. They'll tie us up 7-7. And now we have evened things out. Cloud9 will be on the gun round, the round to follow. And we'll see if, in similar fashion, TSM could answer back with 3 rounds string together of their own, which Cloud9 so handsomely did in that first half.
Simo, there was a point at which the score was 7-2. Had you told me that a couple of rounds later we'd be knotted up at 7 apiece, I would have called you a liar. but TSM once again respond to adversity so well. They're able to fight their way back into this thing, knot it up at 7. Now, however, is where the rubber meets the road. Now Cloud9 is going to have full guns. Now we're going to get into the routine of the second half, and now we're going to see, can TSM continue the success? The pistol round is a huge first step. Winning the following round, absolutely insane as well. But now it's on TSM to hold fast.
Very well done there from Tens to stop Wardell from, to be honest, popping off. He had the Blade Storm. He was hoping to tailwind updraft into the Blade Storm and absolutely dunk on Relix, who was waiting on the opposite side. But with every dunker, there's going to be a point guard to help assist. And of course, Tens was there and able to stop the dunk in the process. Cloud9 now with the man advantage, looking like a great round for them, but an aggressive push up the shower. Shinobi is going to be able to stop it. Sabrosa just trying to run away, just trying to escape, smokes himself off. The spray gonna, looks like it connected, but unfortunately Sabrosa is still relatively alive. Now he's gonna feel a little bit more pain, 37 HP remaining. Can't really do a whole lot about that. Cloud9 on the precipice of a flawless round as TSM just trying to figure out which site it's gonna be.
Well, there goes the flawless round. Hayes is able to get one. He's also going to upgrade his weapon as Vice starts
Spike
to plant
planted.
the spike. This was a gun
Player
round,
remaining.
folks, and it was a disadvantageous gun round for TSM because they were bringing in SMGs, but a gun round nonetheless as Cloud9 find themselves up considerably in personnel. Just one member left on the side of TSM, and it's going to be Color. Color has the Bulldog, and it looks like he's just going to save, maybe try to play a few exits, but Cloud9 is going to take the lead back.
I feel like statistically, the team that wins the pistol and then converts more often than not loses that third round. Economically, it makes sense, right? Economic advantage makes sense. If TSM were going to be able to swing this around similar to how Cloud9 did in the first half, they would have absolutely destroyed Cloud9 on this. Yep. This is a defender-sided map. Well, statistically, every map has been defender-sided for this tournament, for this open qualifier, even though we know secretly that some maps may be a little bit more favored towards the attack. The stats don't lie for the open qualifier, and so for TSM, they're definitely sitting a little bit more prettier than Cloud9 in this instance. They should be a little bit happier, but of course, Cloud9 definitely shocked us on a sense as well with how potent their defense and their attack were. So I wouldn't really chalk it up to just, oh, this is defender-sided. Oh, yeah, TSM's going to win. I still think Cloud9 has something left in the tank.
And again, TSM has shown that they're more than capable of meddling back and keeping this thing competitive. So for either of these squads, really, folks, we are far from over. This match will continue to deliver as, once again, we find ourselves in a very close score. Cloud9 up 1 in the second match of this best-of-3. Winner advances to the finals tomorrow. Loser goes home, is eliminated. Cloud9 trying to keep TSM back. It looks like they're going to try to make a play towards onto A. TSM has invested a lot of their resources over onto B with just 2 members hanging out over on this site. Relix, yep, here we go. He's going to go into aggressive here. Sabrosa is going to get pushed back by the shock dart and the guns of Tens. Relix manages to get on there, but Tens is able to take care of 2. TSM down to 3.
Such a standard play there for Cloud9, and really a standard play on Mind. Using the Phoenix to help push in, run it back, clear out the lamp side. And, of course, TSM are going to focus that. They don't want that clone to go off to a running start, but it is, in fact, Tens was able to nip that in the bud there for TSM. So now TSM likely going to be rotating around, maybe trying to find some exits, maybe trying to hold on to these weapons. But, of course, Cloud9, they're not comfortable with just sitting pretty. They want to be involved as well. We are seeing, I like the setup here from TSM. They've got an angle towards that portal side in Hookah. And so as Cloud9 jump through, I can expect, if they jump through, that TSM will just spray that for good measure. Maybe find a pick, maybe find 2. We'll see. Oh, 1 gets tagged, and now Cloud9's like, yeah, don't go in there. Yeah, it's a death trap. Yeah, you don't want to end up in there.
Relix was on the flank too. Oh, he is able to get one. Oh, but he gets traded out by Drone. Relix played the long con of that round for what felt like an eternity as he slowly waddled his way over back towards B. I thought he wasn't going to get there in time, but was able to get a kill on the way out there. Cloud9 up 2 rounds, but TSM, they've got guns. Wardell with the op, a tale as old as time, 17-10, looking to keep this close against Cloud9.
That is a scary sight there for Cloud9. Once they realize that that is what the play is going to be, but I like this play from Wardell. He's going to get aggressive towards B short. Unfortunately, that aggression doesn't really pay off as Cloud9 not setting up for a B side push anytime soon, at least for the early looks of the round. Sabrota trying to play close to the smoke, sprays through onto Tense, does land a couple of shots. He's just trying to run out of the clips, run it dry, but Sabrota still survives. Tense is like, I'm not going to let you live. Tries to get the goal, but loses it. TSM dismantle Cloud9, but it's partly down now to a 2v2. Spike likely going down shortly, but they need to pick it up first. Wardell still alive. Shots with the op ringing true. Has the Blade Storm available if he really wants to cook things up. Wardell
Spike
going to play this patiently. He's going to play it carefully. Wait for the peek there from Relics. I wonder if there's a curveball left in the tank. That would be the way to take care of the Relics. Shock darts can hurt just as much. Shot's going to almost ring true. Wardell down to just single-digit HP. That's the op shot. That'll connect, but the time is ticking. Vice has won many a clutch. This may be another one for the bag. TSM, they don't have a lot of information on the site. They still have a lot of time, but the spike is starting to increase in tempo, and that is a glaring sign that TSM need to act. One is defusing. Spray from Vice. Shock Dart's going to help out in that process, but he's still alive, still defusing. Pros don't fake, and Pros win round. TSM bring us up 9-8.
Oh, the shock dart was there, and the problem was the spike was playing it in the cubby. So if he's holding that U-Haul angle, he can't see in the little corner of that Tetris piece. So there was no way for him to respond. The only thing he had was that shock dart. He tried it. It hurt. It didn't feel good, but he was able to just stick it and fight through that. So TSM play that so well. And again, it was Wardell with the op. He peeks aggressively, goes through Telly, and then instead of rotating through their spawn, they actually work all their way back through the defending spawn and just cause fits for Cloud9. TSM played that so well, Simo.
TSM right on the heels of Cloud9. 4 ultimates available. Blade Storm wasn't used last round. Neural Theft, if they can find a corpse, can definitely play a factor. Hunter's Fury, stop pushes and stop a lockdown. We're not anticipating a lockdown here from Cloud9, but if it was there, that's what it would be used for. And of course, from the shadows for Sabrosa to help gather the information. A heavy stack towards the shower side. We're now seeing them run it back. They're going to be looking towards this push on the A side, and now here they come. Really uncontested by TSM. They're going to end up playing the retake up against Cloud9.
Oh, Hayes was able to take care of Tens. One member down. There's a neural theft that's been used. Sabrosa spots one. Sabrosa gets the business as Vice gives it to him. And that's going to drop things down to 3. However, for Cloud9, and one of them is certainly works for Where, make that 2. Mitch, the only healthy one on the side of Cloud9 there. Excuse me, not healthy. He has 3 health. The health was so low, I didn't even see the health bar. Drone is able to take care of Mitch. TSM in firm control, as it looks like they're going to knot this bad boy up at 9. Ladies and gentlemen, this thing continues to deliver.
Yeah, super unfortunate there for Cloud9. TSM really held on to that site exceptionally well. They did not let the theatrics of the run it back really scare them too much. And I think Hayes finding that early pick on the round really helped TSM in dissuading the plant from Cloud9. I thought for sure Cloud9 were at least going to get a plant and be able to play the post plant. But the fact that that never happened, Shinobi pushed aggressively. He was the first one in the back of the site. He had the spike in hand. Very unfortunate there for Cloud9, but TSM has to give them credit where credit is deserved. Now we're looking at potentially the last gun round for Cloud9 as economy is starting to look a little disadvantageous.
Slow start here from both of these squads. TSM not playing aggressively, not dashing through A short, and really just waiting for Cloud9 to come to them. And the thing is, Cloud9 look like they're waiting exactly for that, waiting to see if TSM's going to play this aggressively, but there's nobody dashing through, there's nobody pushing forward.
Cloud9 consistently playing it slow. We're going to see the Hunter's Fury there from Vice just try to clear out the lamp side. Unfortunately, nobody's home, but there is Sabrosa. This was not within range of the Hunter's Fury there. Now just trying to escape. Once again, a plan wants to go to the favor. Hayes mows down to Cloud9 on this gun round. Not looking good. Once again, these A-site hits have been less than desirable for Cloud9 as TSM have been very successful
30
in
seconds
holding
left.
off the push. The spike
Spike
will go down, but
planted.
a 2v4, very difficult here for Cloud9.
And I mean, they have an ult, but it's not one that's really going to be very helpful here as members of TSM all start to rotate and all start to funnel over. Shinobi, who's had a slow map, he's going to hit a good paranoia. Looks like he's going to try to telly back behind them. Oh no! He got canceled. Oh my gosh! Shinobi does it, ladies and gentlemen. Drops it down to 2v2. Somehow stays alive, but Cutler stops it. It looked dicey for TSM, but Clutchler does it again. That's going to give TSM the lead.
What a play there from Shinobi. That was some spicy theatrics coming up from Cloud9. He teleports behind Wardell's like, yeah, miss me with that. But they don't check the 50 in the lamps. Shinobi finds 2 picks there, brings it down to the 2v2, but when Wardell's in that 2v2, when Wardell's in that 1vx scenario, you have to account for the TSM Wardell factor. You just have to. You just have to. The man's about to drop a 20 bomb on Cloud9 after he just barely missed the window on Ascent. This is his map. This is his playground. Cloud9, once again on the gun round. I thought for sure they were going to be down to an eco, but this will be potentially the last gun round for them as they'll drop down to pistols in the round to follow.
And Tens is bringing an operator on this round, so this is a big one for Cloud9. They haven't found very much success on the attacking side. We talked about how this could be defensive-sided, and well, Cloud9 look good on attack on Ascent, so can they continue to replicate that success on Bind? So far, it's been all TSM. They have a 1-round lead, they have a couple of ults to work with as well, and they've got money to blow, Simo. Things are sitting real pretty for TSM.
And for TSM, this is an important map as well. This is Bind, this is what they selected. They banned Haven as a result of it, a map that C9 have shown that they are to a certain extent weaker at than the rest of the map pool in the tank. And so TSM, there had to have been a pretty good reason to ban Haven and to select Bind instead. And we're seeing that now as they're fighting tooth and nail for round after round. We're now looking at Sabrosa just trying to hold off the push from the rest of Cloud9 as they're once again going towards this A site, getting that spike down, and TSM will have to play.
Oh, Shinobi gets a huge pick onto Wardell on the opposite side of the map. That's going to give them the numbers advantage. Cloud9 has the Blade Storm to work with, but Sabrosa trying to play in aggressively, seeing if he can clear out that U-Haul space. Checks the first 50 so far, so good. Mitch. Oh, they know he's there. They know he's there. He's able to get one. He's able to get the second one as well. Mitch does it again. TSM just down to 2 members left. TSM, with Hayes, he's holding things down up in heaven. He's got a Phantom to work with, but they know where he is. He's been flashed out as well. Cloud9, have personnel for days. Mitch is certainly weaker, but the spike just continues to tick. Cutler's able to take care of Tens, playing aggressively there, but the round is going to go in favor of Cloud9, and freaking A, we're tied again.
Cutler dying there is a little unfortunate. Imagine TSM have been able to build up with a pretty relatively safe economy. It's a little bit on the edge there, a little bit up against the ropes. You'll see Cutler deciding what he does want to purchase. A Spectre. It's unfortunately going to be what the doctor ordered. The prescription not really coming in full this time, missing a couple of pills in the tank. But for Cloud9, oh, is Wardell going to buy down to buy for Cutler? Yeah, maybe. No, he might be saving for an op in the round to follow. That might be the play here. But he's looking to get involved. Weiss, unfortunately, blinded by the light. He's going to be sitting out for this round. Cloud9 now down a member, looking towards this A site once again.
What a good entry from TSM, man. They're picking him apart all over the map. The aggressive play from Wardell. Then Sabrosa gets one as well. Now, Cloud9, have managed to get onto A yet again, but Shinobi playing this a little bit further back. The problem with that lockdown is that TSM can still play from heaven. They can still hold down the pipes area and try to work those angles. Additionally, when you've got the Hunter's Fury, you absolutely nullify that move, that ultimate. However, Cloud9 have decided that they're going to rotate over to B. TSM sniffs it out, however, and they're on the flank. Sabrosa's on the other side. Sabrosa's able to get one. The Rolling Thunder comes out as Tens dices up Wardell. A 3v2 in favor of TSM, and Tens does it again. He's the last one standing. However, in a 1v2, he's got an operator. He's got the Blade Storm. He hasn't been spotted.
Wow.
30 seconds left. Oh, he's able to get one.
I got the spike. 30 seconds left.
So the shot! Tens! Oh my god! Teds! Holy smokes! What was that? He clutched that round. You know, I was sitting there, I was thinking, I was like, man, TSM, normally, the way that TSM have been playing, you would think, okay, they're overthinking the map. They're putting the chess pieces in normally a different fashion to account for the crazy mid-round, late-round theatrics from Cloud9. You never know where they're going to end up. You never know what's inside the Mega Mix, Mike and Ike Mega Mix. You never know what's inside. A mystery. And TSM are trying to play that accordingly. They're constantly also trying to keep Cloud9 on their toes. But once again, similar to how for TSM you can't rule out the Wardell factor. Just like that, you can't rule out the Tense factor either. He finds a 4K in a round, but TSM Wardell already finding it early pick. Has to be good news for TSM. Ten's now going to sit out. TSM likely on the precipice of winning another round.
Oh my gosh, Wardell already with 4 with the operator as he has single-handedly taken apart Cloud9. Mitch, the last one standing, he seems to have picked up the operator. You presume that he wants to save this here. He's nowhere near the spike. Maybe gets a pick. Oh! Yeah, he gets it through the smoke. Sabrosa gets taken out. Cloud9, things not looking good here, but they should be able to take this operator into the next round.
Found them.
We'll see. 40 seconds left on the clock. Alarm bot's going to trigger. Mitch now in a 1v3 with Wardell. Looking like a Game of Thrones episode over there by the fountain. Bodies all over the ground.
30 seconds left.
And guess who's towering above them? It's Wardell with an op, posted up like a turret. Shot after shot. Sitting down in the bunker, TSM managed to keep the long push at bay. Now for Cloud9, that puts us up 11-11. There's a possibility here for an OT, but you know Drake,
10
Drake
seconds
says,
left.
never go OT. And for TSM, we'll see if they can bring us there. This is close. This is such a heater of a map here on Bind.
Oh my goodness, this thing's unreal. This second half has just been absolutely bonkers. And again, remember, TSM started off slow. Cloud9 was in full control. At the beginning, the score was 7-2 at one point, and since then, it's been TSM 24 and 12 out of Wardell. Cloud9 was able to save the operator and get it into the hands of Tens. Cloud9 needs to stand strong here. They don't have any ultimates to work with, but they've got to stand strong.
I mean, you could say the same for TSM. They're both relatively even on economy. A loss here is going to put a blunder on the plans for either team. And once again, it is off the apple. Oh, that was close. Woo! This one's a little spicy. I like the attempt there from Tense, but Wardell has to back away.
Keep in mind, Wardell also still has that Blade Storm.
Yes.
Tens does not.
They were able to secure the ult orb in shower side. We already heard the tailwind used by Tens. I think he anticipated the paranoia or something, or maybe he just thought that he was under fire. He had to get out, but nobody was looking his way. Cloud9, 4 members strong from TSM on this A side. They're going to be for a big surprise. They're in for a big surprise when Cloud9 hit this B side. There's a lot of utility there. Tripwires galore. Cloud9 with 40 seconds left on the clock. I don't assume there's any late round theatrics. Now they have to push in. That's the running back that's going to identify the signal that they're getting involved. Spike is being planted. That's going to be one player located. Shinobi dodging that operator shot. Still trying to make it sing as Wardell. But Sabrosa pushes through the portal. Now TSM, they've got a sandwich of their own, but they're trying to clear out one of the cookies on the other side. Relics will be able to deal with him. And now it's the 5v4 retake for TSM.
The problem is for TSM, they're all going to be pushing in from the same side. There is no flank. There's nothing else to really keep Cloud9 on their toes. TSM doesn't have the numbers advantage, but they've got to bust a move. Ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9 looking to push this thing to match point. Mitch is able to take care of Haste. Mitch looking to get a second, and Mitch lights up the kill feed yet again. But Wardell with the operator, able to trade out relics. A random tripwire still around. TSM backs off. Ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9 at match point.
Not only match point, Doug, but they're at series point as well. Now if TSM are able to sneak out one more round, will be taken to overtime. And this is the opportunity for TSM to still keep this map in competition. A very Interesting map thus far. We've seen some theatrics on the pistol from Cloud9. Back and forth it goes. 7-2 at some point. TSM claw back, and now here we stand. Cloud9 at map and series point. TSM op back in hand. 10's got the op as well. And after this, the economy doesn't matter. If you're new to the overtime rules, the economy will sit at 5,000 every single round. The ult points will be at half, but let's put that on pause. We're seeing the involvement from Wardell. He inches ever so close to the showers, but he's going to have to wash that one off as Tens to take him down.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9 have defeated TSM the last 2 best-of-3s that they've played, and so far, they have the lead. They're 1 round away from doing it yet again. TSM down a member. They do have the neural theft, which is huge if he's able to get a body, but Relic spots one, tries to tag him up. Sabrosa was able to get away, but certainly a bit worse for Ware. The spike from Cloud9 has not made it onto the site yet, as it looks like they're thinking twice about it. They're starting to rotate out of showers.
Drone and Sabrosa, especially as the rounds have started to lay on, have been playing this lamp side together. Normally it has been Wardell and Sabrosa, while Drone having more of a focus towards the B site. TSM have been very comfortable in the late round theatrics on the A side. As we've seen, Cloud9 have just barely ever been able to make it on the A side, but this is going to be one of those
30 seconds
times.
left.
If Drone and Sabrosa can hold the line here, TSM can bring us to OT.
Hayes taking a look. It's a Guardian, Sentinel over that A short area. As it looks like that's exactly where TSM goes. And oh my gosh, the CC was huge. Sabrosa with a 3-piece mows apart Cloud9. Ladies and gentlemen, this looks all but inevitable. Cloud9 doesn't have the spike. They don't have any control over it. Are you not entertained? We're going to overtime.
That was, I'm like speechless. Like, Cloud9 have had these big brain plays.
Switching sides.
And then they 5-stack through A short. I'm just very confused. I'm just very confused, Cloud9. If I could get a DM from the coach, from the strategic coach, somebody tell me what on earth that was. And that was a scary sight too. The fault line, the Cypher cage. They were like, what is happening? We can't even break through this site. They're trying to let Relics push forward with the curveball, and then Sabrosa's like, yeah, you ready for this? Boom, swing, you gone, you dead, 3K, easy for TSM, and now we're going to go with the back and forth of the overtime.
Gosh, this is why I love Valorant. It's because of matches like this. Like, how much more could you possibly ask for? Two of North America's best at this close of a match on a map that we have not seen from either of them in this tournament. This thing has delivered 1,000%, and folks, I have good news for you. We're not done.
TSM is never going out. You know TSM, they are never done. We're now looking at the attack plan here for TSM. Shinobi gets into a very cheeky position. Unfortunately, Cutler's going to help out, but that's the spike down. So far, it's been trade for trade down to the 2v2, and both Tens and Wardell are out of commission. It's down to Hayes and Sabrosa. On the opposite side, it's Shinobi alongside Mitch. Mitch has had a spectacular performance, but once again, TSM just, they love this they love this granny, and so is Mitch gonna feel it as Sabrosa is gonna take him down. Spike still not planted. Shinobi has to clutch things out. Hazed. Gonna still play it slow. Now the peek comes through. The shots are good from Sabrosa. TSM now flip the script and one away from
Switching
bringing us
sides.
to map 3.
Match point.
Tens at 23 and 18 has had himself a field day. Vice is certainly playing well as our Mitch and Relics, and Shinobi's a bit lagging behind on the scoreboard, but Cloud9 have a chance here. The problem is their attacking side, as we saw in the previous half, or in the latter half, was not as strong. So for TSM to win that is huge. Wardell with a uncharacteristic miss, and he got tagged up a little bit as well. Cloud9 looking to push the matter, looking to get onto B, but with a little bit of ruckus raised, they're going to rotate back out.
They're going to leave Relics to do what Shinobi did in rounds previous. Nope, he's going to back away. It's going to be once again the A side hit, and TSM are, boy, are they ready for it. They're going to smoke down, the tag there, the attempted tag there for Hayes. Now as they start to push it, Pandemonium's about to ensue. Hayes is going to be traded out. And now it's the 4v4. Tense is a little injured, as is... Oh, sorry, that's Wardell that is injured. My apologies. Tense and company now in position. Spike's still not planted. And that's because they know that TSM is on the site. They're sending Relics to do the dirty work. He's going to be pushing in from the shower side. Let's see if he wins the gunfight. He does not. Sabrosa holds fast. Now Cloud9 are down a member, still holding on in this late round position, trying to get that spike planted. Wardell up above. That's a very interesting paranoia from Sabrosa, but nobody swings into it. Tense! Oh, boy! Wardell going to sit that one down. Now they're going to rotate on over. Cutler, can you hold down the Cloud9 offense?
Cutler. No, Cutler's not going to do it. Shinobi takes care of him. They're going to get onto the site, and it looks like it's going to be planted. A 3v2 in favor of Cloud9 as they look to extend this map. TSM just down to 2 members left. Drone's one of them, and Shinobi's on the site trying to keep things at bay. They're going to smoke off the entrance. Now Sabrosa's going to peek his way forward. Shinobi's going to be the first one there, but the timing! Sabrosa happens to be fine, but Tense takes it out. Drones is going to trade that back out. Drone drops. Cloud9 extends it. We're going to a second overtime.
Switching
I
sides.
have a feeling
Overtime.
this one may go for another overtime. We'll have to see, of course. We have to talk a little bit about Wardell forcing that op on that round. He had not a whole lot of armor to work with. In fact, I think he either went with light armor or no armor, and considering it's 5,000 credits, my brain now obviously finally did the calculation. He went in with no armor, and now he's going to do the same thing again. The last time he got tagged, he got injured, and he didn't land a shot. That could have been the impact that TSM needed. Once again, he's going to be looking down that long side, this time on the opposite side on the attack, and Cloud9 prepared for an A-side hit, but it's the B side all along.
But again, the utility, Mitch has lit up that side of the map like a freaking Christmas tree. And TSM is going to walk right into it. There it is. Mitch, but Mitch isn't able to get one. Drone takes him out. They're going to get on to B.
Oh, Sabrosa. Oh, no. Oh, Sabrosa. He's going to chase him down. He's going to hop right in. He's going to come in from behind. Sabrosa will be traded. The 4v3. Guess who's coming in from behind? They are sandwiching the sandwichers. Wardell's like, oh, no, I got to get out of here. He's being chased down by Tense. The smokes go down. Cloud9 playing ring around the rosy. And TSM have got a pocket full of posies. Spike, of course, now going towards that A site. Relic. Cutler, sorry. Finds the pick there onto Relics. Spike's being planted. A huge opportunity for TSM to get that round lead. But as I lose my exact train of thought, this has been an insane round, an insane series between Cloud9 and TSM.
On TSM pushed through their spawn, so they're going to have the access point on that pinch. Cloud9 is walking straight into it. Cutler's going to be the first one there. Drone is there as well with a bit of CC. If Cutler goes down, yeah, the flashes are there. And I believe Cutler spotted Tense. Tense gets taken out. Vice is going to get flashed up as well. Vice trades it, but Wardell takes care of him. TSM once again holds serve.
I have a feeling that Cloud9's Valorant roster is going to be the first on the Elon Musk trip to Mars. Do you want to know why? Because they're so used to looking at the sun. 3 flashes back to back to back from Drone. I don't think Cloud9 had a moment where they weren't looking at white on their screens for a second there. And TSM now, they've got the script. They close things out. They bring us to map 3. This is their shot.
Cloud9 were able to pull it off last time. They found themselves in this situation. Can they do it again? TSM down 1 round on the attacking side. The drone is going to go aggressively through a short. They're going to know that there's an operator watching that way, and that is going to give Cloud9 what they need, the information needed to work their way onto B. The problem, TSM, why they normally invest their utility towards B, this time it's over onto A. Cloud9's going to get onto the site for free.
Yeah, they'll find an early pick as well. Make that 2. This is looking like another overtime round unless Wardell can do what Wardell does best. We're going to be looking at Sabrosa making his way through the market, maybe hoping to find some late round flanks, post-plant positioning, but Tense is waiting. And boy, does he have the presence of mind to wait. Back into the smoke Tense goes, as he will just barely pass Sabrosa. Well, on the opposite side is about to be Tense. They swing. Sabrosa finds him. That's big for TSM. Now as they retake the site, the Tense factor is out of commission. We'll see now as they start to push on in.
Mitch has done it time and time again, but this time he's taken out. Shinobi, however, the IGL for Cloud9, looking to keep things alive, but he's going to get taken out. Cloud9 just down to 1. Vice in a 1v2. Knows exactly what both of them
Oh!
Vice! Oh my gosh! How did he do that?
Holy smoke! Vice!
Switching sides.
Jack, I know you're
Overtime.
listening. Jack. You're bringing Vice, the last addition to the Cloud9 Exodia. Do you need more convincing that the man needs a pay bump, slight boost, maybe some vacation time? Woo! This has been one heck of a map. Now we're back to the reset, heading into the third overtime. Vice,
Ready.
you had to do it to him with the recon bolt. You just had to.
I need to sit down. I need to sit down. This thing has been absolutely insane. Once again, triple overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Triple overtime between these two heavyweight squads. And neither of them show any willingness to back down. Wardell goes aggressive. Wardell takes out Relics, but Tens responds with an operator of his own. Last time it was Wardell who rolled the die, but this time it's Tens who's able to make it sing. Vice gets one as well. TSM just down to 3 members left. Shinobi does it, but Wardell is able to take care of business as Sabrosa joins in on the party. A straight up 2v2, ladies and gentlemen, for Wardell drops Cloud9 just down to 1, and it's Mitch.
Wardell is injured. Sabrosa looking a little better. Mitch going to be coming in from that heaven side, and that's exactly where the attention is focused on. Wardell about to peek, sees the ponytail there. A couple of sprays. The tailwind will get him to safety. They hop over towards the B side. There is a nano swarm there. He can activate it from range, and an alarm bot as well. They'll be able to take care of it. Now they can't really plant the spike. They'll at least be able to get it into a decent
30 seconds
position.
left.
Now Mitch is forced
Spike planted.
into the 1v2. It's a one-way smoke, so he's not really interested in pushing that. Wardell very injured. If Mitch can just spray correctly through a piece of cardboard, he's going to find himself at least one pick, but Wardell plays it passive in the hookah chain there as he sits. As Sabrosa will be working his way through the elbow, but still has to touch his knees and toes to find the frags he needs. Mitch now going to be looking for the defuse, playing it slow, looking for picks. Can't find anybody. Wardell about to peek from hookah, but does not get spotted. Now as he tries to jump out, shot's going to be good. Down to the 1v1. Sabrosa behind the tunican, but they just barely pass each other. Now Mitch is just trying to stick the defuse. Thinks that Sabrosa is playing towards the long side. He is not. The elbow flank works out.
Switching sides.
Once again,
Match
TSM looking
point.
at map point.
And the thing is, Simo, Mitch has been in situations like that time and time again in this series, and he has delivered. So for it to be a 1v2, Mitch, to keep that as interesting as he did, it's just another day in the office for Mitch. And to keep, again, to get us to another overtime, to keep this thing going is just huge. But the problem is, TSM have pushed Cloud9 into the corner 3 times now. Cloud9 has been able to come out swinging twice and create some room for them, but can they do it again? Can we get into quadruple overtime? TSM once again with the advantage.
I just want map 3. That's all I want. I think that's what everyone else wants. Yeah, this bind map has to come to an end eventually, but I just want TSM to win so we could see what map 3 looks like. Come on. This series, this map in particular, has to be a convincing factor for wanting that third map, and Cloud9, they don't. They don't want it. And now as the paranoia comes, oh, the hole in the line, he's able to spray down 1/10, taken down to injured levels. Now as they start to come through, Sabrosa will be stopped. Now Cutler pushes forward, that spike down, and it's a 3v3 remaining now. Cloud9 up against TSM.
Vice is able to pick up the spike and start to rotate over. Oh, Wardell is waiting for Tens with open arms and an operator to take care of him. Cloud9 just down to 2 members left once again to try to keep this map alive, to try to take care of TFSM and 2-0 them. But
30
TSM
seconds
once
left.
again with the numbers advantage. 30 seconds left. Cloud9 trying to work their way up a short. There's the cage. It's going to give away all of their positioning. It looked like Mitch was able to get through into U-Haul, and they're going to take the telly out. Hayes is still there, however.
Doesn't matter. Wardell is not there. That's all that matters for Cloud9. They don't want Wardell to be a part of that conversation. Now Hayes sprays. Hayes finds his mark. And TSM stay alive in the series, moving us to map number 3. Listen, I feel the same way. I feel the same way. Trust me. I had imagined Coach Myth as the most puckered butt in the entire world as that went to overtime after overtime. The man was like, stick to the plan, and TSM did. Now we're, of course, moving on to that third map, but what a map that was, considering neither team has played bind the entire open qualifier. I can see why now, because it really goes down to the wire.
But Cloud9, yes, TSM was able to walk away with the map win there after being down as far as they were. That's certainly worth noting, but I've got to talk about Cloud9 a little bit here. They're up 7-3. Everything looks good. They just took care of TSM 13-6 on the first map, and then TSM just hits them in the mouth. But for them to stand up, for them to fight back, for them to keep things interesting and get us into triple overtime was really impressive as well. So both of these squads, at least on that map, they left everything out there, and I could not possibly ask for anything else except, of course, map 3.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think now for Cloud9, it's Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamers First Strike Valorant Qualifier. It's been one heck of a map too. Blow for blow, pound for pound, two heavyweight titans. Cloud9 and TSM duke things out where it all matters on the Valorant maps. I'm joined with me, Esports Doug, the man who cuts me off just before the throw, but is also with me for the series. TSM versus Cloud9 is what we're about to dive into, that last and final map. But let's have a look at how the teams have gotten here up until this point with the bracket.
Listen, I'm just going to commend you on the fact that you instantly transitioned to something else, so I didn't even get a chance to defend myself. TSM manages to 2-0 100 Thieves. Cloud9 takes care of the slimy boogermen, and that has set up this freaking juggernaut fight that we have on our hands right now. The winner advances to take on Team Envy, who managed to 2-0 Genji in very impressive fashion. So again, guys, 128 teams. There was so much conversation leading into the first strike qualifier. Like, you know, what's going to happen when the TSMs and the Cloud9s are not invited? And can they make it through an open bracket? And man, it's a lot of the same customers that have made it this far out. So once again, cementing themselves as some of the best teams that North America has to offer. And the truth is, the format is beautiful. How we've gotten here is absolutely beautiful, and I just can't stop gushing about what's happening right now. Cloud9, TSM, map 3, and man, if this scoreboard doesn't get you excited for what we have next, I don't know what to tell you.
Let me just say, I understand that Wardell, and I understand that TenZ have been popping off, almost dropping a 30 bomb here for TenZ. A 30 bomb for Wardell, a beautiful answer to that first map. But the MVP of that map was Sabrosa. Without a doubt. The constant flanking, the constant repositioning. The man has found his agent. He's become a broman. And he has joined the Broman Club as he's put on a phenomenal performance. We'll see if he can do it again. He's going to be on the Omen once again. But the map we've got to talk about is going to be split. Where we're going to see the Viper come out here for Hazed, Cutler on the Killjoy, a little bit of an agent swap here for TSM and Cloud9. I think for the most part are going to stay relatively the same as they have. The Breach, the Raze, the Omen, the Killjoy, and the Jet for TenZ to round things out. But for TSM, this is going to be a newer look that we haven't seen before on Split.
And again, what a fitting way to end things between these two squads, going down to map 3 after triple overtime. There are the compositions on the screen for you. Timo, you mentioned the Viper in the hands of Hazed for TSM. This one's going to be spicy.
So the coin flip does go to the favor of Cloud9. They get the defense first, and ultimately that is the side that is more favored on Split. Cloud9 have had 2 opportunities to play Split, and that is the map that they have been exceptionally well prepared for. TSM, on the other hand, are 1-1 on Split. So they're going to need to do a little bit more work, considering the open qualifiers hasn't been very kind to them on Split. But we'll see if this Killjoy, if this Viper really packs a punch against Cloud9.
Does the Snake Lady bite? Does she bite hard enough to take care of Cloud9? Cloud9 on the defending side for this opening half. The spike so slow, so methodical. Sabrosa is able to take care of TenZ to open up the round.
Looks like the Jet's been replaced, of course, with the Reyna, and we're seeing TSM really pack a punch, pushing onto the site. Cloud9 now just down to 2, but of course they're able to fight back. Sabrosa out of commission just before he finds the PK on the round. There's that Snake Lady packing a punch from a distance, but it's Mitch with that last second frag, upgrading to a Ghost. Cloud9 now up by 1, lead the pistol, and that's a great start for the defense. Let's see how many rounds they can convert off of this first round, because ultimately, on the defense, it's really hard for the attack to find some success.
And remember, Cloud9 opened the last map with a bang on the pistol round. They were able to win that. They rattled off a number of rounds. They had a very comfortable lead, but it was TSM that responded at the end of the half to keep things competitive. And well, we know how the rest of that panned out. But for Cloud9, a strong start, an importantly needed strong start on the attack, on the defending, side. Cloud9, or TSM going a bit aggressively here towards mid, but TenZ and Mitch just pick them apart.
And now the Lear comes through. They want to participate. That's just the scary sight for TSM. They'll at least be able to put one on to TenZ, but now it's just down to the Snake Lady, who Hazed has made his way all the way up towards the A heaven side. The spike is down. The alarm bot will spot him out, and they know exactly where he is now. So he's going to try to get in a little bit of a different position. But Cloud9 played that well. TSM stacked up towards the center. Were able to at least find one pick for the troubles. If Hayes can find another, it'll definitely be worth the while here for TSM. As the heavy investment from Cloud9 for the second round soft buy. Spectres and heavy armor across the board. We'll see what Hayes can do with 40 seconds left on the clock. I'd imagine it's going to be difficult, but still within the realm of possibility.
I mean, he's certainly taking the scenic route all the way around, and he's going to get spotted by a turret. Once again, they know where Hayes is. First it was the alarm bot, then it was the
30 seconds
turret.
left.
They know where he is, and it looks like they're actually hunting for him. Hayes is, well, going to get met by Relics. Relics with the Spectre gives him the business.
Yeah, but
and that's going to be a 2-0 lead for Cloud9.
Just barely survives, though. 20 HP. That 3 classic burst almost put Relics into a coma. I don't know how many rounds that would have lasted, but he still survives. And anyone that survives a shot to the dome deserves some sort of prize. I don't know what prize, but some sort of prize. So Cloud9 sitting pretty. One assault rifle moving into this one. TSM going to be locked and loaded, guns blazing. Going to be looking for some mid control. On the opposite side, we do have Vice alongside 10s that are going to be working up a buddy system to try to defend any potential push for TSM around. That is very important for them to win. Guns on lock.
Once again, that mid control that you mentioned, Tens dies early on for the second round in a row. Cutler able to take care of them. It looks like they're going to pick up the spike. And they still have plenty of options, Simo.
Slow moving towards the A site. Cloud9, of course, down a member. Shinobi, as you highlighted, will be coming back towards this A site. Smoke down actually at the perfect time, but there's no threat on the opposite side. Sabrosa going to try to cause a ruckus on the B side, and Cloud9 will see if they react to it accordingly. They do have Mitch waiting on the opposite side. He's in a pretty good spot. Wardell's going to be taken down. He can convert onto the second. Sabrosa now going to work all the way back around. We'll see how much damage Cloud9 can do as it's just down to 2 players with Spike behind enemy lines.
Yeah, but Sabrosa opted to go in aggressive there and
30
so
seconds
maybe
left.
catch somebody else lagging, but now he's going to show up late to the party. Fortunately
player
for him,
remaining.
TSM has been able to hold things at bay so far, but now Cutler drops. Sabrosa's the last one there. He's got a Phantom. It's a 1v2. It's certainly not out of the realms of possible, but it's far from easy.
Oh, Vice spotted him. Relics repositioning. Spike picked up.
10 seconds
Needs to
left.
get the spike planted, but guess who's waiting in the smoke? Yeah, it's Relics. A tough round for TSM to lose, a round that they desperately needed to win. Now the investment is not going to pay off, and they're going to have to be back down to some likely soft force-ups here. Cloud9 very happy about the performance of that round. Yes, it got brought down to the wire, but like you pointed out, the late round flank from Sabrosa doesn't pay off when all of TSM falls apart.
It just took too long, and it's tough to boil down a round to like a 1 second to 2 second decision, but his decision to go a bit more aggressively on B delayed his ability to provide reinforcements on A. It was just a split second, but Cutler got taken out because he didn't have any backup, and that left Sabrosa by himself. Now, Cloud9 with a big lead, for them to be able to take that out of TSM's hands with Spectres, that's huge.
Huge indeed, and you might chalk it up to positioning. Mitch finding 2 before dying. Should have only gotten away with 1, and considering Wardell was the first one to die, that does not bode well for TSM. As long as Wardell is alive, anything is possible for TSM. Anything. Literally anything. A 1v5, yeah, that's possible. If Wardell's alive, anything is possible for TSM. So for Cloud9 to take him out first, very crucial. It's the passive B-side play. Shinobi finds a lurking Sabrosa. Cloud9 pretty disconnected from sites altogether. TSM looks to hit this B-side. We do have Vice waiting on the opposite side. Like clockwork, TSM will dispatch TSM a flawless round for Cloud9, and now TSM will be back on the gun round for round number 5.
You know, you mentioned Wardell, if he's alive, then anything is possible, but you could say the exact same thing about Tense. The dude is out of control. He's been pugging out like a madman up against TSM here. So as we saw in the last map, these two rosters match up, and whenever they do, there's fireworks. But Cloud9 roaring out of the gates here to a 4-0 lead. Now we're going to get another gun round for TSM, and if they don't pull this one off, things look real dicey for TSM in the first half.
Swarm grenade.
I mean, I hate to chalk it up to it's a defensive-sided map forehead. Like, I know that that's a little bit of a weak argument, but considering Cloud9 have got the pieces to have a lot of control, the Omen, the Killjoy, the Breach, they can really keep the attack at bay for quite some time. And if you're committing all of your resources with Killjoy utility on one side, well, they're going to stack all the membership on the opposite side, right? And so there's a lot of control capabilities from Cloud9. For TSM, when they move on to the defense, they've got the Viper, the Killjoy, the Omen, and the Breach. They have more tools at their disposal to defend against Cloud9. So for Cloud9 to have this hot of a start, it makes sense.
An ever important start. TSM have managed to work the way through mid and are now posturing towards A. They've got plenty of utility from Viper to keep them hidden, and Cloud9's rotating away.
Slow and steady here for TSM, but with 40 seconds left on the clock, they better make this push worth their while. Now as they start to funnel through, Cloud9 still haven't rotated.
30 seconds left.
And just pop the Empress. I'm a little bit afraid now about what's about to happen. He's going to find one. Invisibility pushes him forward. He's going to get to safety with Relics, and he escapes. 3 HP is all that remains. If he finds this pick, he can heal up, but he can't. Relics will find 2. You don't need an Empress. Now the no snuffer comes through. That's going to be the dunk. And now with 13 seconds left on the clock, Cutler will be able to take him down. Spike, unfortunately, in a tough spot. Cloud9 is round number 5.
Unreal. Cloud9 looks so good. That's a second gun round, that TSM is not able to capitalize on. And again, it was a different look this time. TSM waited all the way until about 30 seconds. They still had a bunch of utility from Viper to keep themselves hidden, to keep their intentions behind wraps, and then they exposed. Then they went, and Cloud9 handled it masterfully. Cloud9 is in complete control right now, and take a look at who's leading the scoreboard for Cloud9. It's Relics, 7-2, and well, the truth is, Vice and Mitch are having themselves a day as well at 5-1 apiece. Cloud9 are in complete control here, Simo.
For TSM, the best case scenario is, I'd imagine, maybe an 8-4 half, maybe a 9-3, considering how dominant Cloud9 has got off to a hot start. I don't presume TSM are going to get 12-0'd, okay? What we just saw in Bind, there's no way. Okay, let me just be the first to say there's no way. So for Cloud9, if they can find themselves in a 10-2, that is a beautiful scenario. Beautiful. But for TSM, they're looking for 8-4. They're looking for 9-3. Because like I said, when we get to the defensive side for TSM, all the control that they have from the Viper, from the Killjoy, from the Omen, they'll be putting themselves in a position to succeed. But they need to get there first. And they need to take down Cloud9 in the process. But it's not off to a hot start on the B side.
Oh, gosh. Freaking Cloud9 again. And I know it's not a gun round for TSM, but the way they're winning these rounds, Simo, is just so dang impressive for Cloud9. Bros is the last one standing. Relics continues to pad the stats. 8-2. Cloud9 just looks so good. TSM, yes, they're going to have a lot to work with on the second half when they're on defense, but for Cloud9 right now, get as far ahead as you possibly can, right? Like, rattle off as many rounds as you can, because you know TSM's going to come back swinging in the second half.
Another important round here for TSM, back on the gun round. 6 rounds in a row for Cloud9. Wardell still has not been relatively active. And with the op in hand, he's looking to change that on the round ahead. Cloud9, despite the opportunity for TSM in some instances to find the man advantage on site takes, Cloud9 have done a phenomenal job of nullifying those odds and actually bringing it down to a 2v2 on a site hit when they still have the rest of the team rotating over from the other site. So TSM have definitely been hurting in that regard, as Cloud9's heroics on the holds have been great. I'm looking at 10s, I'm looking at Relics, especially on some of those heroics on the A side, and Mitch as well to boot. TSM need to find some sort of answer on these attack plans, because it hasn't been working, and Cloud9 have traded well. So for TSM, now around where they're going to be looking for an early B hit, or at least information in the middle and in the garage, see how they shape up.
Drone causing some problems as it looks like TSM takes an aggressive position up the middle. Oh, Shinobi's gonna get flashy swings. He's not able to take care of Sabrosa. Sabrosa getting the best of him there as TSM established control across the middle of the map.
Find that early pick, and I know Cloud9 was just so hesitant on trying to pull the trigger. Wardell tries to escape, and that's the op out of the hands of the man that does not miss. Now the 4v4 looking towards the A site. Relics waiting in position, but guess who comes from the defender spawn? It's Sabrosa. He doesn't commit to the teleport, and now Cloud9 are forced into a retake, but they might stop the plant before it even drops down.
Unreal. Cloud9 just looks so freaking good. Here's the first time we're going to see the Viper's Pit out of TSM, and in response, you've got the lockdown. Relics is able to get a very important kill on a second one as well. Hayes the last one standing here. He's going to get the spike down, but oh my gosh, is he right in the corner? Is he okay?
He is, but unfortunately not for long. As Mitch comes through, the Jello pops out on the other side, and Cloud9 win round number 7. Back down to the eco for TSM. They might soft buy here, maybe Stingers, maybe light armor. Definitely not Vandals and ops across the board, but it has not been a great start for TSM. 5 rounds remain in the half, and if they want a 8-4, if they want a 9-3, they need to start laying on some rounds now. I don't anticipate it's going to be this one, considering the weapons are obviously less than ideal. No Blade Storm for Wardell either. He's 1 out of 6 on that. They do have the red carpet and the lockdown. We'll see if that ends up being used, but TSM up against the ropes.
Cloud9 so far have shown extreme proficiency on this map, and TSM have not found an inch of room to breathe. They haven't been able to get anything going. Cloud9 just looking head and shoulders above TSM right now, and like they have 2 members on TSM who are 0-7. Simo, they haven't been able to get anything going at all, and it's been on the back of a couple of different looks. We've seen the Viper Spit, we've seen aggressive pushes up mid, we've seen delayed pushes, and it looks like that's exactly what we're going to get here on B. But once again, it's a save round for TSM. Cloud9 continues to make a statement.
Yeah, one after another, down to 1 final player, Sabrosa. A flawless round for Cloud9, 8-0 the scoreline, and we asked for a third map. I don't think TSM or TSM fans anticipated this much of a beating. Now, this map is defender-sided. It definitely does cater to Cloud9, but at least TSM have tried to find a round, tried to find 2, and this could be one right here. Guns online, up in the hands of Wardell, looking towards the A site. This time, Cloud9 heavily stacked with utility from Killjoy towards the B site. A lopsided defense looking to be impactful here. We'll see how TSM play this one out.
Relics posturing aggressively. Oh my gosh, they have 2 of them. On the other side of the smoke, it's a bloody firing squad. Shinobi gets 3 as the IGL for Cloud9 continues to keep TSM at bay. TenZ does it as well. A complete disaster for TSM. They're just down to Cutler. He's got the ult, but he doesn't have a whole lot else to work with as Cloud9 continue to push the pace. TSM look entirely lost right now.
Yeah, I have a feeling that maybe throughout the entirety of the broadcast, the chat might be, I don't read chat when I cast, but I have a feeling they may be a little, like, I've got a lot of crazy references, okay? They're a little spicy. They're a little out there. Cloud9 look like references. Yes, Cloud9 look like they're playing Among Us. That engagement there, right in that choke point towards the A site, they took the 50. Shinobi's like, I'm gonna play off to the side. Relics, you plant yourself down like a juicy little crewmate. Wait for the imposter to come in and snatch you up. TSM run in, double impostered up on a Thursday afternoon. They push forward. They try to, like, oh yeah, Relics, easy frag. Yeah, Shinobi's waiting on the opposite side. It was a bait. It was the plan all along. Very well executed for Cloud9. They played TSM's utility to a T.
Look, so here's the thing. We've mentioned this before. Defender side, TSM has things to work with in the next round, in the next half. Here's the problem, however, is if you're TSM, you can have all of the utility, all of the tools at your disposal in the world. But if you go into the second half so far down that you lose the coin flip pistol and conventional wisdom says you lose the next one as well. There's no amount of utility that can save you from that. Shinobi is able to take care of Hazed early on. TSM once again at a numbers disadvantage.
Great control there from Relics up above from Heaven. Now Shinobi actually pushing forward right in the sight line of the crossfire. An opportunity here for TSM, but unfortunately Sabrosa caught in a little bit of a difficult spot. The red carpet's rolled out, but nobody's starting to walk it. Wardell peeks on in. Guess who's on the other side? It's Cloud9. Down to Cone, headshot, disconnect, down to the 1v3. Finds the second, finds the third! Are you kidding me? Down to the 1v1, coming in from behind. It's Relics playing the tower. Spike is taking a drone. Slows things down. Guess what? Aftershock surprise. Now he's playing behind the map. Shot good! Drone with the flip! And TSM win a round.
There's no analysis to that. He just pew-pewed freaking all across Cloud9 in that. That's just insane. For him to be able to pull that off that way was so huge. The problem for TSM is that they're still looking down 8 rounds of a deficit here. We talked about how they needed to keep it interesting at half. You mentioned 8-4, 9-3 a couple of rounds ago. That's still possible, but they can't drop anything else here. And if it takes a 4K heroic round from a member of TSM just to get 1 round on the board, what does that say about how strong Cloud9 look?
Cloud9 have been looking very strong on Ascent, very strong on Split. One of those maps has to be banned in series to come against them. Wardell finds an early pick onto Shinobi. The paint shells are definitely going to cause a little bit of a problem, but the toxic screen is going to cause an even bigger problem for Relics as he can't land the showstopper. It does connect and injure a couple of members, but not enough to find the pick. The 4v5. TSM with a man advantage lockdown as well here for Cutler. Sabrosa will catch Relics with his open arms. The 5v3 with Cloud9 up against the ropes. The opportunity here for the 9-3 as Tense will heal up. And now the retake here for Cloud9 pushing back into this A site.
Toxin screen down.
Hazed is still alive, so you have to keep all of that utility in mind. Wardell once again, who will guard the Guardians as he does it again. Tens is going to use that Empress as you hear the Rolling Thunder has been used as well. Tens, the last one in a 1v4, is able to get one, going to get flashed up, and he's going to get taken out. TSM put up another round on the board.
9-3 is the possibility here for TSM, and it all boils down to this round. Cloud9 have had credits to spend for the entirety of this half, but this would be the statement piece that they need. They could cushion themselves with a loss on the pistol and still have rounds, well, not many rounds, but rounds to sacrifice if that ends up being the case. Cloud9 on the attack will have to obviously make ends meet with the composition that they have. And for TSM, it should bode a little bit better for them, but it'll hinge on the pistol nevertheless. Now looking at TSM, going to be hitting this B site, but guess what? On the opposite side are 4 members strong, with Mitch all on his lonesome with Killjoy utility. This is about to be a
You hear the From the Shadows has been used to try to get some information. He's going to pop himself right back. Tens holding this tight angle. Oh my gosh! Oh, Tens! Tens is able to get 2. Drone is able to trade him out as he gets the second one, but Shinobi does it! The IGL for Cloud9 rips apart TSM. Cloud9 with a statement first half.
Switching sides.
10-2 is ultimately what Cloud9 could have asked for and more. TSM wanted to inch closer to that 8-4, wanted to inch closer to that 9-3, but it was not in the cards. The B-side hit, they should have stuck to the A-side hit, which was working out a lot more often than not. B-side was just very well read there from Cloud9. The 4-stack anticipating potentially a little bit of a switch-up, considering the A-side was hit continuously by TSM round after round after round. And so for Cloud9 to call that good heads-up play, good read there on the tempo, the feel of the half. Moving on to the second, TSM really hinge on this pistol, an important pistol for them to win. Looking at setups towards the center, Cloud9 are stacking towards this garage side.
The thing is, these pistol rounds have been so electric between these two teams that you feel the weight of being down 10-2 so much more going into the second half. You lose this, you're probably going to lose the next one, and all of a sudden you find yourself on match point. So TSM have to figure something out here. Cloud9 sitting very comfortably.
trade in the middle as TSM fight for that control. Wardell and Drone waiting on the opposite side, and that is one scary combination you do not want to mess with. A flash and a bloodthirsty Wardell on the opposite side is not someone that you want to cross paths with. Now Relics and company. Relics playing the information game, looking to try to pull TSM away from their comfort zone. Wardell on the opposite side will be right where he needs to be for Cloud9 to hit this B side. Remember, this pistol, very volatile, but Cloud9 and TSM are playing this like it's any other round.
No way. All right, here's Wardell. Has spotted 3. He got tagged up a little bit, but the Smokes are going to try to create some space. Mitch takes him out with the frenzy yet again. Hayes gets 2 of his own, looking for the 3rd. Give it to him, baby! TSM wins the pistol.
A pistol they needed to win. Now they'll find themselves at 10-3, potentially 10-4 if Cloud9 doesn't force up and really cause the pain for TSM. But they're thinking about it. They thought about it. They're playing with our hearts. They're playing with our emotions. Roller Coaster Tycoon booted up on the other monitor as I'm feeling a whole slew of things. It's just 10s that locks in the Bulldog. We'll see if that ends up being the long-term play. TSM likely going to be put up at 10-4 here. If not, things are not going to pan out well for the rest of the half.
Cloud9 have done what they can to tip a situation that should not go their way a bit more in their favor with that Bulldog. As they work their way towards A, they're going to be met with a good bit of Killjoy utility and 2 members of TSM to boot. There's the Rain of Blind starting to funnel in. Cutler's going to be there. Oh my gosh, Cutler gets a glad. He's looking for a 30. He's going to get flashed up, forced to back up. But somehow stays alive! How does he do that? Cloud9's just down to 1 member left. The Bulldog did not bite. TSM takes care of Cloud9.
Yeah, now that 3rd round economy is going to be a little shot here for Cloud9. TSM hold on to that site, and chat is holding on to their hats here. TSM have managed to make this half really work for them as it's starting to unfold before our very eyes. I told you the defensive side for TSM is going to really start to light up. They've got a lot of good control on that TSM roster. The Omen, the Breach, the Killjoy, the Viper. They can deny vision. They can deny a whole slew of things for this eager Cloud9 roster to move on to the grand finals, but TSM want it just as bad. See how this round unfolds as Cloud9 are on their first gun round of the half.
Slow early start. Yet again, no presence mid. No attempt to try to establish control or get information. Playing this one out slow early on. Oh my gosh, what a big pick. Wardell with the op is taken out.
Relic's actually going to continue that fire.
No way.
He's still alive, though. He's going to try to escape. There isn't a lot of presence towards the middle. Oh, psych. Yeah, there is. Sabrosa going to be trying to cut off the rotation towards the B side, but little does he know they've already committed. Relics is going to be playing this late push in towards Heaven. If Cloud9 can push quick, hit fast, then Hayes is going to have to re-rotate over. Sabrosa will at least find one. That's the spike down. Hayes is going to be able to stop Relics from pushing forward. So far, it's still the advantage for Cloud9. The op in the hands up above. Cutler just trying to get an angle, but the spike is about to be planted. Going to use the nano
30 seconds
to try
left.
to deny it. Vice is still going to plant
planted.
it, still going to commit it and survive. Now the retake here for TSM.
Sabrosa had a good flank there. He was behind all of them, was able to get one, but then the rest of the flank fell apart. Cloud9 was able to take care of him and get onto the site. They have the numbers advantage. Mitch looks like he's going to get a chance here onto 2 members of Team Solo mid. Cutler and Drone slowly working their way around that corner. Mitch not even able to get one. Cutler's able to take him out. It's going to knock things up at a 2v2. Drone flashing his way onto the site, but Tens is there and Vice follows up. 11-4, Cloud9.
Beautiful crossfire setup. They set up on both sides of the tower there. If one falls, the other swings, but neither do. TSM not feeling too bad in terms of the economy. It's likely going to be a little bit of a rougher buy across the board for some of the players. Wardell has, well, I was about to say he has the Bladestorm, but he doesn't, so he's just going to opt in for the Sheriff. Still going to be crispy with it nonetheless, but I'd imagine Hayes could buy for him. Yep, that's the Vandal that comes through. Hayes is going to have to suffer, but that's okay. Your star player has the weapons necessary. But you highlighted that this map hasn't really been the best for Wardell. hasn't really started to shine like we normally see him do. This would be the half where he would, and he's got the Vandal in his hands. Paid for by Hayes. Let's see if that ends up coming into use.
Good guy is spotting Wardell a couple bucks to get some artillery. Cloud9 looking like they want to play over towards B. The problem is TSM has nobody there, Simo. So if Cloud9 decide to finish going that way, they're going to have to fight for the retake. There's going to be some fire coming in from heaven, but they can smoke that off. Or they can pull all of the resources from TSM over towards B and then quietly rotate their way back towards A. Wardell, however, was watching that choke point right in the middle, and now he's rotating off as well. Oh boy.
Fire shots, 10. Headshot's gonna send him. Goodnight, Wardell with 2 turns. Gonna be the 3rd one. Can he find the 4th? That's Mitch just trying to escape. Nano Swarm will be taken care of as well. Vice already on the site, but the man advantage is extreme
30 seconds
here for
left.
TSM as Wardell has managed to find himself a huge opportunity.
What?
Vice just lining up the shot. He's buying time for his team. Hayes just waiting. Vice has found himself in a very precarious situation, but Sabrosa waiting with the paranoia. Vice better be careful here. Shot's gonna be good. The paranoia comes through, and now Sabrosa has to be careful. There's somebody
10
on the
seconds
site. Cloud9 have played this well now, but Sabrosa plays it better. Shot's gonna connect. Less than 5 seconds left to plant. They're gonna commit to it. They're gonna try to push forward. They're now seeing the push in from Cutler, and he takes Cloud9 down, bringing us 11-5.
The patience there was huge onto Hayes as he was just sitting there like a freaking dead man walking. The reticle was on his head the entire time, and the trigger discipline required there is just so impressive because he knows as soon as that bullet goes off, they know exactly where he is. And the ruse is up, right? He's been exposed. He's been found out. So was able to sit on it long enough. And it was actually the paranoia out of Sabrosa that forced him back just a little bit after that initial kill came through. So TSM able to rob that round away from Cloud9. They had a couple of early losses, unfortunately, at the hands of Wardell, but it still went down to the wire.
Considering Cloud9 have won the first half 10-2. I say won, but have cleaned up the first half 10-2. Honestly, this becomes now a battle of attrition. How fast can TSM catch up versus how fast can Cloud9 close out the map? So far, TSM have been doing a phenomenal job of catching up, and considering Cloud9 is on the pistol, likely another round in the pocket here for TSM. The next gun round that comes in for Cloud9, if they're able to bring it to match point and series point, it's going to be a little scary here for TSM. So they have to make sure that they lay on the hurt this time and they don't lose any weapons. That's probably key. It already starts off quite well. They might lose one here, but the Broken survives.
Somehow survives and somehow doesn't get a kill. I thought for sure Relics was going to get it. There's the 2. He is able to get 1.
30 seconds left.
Wardell swings. Wardell not able to land the shots. He's going to opt for the classic. Backs off as he reloads. He's going to go aggressive under Relics. He's able to take him out. Vice leading with the Sheriff. Wardell gets the best of him. A 3K for him. TSM inch closer and closer. But now, a gun round for Cloud9. Now, Cloud9 have to close the door on TSM.
There are a couple of gun rounds left, but of course Cloud9, once they bring into that 12th round, they can force overtime, and for TSM, they don't even want to get there. They would perfect scenario for TSM is they just win 5 in a row. We're tied up 11-11. Cloud9 get a little desperate, trying to close out the map, and TSM sit nice and pretty and wait for Cloud9 to fall into that trap. But Cloud9, they've had a lot of rounds to bleed, but now it's time to get to business to shut the door, like you said, on TSM. 3 ultimates available, the Empress from the Shadows and the Rolling Thunder. On the opposite side, TSM have their trademarked Blade Storm alongside a Lockdown and from the Shadows as well. So utility there to gather information. The Lockdown can help deny the push in a late round scenario. Like if Cloud9 hit B, but then decide that they want to funnel back to A, and Cutler really wants to commit to winning the round, he can drop that Lockdown and say, no, you're not coming to A. Like stay away. You go back to B. I don't want you here. I don't want you on this A side. So we'll see, of course, how that plays out. But these ultimates might be used to commit wins on this round because this is an important one coming up.
It is indeed. Tens did not have full armor. That's the only weakness if you will, as far as what was purchased on the side of Cloud9. The utility from Viper is going to buy some time, and the rest of the utility from Killjoy is, I mean, almost effectively locking down B.
There's a little Killjoy utility as well to make this a very difficult site to push into, right? You've got the combination of the Viper and the Killjoy. Cloud9 push in, they're going to get dangerously low trying to fight Haze there on the site, and of course Cutler from range can activate those nano swarms regardless of the distance, so that can be a huge problem. But Cloud9 back away, looking now to Relics, who's honestly gathered a lot of space for Cloud9. Not really a whole lot, but little does he know, the A site is relatively open. Sabrosa will have to pay attention to him if there's any late round theatrics, because he's usually the one to catch Cloud9 off guard in his positioning as he tries to wrap around.
30 seconds left.
All right, the lockdown is going to be used from Mitch on the B site. Lead them to think that that's where the play is going to be, but Simo, you talked about Sabrosa. Keep an eye on Sabrosa. He's going to be working his way through sewers. As the rest of Cloud9 work their way onto that A site, that flank could prove to be disastrous. The Shinobi goes aggressive, he's able to take care of Wardell, and
left.
Haze Cutler drops as well. Now Sabrosa joins the party, but it might be too little, too late as Cloud9 continue to push the situation.
And they've got a lockdown here as well. So Froza and Drone really bringing on the hurt. No players have been detained there from the lockdown from Cutler. Now it's down to the 1v2. Shot's going to be good. Now it's just down to the 1v1. The Drone is injured. If Mitch can just perfectly play this out, buy some time. The plant is perfect. The Nano Swarm, he can't really opt in to fight it. I think there may be another Nano Swarm in the tank. We're about to find out. That's it. That's the jump peak. There's the defuse. Mitch now trying to play it. Shot's going to be good. There's not really a whole lot Drone can do in that scenario. There's not a lot. He has to defuse. It favors Mitch in that 1v1 because he has the cover. He can just keep bobbing in and out. And the pressure's on TSM to defuse. So now Cloud9, 12-6. TSM need to win 6 in a row. And that is a tall task ahead. If they can do it, I'm just going to go ahead and say that they're the greatest team in North America. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I'm just going to
And Simo, that's the thing. They've got to win 6 rounds just to get to overtime, right? Like, they aren't out of the woodworks to 6 rounds, although Herculean already don't guarantee him the win. So Cloud9 sitting comfortable here. If you're Cloud9, you don't got to do anything crazy. You don't got to, like, go absolutely bonkers and panic. Just take it one gun round at a time. You know that you have the advantage. You have TSM on their back foot. Just put them away. Obviously, much easier said than done.
Yes.
Poison's off.
Looking at this round, though, some of that Killjoy utility has been swapped over towards the A site. And Haze still all alone because consistently Wardell and Sabrosa have been gathering a lot of space for TSM. Gathering information, no one's in the courtyard. If they want to split off, they can. Maybe a Ramen play, maybe a Sewers play. But they back away. They go back towards Heaven. They give Haze a little bit more comfort knowing that he's got relative support from the roster of TSM. As Sabrosa now starts to rotate over towards the A site, and they see a smoke towards the A site. Sabrosa's just waiting. He's buying time. He's waiting for the... He actually teleports, I think, towards the garage, and he gathers the information that is necessary to say, okay, Cloud9 were there. I got a lot of information.
30 seconds left.
Remember, the Rolling Thunder is available for Cloud9 as he looks to push things up towards Heaven. There was a Paranoia as well to try to help add some cross cover, but the Viper Spit is going to come down in response. Wardell's able to get 2 as Vice and Relics are taken out. Haze playing in his ultimate, but Tens and Mitch join the party. Haze gets another one as he tries to keep TSM alive, but Cloud9 with 6 seconds left, it doesn't look like they're going to get the spike down. TSM look like they're going to rob this round from Cloud9.
Very well done there from TSM. The Viper Spit definitely helped out, but I think one of the most important things to note is the presence of mind, the killer instinct from Wardell. You know what he did there? Down underneath the ropes? You know what he did? He put up a one-way, so when they drop down, he sees their toesies, and he can just spray for good luck and finds a beautiful double piece onto Cloud9. If Wardell dies there, that's it. Series done. Cloud9 move on to the grand finals. There's no way you're coming back from that. But very well done from Wardell. He gives his team some space as they start to funnel in to help defend the push from the garage side as well.
There.
And Cloud9 are stuck salvaging the weapons for the round, and only Shinobi gets one moving into the next.
Now remember, Cloud9 still has the Rolling Thunder, one of the best ultimates in the game when it comes to giving yourself access onto a site. So with a heavy set piece, they're going to be able to get on there and likely going to be able to get the spike down as well. But they have not availed themselves of that resource quite yet. Cloud9 looking to establish mid control. Not something we've seen a ton of. And TSM just backs right off.
Cover going out.
TSM back away. Economy not the greatest here for Cloud9, so anticipating a 12-8 scoreline after this one. But we've seen some thrifty heroics, not only today, over the course of the entire Open Qualifier here at the First Strike Nursery Gamers Open Qualifier. Cloud9 playing how split is intended, pushing up the middle and then splitting off either way. They look towards the heaven side, but back away after they see Hayes now trying to escape. 30 seconds left on the clock, Doug. This is going to be a fast hit towards the B side, but I don't think they'll get very far.
No, the smoke was there. Hayes is backed off. There's the Rolling Thunder that we talked about, but it was actually from the side of TSM to delay the push from Cloud9. They've managed to get onto the site. Hayes on the other side of the smoke, but he gets punished. TSM's just down to 2 members off. Cloud9 managed to get the spike down. Subrosa, however, stops one, and they stop the other as well. TSM managed to pull that thing off. It was not a guaranteed thing, even knowing Cloud9's gun situation, but TSM managed to pull it off and extend the map.
Still very expensive for TSM. They will have credits to play with, but not the most ideal scenario. They are really fighting an uphill battle here, and every gun that they lose, considering the 3,000 credits that have been popping into their pocket for the past 5 rounds, they really need a little bit more security in the rounds that they win, because you're seeing here Hayes is down to 0, Cutler's down to 1,600, Subrosa is down to 1,100. Yeah, they're making bank, but Cloud9's right at their heels, trying to chip away, trying to make it expensive. And that's all that they can do, considering this attack very difficult for Cloud9, as we've seen for this half.
The ultimates still in the back pocket of Cloud9. They now have 3 that they've amassed as they look to put TSM away. Oh, they're going to get onto the site, but Vice was able to get the first. Wardell taken out. Cloud9, they should be able to get onto A.
But there's the clutch factor. He's waiting in the corner. He's flashed, and he's holding on. They flash once. Will they flash again? Emphasis from Pop. 10's pushing forward. They need to get rid of the clutcher as he's waiting in the corner. Blinds 2. That's big. Drone will help out from the side. And now it's the 2v2 as Mitch will dispatch one. Down to Hayes, down to Drone, just down to Hayes. And he's late to the party, but better late than never. It's down to him in a 1v2 spike about to be planted for Cloud9. This could be series point, map point. Spike down, and now it's all down to Hayes in a 1v2 scenario. Can he bring this around?
Oh, there's the lockdown as well to buy some time and to force Hayes the round. You've got at least 6 more seconds that you're going to work with, because you know he can't push into that. But he's got to go here.
Player remaining.
Oh, 1v1. Doable. That's what we get relics. Showstopper as well. Waiting for somebody to peek out. A bazooka in his hand. Guess who's there on the opposite side? But it whiffs. Now it's down to the 1v1. He's just trying to run. He's just trying to hide. But you can't run from Hayes. TSM. Stay alive.
I can't freaking believe what I just saw. He did it with 4 health. 4 health. TSM refusing to go away.
Oh boy. Oh boy, Hayes. Your stats have not been looking good this tournament. Across his entire team, the lowest in KD, the lowest in kills per round, the lowest in first kills per round, the lowest in clutch scenarios. And yet here we are. The clutch that matters the most. Hayes brings this team to the fold, and now Cloud9 are looking at a very scary scenario. TSM likely going to enter double digits here as we could approach overtime.
Simo, I don't know that my heart can handle another overtime, this thing's just been out of control. But TSM again, bend but don't break. Fighting in the face of adversity, refusing to go down. They were... Think about the first half. Think about how dominant Cloud9 looked. For us to be here, it's like what we saw in Vine, but worse.
Oh, that's a little unfortunate,
no.
but unfortunate for Tens. Wardell with the quick reaction times proves that the Jet is mightier than the Reyna. Now they're still looking to push in. Wardell with a perfect position here, trying to back away, puts himself in a little bit more of a better crosshair placement, but Mitch will dispatch of him with the stinger, sorry. Couple of upgrades now, 4v4, pushing onto the site. Last year for TSM would be deadly. Hayes gets sprayed with the flash in the eyes of Mitch.
Sabrosa.
Now as Mitch jumps down, guess who's there? Guess who's waiting? It's Sabrosa, but he still falls. The spike is down, a 2v2, Cloud9 up against TSM. Now the spike has been planted, 14 seconds left on the clock. After shot stops the plant, and it takes Relics to boot. Now all they need to do is swing, but Shinobi clears the wrong angle. TSM once again stay alive.
All right, now the thing about that was Cloud9 had, they had stingers, they had a weird, mixed bag. This is, and it doesn't look good for Tens, but this is the last gun round. This is Cloud9's last chance. They've been sitting on that Rolling Thunder for what seems like 26 years. Surely, this is where they use it. Tens is going to have a sheriff. Relics is going to go all the way with full armor. Ladies and gentlemen, if Cloud9 doesn't do it here, we're likely going to overtime.
Oh, Hayes, you saw someone. Someone's there. Someone's there. It's 10. Hayes going to take him out. Going to find Mitch to boot. Hayes is unlocked as he finds 2 picks, retreats back to the safety of his team in Cloud9. Likely staring down a very tough position. They've obviously, like you highlighted, a lot of weapons online here. They don't want to let this one slip away, but it's not looking good for them right now as TSM, like you said, could push us to overtime. All they need to do is close this one out and the one that follows, but Cloud9 don't have the economy for the round that follows. TSM need to nip it in the bud here today.
Go get him.
The spike just now starting to work its way up mid. There's utility for days out of TSM on the A site. Certainly not
to my world.
a welcome situation. And then there's the Viper's Pit on the other side. Cloud9 not with a ton of options. Not much to work with.
30 seconds left.
Relics trying to work his way onto the site. With just 3 members left, Drone is able to take him out. Hayes is still going to be on the opposite side. TSM mows down Cloud9. And here we go to that broken round for Cloud9 as we inch closer and closer to the most impossible of circumstances. After being down 10-2 at half, we're looking at overtime.
Listen, it's a defender-sided map. Both teams are looking at a 10-2 half. And Cloud9, yeah, some of the assault rifles are in the hands of the players that you want it most. I'd imagine maybe you want to swap Shinobi off the Phantom, give him the Stinger, have Relics frag out. He's almost on the 20 bomb. But they may be looking for an upgrade. They may be looking for the showstopper. I haven't had a look at whether or not Relics is close enough to it. Cloud9, they've brought these rounds close. TSM, all they need to do is play how they've been playing because it's been working.
A little bit of utility out of Cloud9 to ensure that there's no flank coming in from Hayes on B like we have seen in the past. That means, ladies and gentlemen, the determining site on whether or not we go to overtime will likely be A. Here's the Rolling Thunder that we've talked about time and time again. There's going to be utility from Killjoy for days, but here we go.
I need to point something out real quick before we hit the site A hit.
Do it quickly, man.
Cloud9 went for both ult orbs for Mitch. They have the lockdown. They're ready to use it. Guess what? There's no Hunter's Fury to stop it. They're looking to try to maybe bait them out, maybe look for a little bit of a different look towards the A side, but this lockdown, at least temporarily, is
30
working.
seconds left.
They don't have a sight line into heaven. They don't know if they're on the site. They have to guess. And guess what happens when you guess? You don't know. You have no idea. Cloud9 have rotated towards the B site. They have found Sabrosa. They've broken on. The spike will be planted. TSM now in a late round retake.
And here's
Spike planted.
freaking use the Rolling Thunder, man! I've been setting you up for the last 5 rounds. They've managed to get onto the site. They've managed to get the spike down.
You should run.
It's going to be there on the flank, but they're going to be met with an opposing lockdown. That's going to force them off of the site. TSM waiting patiently. Relics is able to get one with the Stinger. There's the Rolling Thunder. It's going to be traded back as both teams avail themselves of that. TSM just down to 3 members left as they fight to get to overtime, but the guns from Cloud9 may be too much. As TSM just down to 2 members left, Relics gets onto the site, and ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9 do it again! The 3rd best of 3 in a row against TSM, and they best Team Solo Mid.
How did it get to that point? How? How did it get to that point? Cloud9, 10-2 half. Then they try to crawl their way through inch to match point, inch to series point. And an incredible round from them. The economy wasn't perfect. Nothing about that round was perfect. They get both ult orbs, both of them. And they use the lockdown to mind game TSM. This is what Valorant is all about. These late round, late game, stamina inducing scenarios is what Valorant is all about. Really have to tip my hat to TSM. The way that they had played was commendable. And I'm still excited to see them at the close qualifier. Of course, it's not like they didn't qualify. I know that people are saying, you know, air quotes, for seeding, but you can't tell me that that series was not hard fought on both sides.
Freaking A, Cloud9. Cloud9. I could just talk about them for days. And honestly, we could look at that last round probably 26 times and see something new, see something different, something impressive from both of these squads. But Cloud9, bend, but don't break. As we were talking about TSM before, we're going to take a quick look at the replays from that absolute banger of a map.
Yeah, the replays, of course, brought to you by GoPuff, the official delivery partner of Nerd Street Gamers. Use the promo code NerdStreet and you sign up on GoPuff and you'll get $4 off of your first 4 orders. GoPuff, ordered in seconds, delivered in minutes, and boy, did this series deliver, especially this play from Drone. What was it, down to a 1v4? The man really showed up, and then from a sliver, like he was playing Siege or something, like looks to a tiny little hole, finds a pick, finds a frag, Tens of course here as well. It was nothing but highlight reel after highlight reel. To be honest, from both sides, from every player. This is a series. These are 2 teams that I want to see do things out time and time again for tournaments and tournaments to come.
What a gift, man. These 2 squads so good. Again, cementing themselves as the best as 2 of the best teams that North America has to offer. This thing went the distance. It like defied conventional wisdom. Cloud9 up 10-2, up huge on 2 different maps. And then for it to go down to overtime, and then on the precipice of overtime as well. TSM showed that they refused to go away, but at the end, Cloud9 was just too much. Gosh, I want to look at this again.
Yes, yes. Let's just, unfortunately, okay, here we go. Okay, Drone and company, they push in. I think maybe the problem here, they may have been a little bit too stacked together, just trying to split out onto a site that was already in control from Cloud9. I think the problem there was they used the lockdown to retake the site, but Cloud9 were like, yeah, fine, sure, okay. Like, we have, who was it, Shinobi flanking in from the defender spawn. Wardell was trying to deal with him, and then, you know, Relics was in a position that they didn't account for due to the, you know, the area that was covered by the lockdown. And then, you know, the rest is, of course, history. A phenomenal series between both teams. Both deserve kudos. Both deserve regards. Some of the best teams in North America. Let's have one last final look at the bracket to see where our teams have come from, where they're going, and how Team Envy and Cloud9 will face off tomorrow for the grand final seeding.
Just unreal. Unreal. Finally, they go the distance. It's a banger. Everyone had a heart attack. But Cloud9 make it through over TSM. Again, the third best of three where they best TSM. Cloud9 demanding that they are part of the conversation for the top two in North America, and their prize after taking care of TSM is to go up against Envy. Envy, the same squad, the 2-0 Gen G, who looked so good throughout this entire tournament. My gut tells me Cloud9 versus TSM was an absolute banger. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely nuts.
Yeah, Envy versus Cloud9. That's going to, of course, do it up here for us on the broadcast. A phenomenal day, a phenomenal semifinals. Kudos to all the teams, all the players involved. It would not be possible without you. It would not be possible, of course, without Nursery Gamers putting on this first strike qualifier, and GoPuff for sponsoring the instant replay. Lots of replays to watch back, and a lot of VOD reviews are about to come out in the coming weeks for this series alone. A lot to unpack and a lot to digest. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure for Esports Doug and I to cast the semifinals for you today. Tomorrow, Bach and Vansili will join you for the grand finals to tie up a phenomenal open qualifiers and decide for, air quotes, seeding who ends up moving on as the first seed for the closed qualifier. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night, and we'll see you guys next time.
You